The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Sea Beast and Number 039, S Abilities. When the crack on the turtle's shell healed instantly, everyone present was shocked after seeing this scene. Just now, the huge crack on the turtle's shell was tens of centimeters wide by visual inspection, and the flesh and blood under the shell could be vaguely seen. However, in just a few breaths, the cracks on the tortoise's shell recovered as before, as if it had never been hurt. Even a gecko that broke its tail and escaped needs time to recover from its injuries, but it is unimaginable that the speed of the sea turtles recovering from their injuries is so fast. The captain of the frigate saw this scene, his lips trembled slightly, his pupils narrowed, and he looked at the giant sea turtle, and murmured, "What a terrifying recovery ability! Why do sea turtles have such a strong recovery ability?" The scene that appeared at this time has completely collapsed the captain's worldview. He can become a captain. He is also a high-achieving student. As far as we know, many animals actually have the ability to regenerate, such as crabs, geckos, and octopuses. However, it takes a lot of energy and a lot of time for these animals to regenerate. But now at this time, such a huge sea turtle has already suffered such a wide range of injuries, but all the scars on its body disappeared after turning around. This really confuses the captain. Once upon a time at this time, news came from the cruiser. According to the information obtained by Yanjing Laboratory, many sea giants have supernatural powers. It seems that this turtle can also use supernatural powers, and it is specially used to restore the body. The ability, hearing. This, the captain of the frigate immediately reacted. His eyes glowed again. He patted the table vigorously, and said, "Yes, it must be like this." This sea turtle deliberately exposed its shell to the surface of the water, just to attract our firepower, and its terrifying recovery ability is all supported by supernatural powers. Then, what should we do now? Shall we continue to attack the turtles? We are worried that this turtle is deliberately consuming our ammunition to create opportunities for the other two sea beasts. Should the attack continue? The captain hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Continue to attack. Mutant beasts also need energy to recover from their injuries, so I don't believe that the energy in the turtle's body is endless. Moreover, the turtle also has a fatal weakness, that is the head. Exclamation mark. Cut off its head, and we too can win." The captain then ordered his soldiers to continue the attack. The guns on the ship were aimed at the turtle's back, and they fired again and again. The shells bombarded the turtle's shell continuously. A dozen fighter jets in the sky were also attacking continuously, and the bullets were flying wildly. Strafing, all the missiles carried were also launched. The shell on the sea turtle's back was shattered immediately after being exposed to concentrated fire, and the fragile internal organs were directly threatened. But in just an instant, the shell of the sea turtle had recovered to the original state, protecting the internal organs again. After using the sonar, the observers found that the sea turtle kept its head hidden under the water and did not come out of the water at all. When attacking from the water surface, it could only attack the part of the shell. Break through the turtle shell. According to speculation, the shell of this big turtle is at least tens of meters thick, and it is all made of bone. When bullets are fired on the shell, it will only get stuck in it. The shell can make gaps and cracks in the shell, but after a few seconds, the turtle's shell will return to its original state. With such an amazing recovery ability, shells can no longer damage the turtle's internal organs. Now, the only way to kill the turtle is to hit the turtle's head, otherwise, it won't cause any damage at all. The staff officer frowned and said to the captain. The captain responded immediately, "When launching an underwater missile, it must hit the turtle's head." The soldiers immediately began to act, using sonar to find the turtle's head, and after aiming, they launched underwater missiles. Sea turtles are different from land tortoises. Turtles can retract their heads into their shells, but sea turtles cannot. The body structure of the turtle determines that it is impossible for him to shrink his head to avoid when he encounters danger. He can only escape and dodge. However, the turtle's speed was still a bit too slow. Although its body was streamlined, it was still a bit too slow compared to sea beasts such as sharks and squids, who were good at swimming. Facing the attack of the underwater missile, the sea turtle can only twist its head hard to avoid the attack of the underwater missile. As a result, the underwater missile hit the head and neck of the sea turtle. A huge explosion occurred, and the head of the sea turtle was damaged. Attacked, A big hole was blown out on the spot. Fortunately, the turtle's brain was not injured, so the turtle quickly cast its supernatural powers and healed all the injuries on its body. After suffering such a big loss, the turtle didn't dare to approach rashly, but it was still swimming around the surrounding frigates, attracting firepower from the air and ships, relying on its powerful recovery ability to resist damage on the cruiser. Changfa saw this scene, and immediately became a little anxious, and said to the team members beside him, "It's not good. This turtle is obviously appearing as a live target, specially to attract firepower, but the real killer moves are sharks and squids. Be careful of the two-winged sea beast." There are two people beside Gong Changfa. These two people are his right-hand men. They are called Zhu Kai and Sun Yan respectively. Watching the fierce battle at sea at this time, they all feel a huge threat. I have heard that sea beasts can also use abilities. I thought it was nothing special, but now the sea turtle that appeared in front of it just has a strengthened type of ability, which distracts most people's attention, and in the face of powerful firepower, it will not be killed. It is simply against the sky. Captain, should we do something now? Zhu Kai asked first. Gong Changfa shook his head and said, "The water is not our home field now. Even if we do it, it may not be effective. Let's wait and see. The battle at sea mainly depends on the fleet. If we fight sea beasts, we have almost no advantage." Soon. Yan looked at the battle on three fronts at this time, feeling a little anxious all over, and said, "What do these sea beasts mean? Why did they attack us? They have already suffered a lot, and they should know that we are not easy to mess with, but they still going to attack us." Guang Changfa hesitated for a moment, and said, "It may be that we have violated the territory of sea beasts. Many animals in the ocean also have a sense of territory, especially these large sea beasts. When we entered their sea area, they began to attack. Already, but 3 sea beasts are in the same sea area. Isn't it too strange? Isn't it saying that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers?" Zhu Kai still didn't understand. Gong Changfa shook his head, not knowing how to answer, because he didn't know the reason from the perspective of the situation. The fleet and the sea beast are still in a stalemate, and neither can do anything to the other, and neither has caused substantial damage. However, the fleet has already consumed a lot of ammunition. Instead, the sea beasts have used their abilities. Except for the turtles that have used their abilities, the other 2 sea beasts have not used their abilities. Changes occur. Fortunately, at this time, the cruiser contacted the headquarters, and learned that the Ability Management Bureau behind him was leading the fleet to rescue, and he was relieved. Now, as long as the 2 fleets can unite, the pressure on the sea beast will be greatly reduced. Notify all captains, use underwater missiles to repel sea beasts, don't save ammunition, then turn to the north, and join the fleet behind you." The captain of the cruiser commanded. The meteorite was attacked by sea beasts at sea. The safest thing to do now is to rendezvous with the brothers behind him. At that time, the strength of the fleet will be greatly increased, and it will be able to deal with the attacks of sea beasts to some extent. When the captains heard the order, they couldn't control much. The underwater gun barrels fired the underwater missiles one by one, and white lines suddenly appeared under the water's surface. Under the attack of so many underwater missiles, the 3 sea beasts had to avoid the missiles. The great white shark needed to avoid damage to the gills, the turtle was worried about the head injury, and the squid followed a trend to dodge. The fleet got this gap, and quickly directed the ships to turn around and set off towards the route they came from. If they waited at the same place, it would take 2 days to get support, but if they returned by the same route, it would be able to shorten a day to some extent. When the 3 sea beasts saw the fleet wanting to run, they immediately chased after them. Among them, the speed of the great white shark was the fastest. Originally, the sharks depended on their speed to eat, but now they caught up and overtook the fleet directly. But the attack did not appear for a long time, followed by the big squid. The squid is constantly moving its body between swallowing and spitting out the seawater, and can keep up with the warship by opening and closing. The slowest one was the sea turtle. It tried to use its limbs to paddle, increased its speed a little, and could barely keep up with the warship. From this point of view, the threat of the sea turtle was the least. The great white shark blocking the front suddenly rushed towards the fleet, as if it wanted to block the direction of the fleet. The frigate in front quickly fired underwater missiles, forcing the great white shark back. The great white shark did not dare to resist the underwater missile with its body. However, the great white shark suddenly dived into the water at this time and lost its trace. Standing on the deck, the crew could not see the position of the great white shark at all. Fortunately, The sonar on board detected the great white shark. After diving, the great white shark quietly approached the front frigate, as if it wanted to sneak attack from underwater. The captain had no choice but to order the following: turn on the high-voltage coil and power on. The high-voltage coil was placed underwater, and a powerful current was released. As soon as the great white shark approached, it was shocked by the electric shock again, and it could only stay away in embarrassment. Sun Yan whispered to Gong Changfa, "Boss, I heard that we are going to join the group of people from the Ability Management Bureau. What should we do?" Hearing this answer, Guang Changfa sneered and said, "What are you afraid of? There are not as many people in the Ability Management Bureau as we do, and they don't dare to turn against us on the spot. The big deal is just mocking each other. Let's avoid them for now, and we'll deal with them slowly later on." Zukai was a little worried, and asked, "Didn't we play tricks in Yanjing before? They should know about it by now. From this point of view, they may turn their faces on the spot." Guang Changfa was not very worried about this. He said confidently, "So what if we know? Aren't we flattering them? It is the headquarters that sent them to carry out dangerous missions, not us. It is impossible for them to catch such a little thing will turn your face." After Guang Changfa analyzed the matter, Zukai and Sun Yan also felt that it was okay. The reason why they used the method of flattering and killing a group of people from the Ability Management Bureau at the beginning was because this method was secret. A group of people don't need to feel guilty. There is a storm at sea, and the waves are constantly churning. For the underwater situation, there is no other way except to use sonar detection. Fortunately, the surrounding sea area is very deep, and ships can sail safely without hitting the reef. The great white shark has been cruising in front of the fleet, but failed to stop the advance of the fleet. The squid followed a frigate unhurriedly, but did not make a move. As for the sea turtle at the rear of the fleet, it could barely keep up, and it was impossible to attack. That's it. The soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Now it seems that as long as they can join the northern fleet, they will have a chance to deal with these three sea beasts, and they will be really safe by then. However, at dusk, a message came from the frigate on the west side: "The cabin is leaking." Chapter 377. The original battle at sea has come to an end. Neither the fleet nor the sea beasts can do anything to each other, but the disadvantage of the fleet is also obvious. That is, it is difficult to replenish the ammunition on board after consumption, so continue to fight. The disadvantage of the fleet side will become more and more obvious, so the Xiangxun Bureau needs to merge with the Ability Management Bureau during the voyage. It was already very difficult for the sea beasts to organize an attack. Therefore, many soldiers thought that if they could join up with the northern fleet smoothly, their safety would be guaranteed. Unexpectedly, at dusk, the frigate on the west side leaked water, and the soldiers were about to seal the gap. If the gap was not blocked, the frigate would not be able to sail even if it did not sink. Protect the leaking ships and stop sailing for all. Seeing this situation, the fleet commander had no choice but to stop sailing. The goal of soldiers is to obey orders, but no one is willing to abandon their comrades in arms. Therefore, in the case of a ship leaking, the top priority solution is to stop and wait. As long as the gap is plugged, the voyage can continue. When the captain of the leaking frigate heard the news, he was very angry, and asked directly, "Did you check the hull before going to sea? It has not been hit. Why is it leaking?" The soldiers were also very puzzled at this time, but they still reported loudly, "We inspect the hull 3 times a day before going to sea, and we have never found any problems. Now it is leaking. We don't know why. Maybe it is the aging of the hull, or it may be parts of the ship are damaged." The captain was very helpless, and said, closing the gap quickly, "We can't implicate other brothers just because our ship is damaged." The soldiers immediately began to seal the leak. Fortunately, there was only a fist-sized gap in the cabin, and it could be quickly plugged. The damaged frigate was busy sealing the gap, and the sea battle started again. In order to protect the damaged ship, the cruiser and 3 frigates drove around the damaged ship to protect the ship. The giant squid dived suddenly at this time, and never appeared on the surface again. The great white shark began to cruise around the fleet, but did not approach for a long time. It seemed that it was possessed by a pull donkey. It swam round and round, and its dorsal fin being exposed on the water, it seems that they want to stun the people on board. As for the big turtle that was thrown far to the rear, it had already caught up at this time, and its huge body like a hill was about to hit the frigate on the outside. Seeing this situation, the frigate quickly launched underwater missiles to slow down the speed of the turtle, and the plane on the frigate also took off again, preparing to use powerful firepower to prevent the turtle from approaching. However, this time, the sea turtle was still approaching. Even if it risked being hit on the head by an underwater missile, it must rush forward after the missile hit the sea turtle. There was a violent explosion immediately, and the sea turtle suffered extremely serious injuries. However, as long as the brain was not injured, the sea turtle would not die for a while, and the injuries on its body could be recovered by using supernatural powers. In the end, the huge size of the turtle still hit the frigate firmly. Boom! After a loud noise, the frigate also tilted. Even if the huge frigate hits the reef, nothing may happen. Now but it tilted, and it only became like this after being hit by a sea turtle. At this time, the frigate finally started to electrify, and the high-voltage electricity flowed freely in the water. The turtle was shocked by the electric shock and suddenly shook. The huge current was simply unbearable for the turtle. Its shell can block missiles and bullets, but the current can directly attack at the fragile interior. If it continues to withstand electric shocks, it can't stand it. At that moment, the turtle retreated quickly, and the frigate's hull rebalanced. After a whole day of fighting, the soldiers have seen that the real way to deal with sea beasts is to electrify them underwater. There are insulating materials on the hull, and the bodies of these sea beasts are not insulated. Conducting electricity, as long as it is electrified underwater, it can cause great damage to sea beasts. It's a pity that the energy on the warship is limited, and it is impossible to power it on at any time. Otherwise, as long as the surrounding seawater is always powered on, it will be able to defend against most of the sea beasts' attacks. The sea turtle is still the same as before, exposing the shell to withstand the attack, and may ram the warship at any time. 20 minutes later, the leaky frigate finally successfully repaired the leaky cabin. Report: the leaky cabin has been repaired, and the voyage can continue. The soldier immediately reported to the captain. Hearing this answer, the captain heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately wanted to inform the rest of the ships to continue sailing. In short, the situation is critical now, and time can no longer be wasted. Only by joining the reinforcements as soon as possible can they be able to resist the attack of sea beasts. It's a pity that the house leak happened to rain all night, and the boat broke and was hit by waves. At this time, a soldier came to report, "Captain, there is another leak in the cabin, with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters. Fix the loophole quickly, and quickly use the water pump to pump out the accumulated water in the bottom cabin." The captain heard the bad news and could only order his soldiers to continue patching the loophole. There is already a lot of water in the bottom layer of the cabin, which can submerge the knees. This is only the result of a water leak within 10 minutes. Now the accumulated water must be discharged in time. If the water in the cabin can cover the head, then the divers can only repair the leaks, and the repair will be extremely difficult. At that time the water pump starts to work immediately. The end of the pipe is under the cabin, and the machine is on the deck. When the water pump starts, the accumulated water under the cabin is immediately pumped away. The captain fell silent, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Why do the warships on his side have loopholes one after another? Obviously, the ship has been carefully inspected before going to sea. Even if there are loopholes, it is impossible for two of them to appear in a short period of time. Could it be the result of these three sea beasts? But during this time, the sea beasts have not been able to approach the ship. How did these sea beasts do it? The captain began to think silently in his heart, but he couldn't think of a clue. Obviously the ship was not hit or attacked, so how could it suddenly leak? Just when the captain couldn't figure out the reason, the staff officer suddenly walked in, holding a porcelain bowl in his hand, which contained muddy seawater, and when he entered the command room, he hurriedly said, "Captain, look quickly, this is the seawater found in the cabin. This seawater is not normal." As he said that, the staff officer inserted the acid-based detector into the water, and the value on the meter changed immediately, finally showing that the acidity was a full 3. Such a strong acidity is already very serious. What's going on? The captain was stunned when he saw that the acidity of the seawater was so serious. Could it be that the leak in the cabin is the result of corrosion? But how can there be such a strong acidity in seawater? It's completely unreasonable. I've never heard of such a severe acidity in sea areas. Also, how are the other ships all right? The staff officer quickly said, "Captain, some soldiers came to report just now, saying that after the leak was welded, the soldiers who participated in the sealing of the leak all turned red and were in hot pain. I felt something was wrong with the seawater, so I took a bowl. I came to test it, but I didn't expect the acidity of the seawater to be so serious. I think the leaking of the ship has something to do with the seawater. Let all the soldiers who seal the loopholes put on diving suits before taking action. Also, immediately find the location of the 3 sea beasts and do it right away. The captain said quickly. The staff immediately went to do these things. Finally, some observers found the location of the 3 sea beasts. The location of the sea turtle was the most obvious. Its shell was always exposed on the sea surface, and even humans could see it with the naked eye, while the great white shark, it was still cruising around, and the fleet was already in the circle. As for the squid, it quietly dived to the underwater position, and it was just under the damaged frigate at this time. The captain came to his senses, slapped his head and said, "I understand, the squid's ability is to use hydrogen ions. During the previous voyage, the squid was also the closest to us, so we were the first to be recruited. There will be holes in the cabin because of the corrosion of hydrogen ions." The staff officer was also thinking seriously at this time. After much deliberation, this is really the only possibility. Otherwise, how could there be loopholes in the warship that has been inspected all the time? I suggest reporting to the leader immediately. Let the cruiser launch tracking missiles, first force the squid away, and then we can't let the squid approach any further. The staff officer immediately suggested. The captain nodded, and immediately contacted the commander on the cruiser for help in tracking the missile. The cruiser responded immediately. The underwater launch bay opened, and several homing missiles went straight to the underwater squid. As long as the homing missiles locked on the target, they would continue to pursue and change the direction of flight underwater. After being locked by the missile, the squid saw that something was wrong, and immediately went underwater. It was dusk, the underwater light was very bad, and the temperature in the deep water was also very low. As a result, the tracking missile could not catch the target, and finally fell into the deep sea. The ocean has always been the world of marine animals. These creatures have mastered the skills of survival, and the best skill among them is to drill into the deep sea. In the deep sea, that is the sanctuary of marine animals. After evading the missile attack in the deep sea, the squid swam towards the water again. Next, the squid used its supernatural ability to gather the hydrogen ions in the water to the central area of the fleet. Immediately, the acidity of the seawater around the frigate rose instantly. Corrosion continues on the frigate. Later, the frigate had another loophole, and the outer wall of the cabin was continuously corroded. If this continued, the frigate with a damaged center would definitely become riddled with holes. In order to protect the frigate, the cruiser can only continuously launch tracking missiles, hoping to drive the squid away. Unfortunately, this is futile. After the squid sensed something was wrong, it immediately drilled into the deep sea. The tracking of the missiles is through light and infrared tracking. However, these two trackers don't work in the deep sea area. The light is dim, and the surroundings are extremely cold. The infrared detectors can't find any high-temperature objects at all, and they can only fall into the sea. As for whether it explodes or not, it doesn't matter anymore. The cuttlefish is worthy of the word thief. At least from a tactical point of view, it is the most insidious. It is basically not injured, but it poses the greatest threat to the fleet. The frigate in the center has been corroded by acid water and has to stop now. Repair, but as long as the squid is still relatively close to the frigate, it will only lead to its silence in the end. Half an hour later, under the continuous corrosion of the acid water, 30 loopholes appeared on the central ship. The appearance of so many loopholes meant that the ship could no longer be repaired, and the tracking missiles on the cruiser had already been consumed. The squid was not injured at this time. In this situation, the captain had no choice but to announce an order: prepare the boat immediately. Everyone put on life jackets, and prepare to take refuge on a nearby ship. Now we can only abandon this ship. After this order was issued, all the people on board couldn't accept it. They also had a deep relationship with the ship. At this time, they had to abandon the ship under their feet for their own lives. It was as uncomfortable as abandoning an old partner. However, now there is no other way but to obey orders. Facing the current situation, the captain made a helpless decision, and he finally thought of a way to deal with the corrosion of squid acid water, that is to sail recklessly, and use the current to wash away the acid water beside the ship. Come down and patch the gaps, then eventually the holes on the ship will become more and more. However, at this moment, some observers noticed something was wrong. The great white shark that had been cruising around the fleet before disappeared, as if it had left here. Fortunately, there is good news. There are still 2 sea beasts left, and the pressure will be much easier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The ship was also forced to abandon one. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. There are many inflatable rowing boats on the ship, and they are usually just in case of emergency. After all, this is not a landing operation, but an ocean voyage to salvage meteorites. There is no need to prepare too many boats, and it is almost enough to bring inflatable boats. Everyone did not expect that rowing boats can really be used now. After being inflated, the rowing boats were thrown into the water one by one. The soldiers quickly boarded the boats, grabbed the oars and began to slide hard. Well ready to receive companions from other ships. Hundreds of people rowed to the surrounding ships. The sky was already dark, and the rainstorm had stopped, but the dark clouds in the sky were still dense, and the moonlight and starlight could not shine on the water. Fortunately, the searchlight on the ship was turned on at this time, and the surrounding lights were bright, shining on the sea, so that the soldiers would not lose sight of the direction as they advanced. There were no animals in the water, and the central frigate was only a few meters away from the big ship on the side. The distance of 100 meters, such a short distance, only takes a few minutes to reach. Boom. The frigate in the south was still blocking the turtles, and the sound of violent explosions never stopped. The ammunition on this ship was running out, and such a large consumption of ammunition also brought good results. The recovery ability of the sea turtle is getting worse and worse. Before, it only took a few breaths to recover the cracks on the turtle's shell, but now it takes more than a minute to fully recover from the injuries on its body. The sea turtle also found that its ability to recover from injuries was getting worse and worse, and felt the energy loss in its body. Now it dare not approach ships casually, and sometimes had to dive into the water to avoid being hit by shells due to the pressure of fighter jets in the sky. Blow up. Previously, it only took a few breaths for the sea turtle to recover from its serious injury, but now the injury may expand if you are not careful. Can't bear it at this time. The commander also breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Next, after accepting the crew of the leaky ship, I will go north immediately and meet up with my comrades as soon as possible. Now that the sea turtles can no longer pose a threat to us, I am worried that the squid will still come following us." Guang. Chang Feng also stayed in the command room, with his hands folded in front of his chest, his brows furrowed. At this moment, he was a little helpless. Zhu Kai first asked, "Boss, isn't your ability to make molecules or ions run wild? Can you think of a way to make the hydrogen ions in the acid water disperse?" Guang. Chang Feng shook his head lightly, and said, "No, I still can't do things of this level. The range of influence of my ability is only a distance of more than 10 meters, and now the acid water directly wraps the hull. At most, it can only reduce the concentration of acidic water in a small area, and probably no one can do it in such a large area. Now, because of the squid's ability, everyone in the fleet feels the deep pressure. If the ship they are on is also in danger of being corroded by acid water, what can they do then?" It seemed that there was nothing to do but try to shake off the squid. Suddenly, the soldiers on the deck saw a bright light appearing on the dark sea in the distance. The soldiers thought their eyes were blurred, but they rubbed their eyes and continued to observe, thinking, could it be the northern side of the Ability Administration Bureau? Is your fleet here? Are they coming too soon? But after taking a closer look, the observer immediately discovered the abnormality. It was not his own dizziness, but a real light appearing on the sea, and it was not the light from a warship. It stands to reason that the sun is setting now, and the skies the clouds were dense, and it was impossible for the moonlight to shine on the water, but a bright light appeared on the water, and it was still spreading towards him. Report, there is a situation in the sea, please observe quickly. The soldier quickly reported what he saw. Someone on board immediately used a telescope to observe the situation in the sea water. In the northern area, a white light suddenly spread along the seawater to the fleet. Looking carefully, there were jellyfish in the water. These jellyfish were all glowing. Probably there are fluorescent substances in its body, so it will also glow at night. The light inside the jellyfish is a cold light source, and it looks very beautiful when swimming in the water. Countless jellyfish swim along the ocean current, and the light emitted by these countless jellyfish looks like the seawater brightens out of thin air from a distance, but in fact this is an illusion brought about by luminous jellyfish. Why did so many jellyfish appear suddenly? Will these jellyfish attack humans? Everyone was very puzzled. They didn't understand why there were still jellyfish appearing at this time, let alone what these jellyfish were here for. The jellyfish is not very big, just the size of a wash basin, Only the umbrella cap is glowing, and the tentacles under the umbrella cap are not shining. Since it was not known whether these jellyfish were a threat, the fleet did not attack without authorization. But when the jellyfish was swimming towards the fleet, the sonar on the ship suddenly detected a school of fish, and there was a school of fish hidden under the jellyfish. It is difficult to see, but in front of the sonar, the movement of the fish school is also very clear. The commander was a little overwhelmed by the fish that suddenly appeared. He didn't expect that there would be fish at this time. Could it be that these fish also eat people? At this time, the sonar also detected a huge monster in the distance. 1 kilometer away, a huge monster reappeared, with a length of 400 meters. It turned out to be the great white shark that had left before. The great white shark drove the jellyfish and fish towards the fleet. Rushed over. When the commander heard about this situation, he immediately ordered, "Immediately fire missiles to disperse the school of fish. We cannot let this school of fish approach any further." I didn't know how the shoal of fish appeared before, so the fleet didn't do anything, but now that the shoal of fish was expelled by the great white shark, the commander immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. "Well done, the great white shark. How could it be possible to do this kind of useless work? It can't be that it is hunting after it is hungry, right? The only explanation is that the great white shark is chasing tigers and wolves away. Before that, fish schools were basically hunted by humans. A fishing net cast down at least a few tons of catches, but now the situation is reversed. Fish schools are driven by great white sharks, and finally rush to the fleet, and these schools of fish are likely to eat people." The fleet immediately fired at the school of fish, preparing to disperse the school of fish, but the school of fish was extremely dense and had already formed a fish array, and the fish were densely attached to each other. After the missile was launched, it hit the school of fish, but it didn't break up the school of fish. It just killed hundreds of fish, and it didn't even prevent the school of fish from approaching. "Captain, it's better to use high-voltage coils to electrocute all these fish directly," the staff officer suggested. At this time, hearing this, the captain vetoed it without even thinking about it. He said directly, "Look at how many of our comrades are still in the water. It is right to use high-voltage electricity at this time, and electric fish are right, but have you ever thought about it? What about these comrades in arms?" The problem became difficult at this time. The fish must come from bad people, and it is very likely that they are man-eating fish. In this case, the fleet has no way to deal with the fish at this time. Guang Changfa said, "By the way, isn't Lin Zai's ability useful at this time? We can immediately notify Lin Zai to help." In short, at this time, the first priority is to save people. After people, we retreat immediately, soon. Yan also suddenly remembered that this is indeed the case. Lin Zai's supernatural power can play a huge role at this time, so he said quickly, "I will contact Lin Zai immediately and ask her to help save people, but can you stop the fish? The group is not clear." Soon, Yan took out the walkie-talkie and called directly, Lin Zai, please answer when you hear it. There are schools of fish appearing in the north, and you need to act immediately. Build a road for the soldiers in the water now. The schools of fish will arrive soon." The intercom rang quickly, and a crisp voice came out from the intercom. "Got it, I will cast the ability right away, but I can only use the ability once, and the sea is really too big. After one time, I will have no physical strength, and when the time comes, I will not be able to help. Enough is enough. The most important thing now is to save people." Sun Yan said hastily. On the frigate on the east side, a valiant young woman suddenly stood up. Her long hair was tied behind her head and tied into a ball. She was wearing leggings and suspenders. She stood by the side of the ship without hesitation, and directly he jumped down into the seawater, and the moment he touched the water surface, he punched the seawater. The surrounding seawater became soft, and the rubber boat couldn't glide, and the texture could still be felt by lightly touching it with hands. Immediately, the soldiers in the water were amazed. Someone on the cruiser shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, "All soldiers get off the ship and run. Don't stop, hurry up and run to the ship as fast as you can." When the soldiers heard this order, they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly got off the boat and started walking. When they stepped on the sea, running on this can't show real speed, but at least there is a foothold, which is much faster than rowing. Lin Zai sat on the sea panting heavily at this time, and said in her heart, "I'm still conceited. I shouldn't agree to this task. It's still too difficult." Lin Zai's special ability is to manipulate colloids. The moment she jumped off the boat, she had already cast her special ability, turning the water surface of more than 10 meters into a gel state. That's why so many soldiers can move on the water surface, and such a large-scale sea surface covers an area of nearly 1 square kilometer. Lin Zai is only a third-level supernatural user. It would take too much physical strength to turn such a large-scale sea surface into a gel. At this moment, a cry came from above Lin Zai's head. "Miss Lin, do you need help?" "Yes," Lin Zai said bluntly. If it was normal, she would not be able to see help from others when she was a high-ranking person, but now she really has no physical strength, so she has no choice but to ask for help at this time. "This is really strange. Miss Lin will ask me for help." The man on the boat is also a supernatural being. He was assigned to this boat before and was a member of the Xiangsong Bureau. Seeing that Lin Zai was weak, he quickly pulled a rope from the boat and jumped down, then climbed up with Lin Zai in his arms, and brought Lin Zai to where Lin Zai was too weak to stand up, so she could only lean against the railing and watch the situation in the sea. At this time, the light in the north was already obvious, and it drilled directly under the ship like a tide. Suddenly, the sea surface in the center of the ship became abnormally bright. The light curtain composed of so many luminous jellyfish was enough to illuminate the way forward. Up looking at the soft light on the surface of the water, many people had to marvel. If they hadn't seen such a wonderful scene on the battlefield, then these people would have recited a poem. If the painter was present, they would definitely draw records. However, this is what happened on the battlefield. There are many crises hidden under such a peaceful and beautiful sea. If you look closely, you can still see patches of black shadows under the jellyfish. The soldiers quickly came to the stationary ship, and rope ladders were dropped from the ship. Everyone started climbing along the rope ladders, and soon came to the ship. However, at this moment, the light under the water surface became more and more intense, and the jelly shaking on the sea surface also became more violent. Lin Zai's expression changed, and he said, "No, these fish are eating gel." As soon as the words fell, the increasingly violent gel broke instantly, and countless seawater surged up. Jellyfish and fish appeared on the water surface together, and the gel finally shattered. A soldier observed the school of fish with the binoculars, and when he saw the school of fish appearing on the water, his expression changed immediately, and he said, "These are all pomfrets, they eat meat." At this time, there were still more than 20 soldiers who could not board the boat. They fell into the water the moment the gel broke, and the fish immediately began to bite the soldiers, who fell into the water frantically. It is the size of a palm, but densely packed. After surrounding the people, it only takes a few breaths for the person who fell into the water to be eaten to the bone. Chapter 379. There are many ions in the ocean, and many of them can become colloids. For example, silver ions can become silver hydroxide colloids. When doing experiments in high school, the chemistry teacher also explained the principle. Lin Zai's ability is to manipulate the gel. In the sea, it can be regarded as Lin Zai's home field. There are many kinds of ions in the sea. She can condense countless colloids with a wave of her hand. Therefore, at the critical moment, Lin Zai made a moving forward. The road, but it is such a road, and it was finally torn apart by the fish. These fish originally didn't have too long teeth, but now, countless fish have grown long teeth in their mouths. These teeth look very similar to South American piranhas, which can only be said to be convergent evolution. In order to eat meat, fish have also grown long teeth that can tear gels and bite muscles. The more than 20 soldiers who fell into the water were all killed by Pompano, and only bones remained in the end. At this time, the commander was very angry and shouted, "Put the high-voltage coil in the water, and electrocute these beasts." The cruisers and frigates all followed suit, put the coil in the seawater, and then energized it, and the water surface boiled all of a sudden. No matter whether it was jellyfish or pomfret, they were all electrocuted to death by the high-voltage current, and the light on the water surface dimmed instantly. The scales of the fish were still reflecting the cold light originally. The commander was unwilling to electrocute the fish because he was worried that the high-voltage electricity would electrocute his comrades in the water, but at this time, more than 20 soldiers still died in the mouth of the fish school. It was a pomfret carcass, but it still made people feel uncomfortable. I thought that human beings were already able to cross the sea, but now it seems that there are still too many dangers in the sea. Up to now, the fleet has lost a frigate and more than 20 soldiers after being attacked by sea beasts. The commander held back the grief in his heart and commanded, "Continue to set off. Now, no matter what happens, you can't stop. Even if the boat leaks, you can't stop." The water pumps are all ready. If there is a leak, the water will be pumped away. The powerhouse can't stop for a moment. Up to now, the hearts of all the people present are extremely sad, but no matter how sad they are, the task still needs to be completed. Now they can only bid farewell to the dead brother and the ship that is about to sink, and continue to go north to join the reinforcements. The squid didn't keep up, and the turtle didn't follow either. Some observers hurriedly reported after seeing the situation the commander was not optimistic when he heard such a report, mainly because he thought that the great white shark would be much safer after it left, but who would have thought that a school of fish would arrive immediately after the great white shark, which would have an impact on the fleet. But now, the great white shark is still following him, so the remaining two sea beasts may still catch up. The fact is indeed what the commander guessed. When the fleet set off again, the sea was densely packed with pomfret and jellyfish. When the squid reached the surface, it used its tentacles to grab the pomfret and put it in its mouth. The sea turtle was similar, with its head exposed. After the water surface, eat pomfret on the water surface. The pomfret that was electrocuted to death by the fleet eventually became the dinner of the sea beasts. Both of these sea beasts used supernatural powers and consumed a lot of energy, so at this time, replenishing energy is very necessary. As for still following the fleet, the great white shark has not used its abilities all day, and consumes not much energy, so it does not need to eat for the time being. After nightfall, the soldiers began to take turns to sleep. Half of them went to sleep in the dormitory, and half of them continued to be on guard. Now it was night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. The great white shark did not choose to attack, but silently followed the fleet. But this kind of silent following caused many people in the fleet to worry. Judging from the current behavior of the great white shark, it has not given up on the fleet as its target, and it is still delaying at this time, just looking for opportunities. The commander also couldn't figure out why these sea beasts had to attack the fleet. It was obvious that everyone would stay safe and peaceful with each other. At this moment, the three sea beasts seem to have joined the fleet. It has become an endless situation. These sea beasts must be intelligent, but since they are intelligent, they should be afraid of humans. But why do they still fight us? The cruiser captain thought silently in his heart. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. If you want to defeat the enemy, then the most important thing is to understand the enemy. If you don't understand the enemy, you can't formulate corresponding tactics. Human beings are very good at thinking about the same kind of psychology, but human beings don't understand the behavior logic of wild beasts very well. Now it is very obvious at this time, no one knows what the sea beast is thinking, and can't respond. Gong Changfa was lying on the railing, worried about the current situation. He frowned, looked at the dark water in the distance, and said, after becoming a superhuman, I thought I was invincible, but now I see. Come on, a few sea beasts can make us flee in embarrassment. The world is changing so fast. Zhu Kai heard the boss say this, and quickly persuaded him, boss, don't be discouraged. You know, no one in the world has killed this kind of large sea beast. You have to be careful, at least among the supernatural beings. Among them, boss, your abilities are already at the top of a group of people. Guang Changfa shook his head helplessly, and said, but, don't we still count on the rescue of those people from the Ability Management Bureau? If I'm really strong, I can kill sea beasts right away. Why wait for others to rescue me? Obviously, Guang Changfa has a knot in his heart. He is a very conceited person. Since he became a supernatural person, he first set up the Xiangsong Bureau, and then calculated the Supernatural Bureau, which made the supernatural powers of the Supernatural Bureau being dispatched far away. In his opinion, everything is under control except for not being able to catch Mu Ying. As a result, at this moment, not long after setting out to sea, he has encountered such a big setback. Already a big hit. Sun Yan was also following Gong Changfa. At this time, he suddenly thought of something, and said quickly, by the way, do you still remember Lin Zai's ability? Isn't she able to use gel? Wait until the next time the squid reappears. When using strong acid, ask Lin Zai to arrange gel around the boat, so that the acid water can be kept out. When Guang Changfa heard it, he felt that it made sense, and said, you can try it next time, but I don't know if it will work. Zhu Kai raised his head and looked at the night sky, but he couldn't see anything. The clouds were overcast, and the surroundings were pitch black. Except for the lights on the warship, it was like being in a dark space. He couldn't see the road or the enemy. Guys from the Ability Management Bureau, Why haven't you come? Zukai said as if sighing throughout the night. The fleet was not attacked. However, in the early morning, the fleet could no longer move forward. It was not a certain ship that was like this, but the 4 ships present. The captains got the news and hurriedly had people check the power room, but found that there was nothing abnormal in the power room. If there is no problem inside, then the problem must come from the outside. The soldiers immediately came to the deck to observe. The first thing they need to observe is the great white shark that has been following behind. This thing is the most suspicious. Now that the ship cannot sail, it is probably the great white shark that is causing trouble. It is difficult to find other explanations. However, the great white shark was still swimming leisurely, with its dorsal fin sticking out of the water, like a tall flag. The observer quickly said, "I have been observing this shark last night, and it can be proved that the big shark has never approached. The fleet has been following from afar. Now, things are getting weirder. Why are all these ships unable to move?" In the end, Zukai's sharp eyes saw the colorful objects floating on the sea, and he said quickly, "Look, what are these small pieces on the sea? It seems that I have never seen them before, but why do they appear now, gone?" The soldiers didn't know what it was, so they could only salvage these small pieces in the water. When they picked them up, they turned out to be pieces of plastic on the water. At this time, several captains also negotiated, and while asking people to warn the great white shark, they asked the soldiers to dive to the side of the propeller to have a look. The great white shark still didn't take any action. Even if it saw humans entering the water, it was still cruising, looking calm. After the soldiers put on the oxygen cylinders and went into the water, they went to the side of the propeller and saw that something was wrong. There were colorful things wrapped around the propeller. When they looked closely, they turned out to be plastic. The main propeller is stuck dead, so that's why the fleet can't move forward. What? The propeller is entangled in plastic. The commander got the news, and even wondered for a moment if he heard it wrong. How could the propeller be entangled in plastic? Where does so much plastic come from at sea? However, the soldier firmly believed what he saw, and even took out some plastic fragments found on the water surface, saying, "The propeller is really entangled in plastic, and these plastic fragments are evidence. These fragments are probably twisted by the propeller broken, and more plastic still entangled the propeller, and now the propeller can't rotate because it's stuck. Let's have someone clean up the plastic on the propeller first. As for how the plastic came from, we still need to discuss it." The commander made a decision and asked someone to clean up the plastic on the propeller first. Looking at the debris on the water surface, Chang Jianyi had a bad guess in his heart, and couldn't help but said, "Isn't it possible that the great white shark's ability is actually to manipulate plastic?" Zhu Kai shrugged without speaking, while Sun Yan shook his head vigorously, and said seriously, "Impossible. I have never heard of a supernatural ability to manipulate plastic. First of all, we need to know that supernatural abilities can control plastics. Substances in nature, whether it is steel or water and fire, can only be manipulated after they exist. As for these plastics, only humans can make them. How can this be manipulated?" Changfa still felt uneasy, and said, "But at present, there is only one reason that can explain the current phenomenon. Otherwise, how could the propeller be entangled?" The propeller can be entangled by many things, such as aquatic plants, fish and shrimp, clothes, and even fishing nets. However, I have never heard of a propeller being entangled by plastic. The propeller of a ship, there can be no such coincidence in the world. Sun Yan also frowned and thought about it, and suddenly stopped talking. Plastic is a high molecular polymer, but it is not a natural product, but a man-made product. It is an accessory of the oil industry, and it also represents human civilization to a certain extent. Period. However, plastic is actually composed of elements. In this way, it is also possible to be controlled by supernatural powers. After all, lightning can become human-controlled supernatural powers, and plastic is not impossible. Cleaning the propeller is not so easy. Soldiers carry oxygen cylinders into the water and use tools to shovel off all the plastic attached to the propeller. All of this could only be done by manpower, and time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, sonar detected that there were 2 more behemoths approaching behind the fleet. It turned out that the sea turtles and squids had caught up again. After that, 3 sea beasts surrounded the fleet again. Last night, the 2 sea beasts had a full meal, and after recovering their strength, they took advantage of the fleet's stop to catch up directly. Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they come yet? The soldiers were all dumbfounded after seeing the sea beasts. After yesterday's bloody battle, they all knew how powerful the sea beasts are. A sea beast has a strong recovery ability. One is able to corrode the ship, and my side consumes too much ammunition, and now I have to be besieged by 3 intact sea beasts. Now, the situation is really dangerous. The only glimmer of hope left in everyone's hearts is the reinforcements from the north. There are 2 teams going to sea this time. They have already sent a distress signal to them yesterday, but they have not been seen for a long time. If these people don't show up again, it's really dangerous here. Chapter 380. When the mountain-like sea beasts surrounded the fleet again, almost everyone felt hopeless. Although they only lost more than 20 comrades in arms yesterday, the most morale-destroying loss was the loss of a frigate. On the other hand, on the side of the sea beasts, except for the great white shark that was injured, the other 2 sea beasts are all fine, and they can almost be regarded as in full condition ever since. Many people pinned their hopes on the reinforcements, thinking that as long as the reinforcements arrived, the current crisis would be resolved to some extent. At this time, there are still soldiers praying in a low voice. The people in the Ability Management Bureau are all experienced people. With their support, they will definitely defeat these sea beasts. I heard that Lord Fengshen is also here. Lord Fengshen, there must be a way. When some supernatural beings from the Shyangtsung Bureau heard this, they couldn't hold back their face. They praised other supernatural beings in front of us. Isn't this a slap in the face? However, the people in the Shyangtsung Bureau also know that it is useless to show off at this time, because they really need to get support right now. Otherwise, they really can't even save themselves, and they are talking about salvaging meteorites. The ammunition consumption of the fleet is serious, and the fighter jets that took off yesterday also consumed a lot of gasoline and ammunition, and the energy consumption on board is particularly serious. At this time, the propeller of the ship was still entangled in plastic, and I couldn't walk even if I wanted to. In this case, I could only ask others for help. The cruiser is also urgently calling for reinforcements. How long will it take for you to arrive? The situation here is already very dangerous. There are still 2 hours. You must persist for more than 2 hours. When the time comes, hand over the battlefield to us. Such an answer finally came from the intercom. There are still 2 hours for the reinforcements to arrive, so the Shyangtsung Bureau and the fleet still need to persist for a while. After getting this answer, the commander finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it is only 2 hours, that can still hold up. However, at this moment, the 3 sea beasts started to attack at the same time, and all of them started to display their abilities. The turtles were swaggeringly approaching the ship. The frigate could only keep firing shells to stop the turtles from approaching. Unfortunately, after a whole day of consumption, the ammunition on these ships is no longer enough, and the firepower today is obviously not as fierce as yesterday. The squid's tactics are still the same as before. First, it sprays out a stream of ink to cover its figure, then dives again, and after casting its power, it uses strong acid to attack. The strong acid wraps the hull of a frigate and begins to corrode if the battle is on land, let alone 3 sea beasts. Even 30 sea beasts are no problem. These sea beasts cannot be opponents of humans, but now the battlefield is at sea, and the weaknesses of humans are obvious. As long as the ships are lost at sea, there will be no foothold. Therefore, the squid's tactics are the most vicious. As long as the ships are destroyed one by one, then the human beings will have no foothold, and the balance of victory will be completely tilted towards the sea beasts. As for the great white shark, it didn't pretend to be any more at this time, and it also started to display its abilities. Suddenly, a lot of plastic appeared in the surrounding seawater. After these plastics condensed, they turned into a big hand, and began to grab the deck of the ship. Everyone in the Shyangtsung Bureau saw this scene, and immediately realized that the great white shark's ability is indeed to manipulate plastic. Previously, no one had ever had the ability to manipulate plastic. For this kind of man-made object, it seemed that the ability would not favor it. But now that the facts were in front of them, everyone could only believe the situation before them, that the great white shark could manipulate plastic. Gong Changfa took out the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, "Members of the Shyangtsung Bureau, let's do it. Linzai, use supernatural powers to wrap the hull, so that the ship cannot be corroded. The situation is bad now, and the only hope of survival is to stick to it for 2 hours, and wait for the arrival of reinforcements." In order to persist, the supernatural beings can no longer hide their secrets, and they have to show what they have in the bottom of the box. Guang Changfa has no idea. Although there are many supernatural powers on his side, Many of them are not suitable for fighting. The few supernatural powers that are suitable for combat may not be able to show their true strength at sea. Therefore, the next battle situation, Guang Changfa did not dare to expect too much. The great white shark controlled the plastic particles in the seawater to condense into palms, and began to sweep towards the ship. The great white shark was also very greedy. The first target of the sweep was the cruiser. There were hundreds of soldiers on the cruiser. As long as the soldiers could be swept away, then most of these soldiers will die in Huangquan. Shui, the big plastic hand was 5 or 6 meters thick, and swept across the cruiser. Even fighter jets couldn't stop such an attack, and swept down the deck on the spot. Guang Changfa rushed forward at this moment, punched the center of the plastic palm, and shouted, "Chaos and disorder!" Wow, Guang Changfa, such a small person, rushed up, and it seemed that he couldn't stop the plastic palm at all, but when Guang Changfa successfully touched the plastic, he instantly cast his supernatural ability. I saw that the originally strong and huge plastic palm began to melt in an instant, and the plastic turned into liquid, flowing continuously on the deck, but it could no longer condense. The principle of Guang Changfa's trick is actually very simple. Since the object controlled by the great white shark is plastic, his attack must be based on the characteristics of plastic. Plastic is a high molecular polymer, and there are many chemical bonds connecting each other, so plastic it is so strong, but as long as the chemical bonds in it are broken by using supernatural powers, then these plastic molecules cannot be combined together, and eventually become liquid. When Guang Changfa used this ability, the people who saw it were all amazed. They didn't expect that the supernatural being on his side also had such powerful strength. It's amazing. It turns out that the supernatural beings on our side can also fight. Many soldiers were talking to themselves when they saw this scene. When Zukai saw that the captain had already cast his supernatural powers, he couldn't care less about it now, and then he climbed to the top of the ship's mast. There was a basket here, which is usually the place where observers stay, but now it was placed by him. Occupy, frenzied. Electric waves. Zukai also began to display his abilities. He can release violent electric waves to the surroundings. The electric waves can penetrate the hull. As long as they are within a certain range, human beings will be affected. The moment Zukai cast his power, the soldiers and power users on the cruiser were all affected by the radio waves. Their eyes became blood red, and they felt manic for no reason, and this feeling reacted on the body, making everyone's strength and speed have improved. Guang Changfa was also affected by this radio wave, and he felt that he was full of energy all over his body, and his thinking was a little confused. Zukai, you did a great job. Now, with me on board, these strange sea beasts, it is impossible to damage the ship. Kai's supernatural powers can not only act on the human body, but also supernatural beings. Those affected by the radio waves will become manic. However, correspondingly, everyone's sanity will also be affected. Strength and speed are strengthened, but thinking ability will be weakened instead. At this moment, the fleet can't run away even if they want to. There is no other way but to fight to the death, so Zukai will use this ability at this time, and the range that the radio waves released by Zukai can affect is very small, only the surrounding area, so except for the people on the cruiser who were affected, the people on the other ships did not respond at all, and the radio waves could not reach such a far place. After a night of rest, Linzai regained her physical strength. It just so happened that the squid was hiding under the boat she was on. After casting the supernatural power, the seawater around the frigate instantly became sour, and Linzai had no choice but to take action. There are all kinds of ions in seawater. As long as they can form colloids, they can protect the hull from being affected. Yuang, come here and grab the rope. If you find danger, pull me up immediately. Linzai said to the man beside her. After finishing speaking, Linzai tied a rope around his body, and handed the other end of the rope to Yuang. His ability is to strengthen muscles, which is exactly the same as Jiang Kui's ability, and it is not very useful in naval battles. However, his strength was enough to ensure that he handed over the rope to him. As long as he found danger, Linzai might be pulled up at any time. Yuang grabbed the rope, twisted it around her hand twice to make sure she would not let go, and then said, "Okay, don't worry, I will hold on to it firmly, just go on, Lin." Zai got the assurance from her companion, so she didn't say much at this time. She jumped directly into the seawater, and the moment she touched the surface of the water, she immediately began to cast her supernatural power. "Change for me, Lin." Zai punched the seawater, and the surrounding countless ions instantly formed a gel, but in an instant, The gel disappeared, and Lindsay just fell straight into the sea. Help me. Lindsay didn't expect such a situation to happen. Before that, Bai Ling's supernatural ability had been tried a lot, but now it failed in an instant, and he could only call for help in a hurry if the process of casting the ability went smoothly. Lindsay should have landed on the gel just like yesterday, but Lindsay didn't expect that her ability would fail. The gel disappeared in an instant, and she fell into the water. Na Yuang didn't dare to be negligent. She grabbed the rope and pulled it up hard, pulling Lindsay back to put it on again. A soldier nearby brought a bucket of clean water and said, "Rinse it quickly, don't be corroded by the acid water." Lindsay still cared about her own image. It would be too miserable if she was disfigured by acid water, so Lindsay grabbed the bucket and poured it on her head, washing away all the acid water on her body. Unexpectedly, my ability has failed, and I can't condense the colloid around the ship, Lindsay said with an ugly face. Na Yuang thought for a while and said, "This may be due to the acidity. Now the seawater around the hull is all acidic. In this environment, colloids cannot be formed. Even if they are formed, they will still be dissolved. Then, what should we do now? Do we have to watch the boat under our feet corrode?" Lindsay asked hastily. Na Yuang shook her head, expressing that there was nothing she could do. The artillery fire on the ship suddenly became rarer, and the shells were almost exhausted. Taking advantage of this moment, the turtle suddenly accelerated, and began to charge towards the frigate. Boom! The turtle slammed into the frigate and made a dull sound. Feeling such a violent vibration, the soldiers on board almost failed to stand still. The frigate tilted, but the captain had no choice but to order an electric shock to shock the turtle and make it leave. Now the situation is getting worse, ammunition is running out, and the sea beast's side is almost undamaged. Many people present are desperate, including many people from the Xiangsong Bureau. Not all supernatural beings are as powerful as Gong Changfa, and many of them have only been strengthened physically, unable to even control other substances, and their lives are threatened at sea. Even if they want to run, they can find it. Without a place to escape, these people immediately became pessimistic. We were deceived by Gong Changfa. He said that after salvaging the meteorite, we can become famous and admired by the world, but he can protect himself. What should we do now? It was for meritorious service, but now it seems that meritorious service is hopeless, and now even my own life is not guaranteed. It is like losing my wife and losing my army. The captains knew that the cannonballs could no longer pose a threat to these giant sea beasts. Sea turtles have a strong ability to recover. The purpose of exposing their shells before was to consume the cannonballs. Its purpose has been achieved, and the speed of the great white shark underwater is extremely fast. Quick, underwater missiles can't hit it either. As for the underwater squid, as long as they find that a missile has locked themselves, they will immediately run into the deep water, and come up again after the missile loses its target. It can be said that in sea combat, the fleet's advantage has been completely lost. All ships turn on the high-voltage electricity to avoid the approach of sea beasts. The commander responded to the situation in front of him. The ships reacted quickly, putting the high-voltage coils in the water one after another, and then began to energize. Now, I can only hope that the seawater after energization will make the giant sea beasts inaccessible. As for the next battle, most of them can only rely on supernatural beings. Chapter 381. Probably after the fleet started electrifying the surrounding seawater, the battlefield was indeed quiet for a while. Even the giant sea beasts could not withstand the powerful electric shock. In the water, the piranha seemed to have no enemies, but in fact its natural enemy was the electric eel. Once the electric eel was electrified, then it can kill dozens of piranhas around in an instant. Right now, the stopped fleet is like an electric eel surrounded by piranhas. Only by discharging can it protect itself. However, when the power is exhausted, the sea beast will eventually timing of attack. Not long after the electricity was turned on, bad news came from the frigate under Lindsay. There is a water leak in the cabin. Stop the electricity. Now, the seawater has entered the cabin, which is acidic water. If the electricity continues to be turned on, the soldiers who repaired the loopholes will be electrocuted to death. Therefore, the ship has no choice but to stop the discharge, and at the same time, it has to pump water while repairing the ship. It's a pity that the sea beast didn't intend to let the people on this boat go. Taking advantage of the water leakage of the boat, the great white shark kept approaching at this time, and even rushed towards the frigate at a speed as fast as leaving the boat. String of arrows. Be careful, the sea beast is coming. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. especially the people on the frigate. When the great white shark came to the front of the frigate, it suddenly cast its supernatural ability, and the entire front body was immediately blocked by plastic. There are many plastic particles in the seawater. This is the evil result of human beings polluting the environment at will. If there is no pollution, then the great white shark's ability is completely useless. But now, the great white shark can use plastic to attack at any time. Boom! The great white shark as big as a hill slammed into the frigate. The outer wall of the frigate had already been corroded by acid water. A lot loopholes. The great white shark hit the outer wall, and the huge impact force shattered the protective plastic in front of it. These plastics were all floating on the water surface, ranging from big to small, with different colors, red and green. As for the frigate, a dozen large holes appeared on the spot. The acidified seawater poured into the cabin on the spot. As long as the soldiers were exposed to the acidic water, their skin would soon become red and swollen. Therefore, the personnel who repaired the leaks could only wear diving suits to isolate the external acidic water and continue to repair. However, seawater entered the cabin like a fountain, and all the pumps on the boat had been started, and the sound of rumbling never stopped. The accumulated water in the cabin was continuously drained, but the water depth in the cabin was still increasing. After seeing this scene, the people on the deck couldn't help but worry. The ship has become what it is now. How long can the boat under the feet last? The battle has only lasted 30 minutes, and it will take an hour and a half before the reinforcements arrive. However, the ships on our side are almost unable to hold on. I could feel that the waterline of the ship was rising continuously, which meant that the ship was sinking. If the collision continued, there would be more holes on the ship. Yuang, hurry up and find the life jacket, and get ready to run away anytime. Seeing that the situation was not good, Linzai hurriedly said to Yuang beside her. Yuang also followed suit immediately. At this time, I can't trust the boat under my feet. The ammunition is seriously depleted, but the sea beasts are still attacking. If this continues, the boat will sink sooner or later. Put on the life jacket first, otherwise, when they fall into the water, those who can't swim will be really bad. However, at this moment, the sea turtles on the side also swam towards this side, and the rest of the boats were all electrified. As long as the surrounding seawater approached, they would be shocked by electric shocks, but on the leaking boat, the high-voltage electricity had been turned off. There is no need to worry about getting an electric shock when approaching this boat. The only bad thing is that the seawater here is corrosive. Even great white sharks need to use plastic as a barrier in front of them. The sea turtle has rough skin and thick flesh, so it doesn't care about these things at this time. It starts to collide when it closes its eyes. The only weak point of the sea turtle exposed to the outside is the eyes, so, as long as the eyelids are closed, the vital point will be protected. Boom! The already leaky frigate was hit hard, and the water suddenly became serious, and the weight of the sea turtle was completely different from that of the great white shark. When the impact of the sea turtle was over, the outer wall of the frigate was produced. The ship was sunken, and the ship inevitably tilted, and some soldiers could not stand still and fell into the sea. At this time, they could only swim towards the distance with all their strength. Linzai firmly grasped the railing, and put on the life jacket. By the way, the inclination of the ship's hull was actually not that great, but this was just the second collision and it became like this. If it doesn't sink, it will definitely roll over. Seeing this situation, Yuang also panicked a little. He looked at Linzai and said, "What should we do now? The boat can't last too long. If we continue, we will fall into the water too." Linzai frowned and didn't speak, but she also knew that she needed to find a chance to escape now. But if it was just swimming, her speed was too slow, and the danger in the water would come at an unknown time. If a school of fish suddenly appeared in the sea, there would be no chance to escape in the sea. The captain of the frigate has ordered the soldiers below to find out the inflatable boat and start pumping it up. As long as there is an order, everyone will board the boat and sail towards the rest of the boats. I abandoned one boat yesterday, but now I am very helpless. Yes, the second ship was also jettisoned. The great white shark suddenly disappeared at this time. You only need to think a little bit to understand that the current great white shark is probably the same as last night. The reason why it stays away from here is to drive the fish. Surrounded by sea beasts, it is impossible to approach them at will, but these treacherous sea beasts have also learned to gobble up wolves, drive the fish in the sea, and let the fish eat the humans in the water. Linzai finally spoke at this time, and she whispered to Yuang, "At the critical moment, I will use my supernatural ability, and I will be very weak at that time, so you have to run with my back on your back, Otherwise, I will die fish belly, Nai. Yuang nodded without thinking and replied, don't worry, I will definitely do it, and I will be able to take you away by then. In addition to Lin Zai and Na Yuang, there are two other supernatural beings from the Xiangsong Bureau on this boat, and these two people also gathered together and began to discuss the next action in a low voice. When encountering danger, people always it's the habit of looking for the right person to rely on, even for supernatural beings at this time. The impact of the sea turtle came again. The huge body of the sea turtle slammed into the frigate fiercely, and the frigate inevitably tilted at a full 30 degrees. If not, then everyone will inevitably fall into the water. This time the impact was even more fatal. There was a huge crack on the frigate. It became what it is now after being hit. Seawater kept pouring into it. Such a big crack appeared on the hull, and it can no longer be repaired. The soldiers hurriedly left the cabin, ready to find an opportunity to leave after the seawater entered the power room. The huge engine inside the power room itself was now soaked in the icy seawater, and after being cooled and heated, it unexpectedly exploded. Boom! There was a loud noise that shocked everyone, and a huge flame appeared on the already tilted frigate, and the soldiers nearby were immediately deaf. The appearance of such a huge explosion was enough to deafen people's ears. Billowing black smoke rose from the power room, and the tilted hull continued to sink. The flames mixed with the sound of explosions made the water extremely lively. The black smoke billowed up, and the strong wind blew in, making the pillars formed by the smoke tilt instantly. The uncooled engine is still at a high temperature, and the seawater is continuously evaporating, and only the sound of chi-chi can be heard from the water surface, and white smoke immediately appears on the water surface, and the whole ship is blacked out. Fog and white mist were shrouded, and people in the distance couldn't see the situation on the boat clearly. The matter has come to this point, and the captain also understands that the ship under his feet is bound to sink, so he can only make a difficult decision: all aboard, leave immediately, divide into 3 directions, go to the other 3 ships, don't be crowded. As soon as the order was given, the soldiers immediately started to act. First, they threw the kayaks on the sea surface, and then jumped into the water. Gasoline boats, one of which was naturally taken by the captain and the staff, and the other was snatched by 2 supernatural beings. The 2 supernatural beings generously invited the surrounding soldiers and said, "Brothers, come with us on the boat, the gasoline boat is faster." The soldiers were all moved by the words of these 2 supernatural beings. They didn't expect that when they were fleeing for their lives, these supernatural beings would still think of themselves. It was really not easy. Lin Zai, who was in the distance, saw this scene, and immediately cursed inwardly for being despicable. Originally, whoever snatched this small boat would count it as his own, but these 2 guys invited other soldiers to ride together, which is equivalent to disguised after declaring sovereignty. Others have no reason to compete with them for boats. Na Yuan quickly asked, "Are we going to set off too?" Lin Zai nodded and said, "Row the boat first. My ability can only be used at the last moment." Hearing this, Na Yuan quickly threw the boat from the tilted boat, and then jumped into the water. Lin Zai also jumped down at this time. The 2 of them arrived on the inflatable boat and immediately rowed vigorously. "Find a safe place as soon as possible. Now I can only do my best." Lin Zai and Na Yuan chose the cruiser. Among other things, Guang Changfa and Zhu Kai on board alone can protect them. In addition, Sun Yan's ability can also play a role at critical moments. Therefore, the cruiser up is the safest place. However, at this moment, the sonar detected that something had happened underwater, and more than 100 large fishes were swimming towards the fleet, and these fishes were also driven by great white sharks. Moreover, these large fishes, the species is the vicious tiger shark. Tiger sharks are known for their ferocity and cruelty. They eat almost anything, whether it is turtles or other sharks. When they are extremely hungry, they will eat whatever they see, and even eat gasoline barrels. Now, there are more than 100 sharks in the water. Many soldiers are fleeing for their lives. In the eyes of tiger shark, this is simply a gift from God. What are you waiting for? Let's eat. Lin Zai and Na Yuan paddled the boat for a few minutes, but the school of fish arrived in an instant. At this time, Lin Zai also had to do it, and punched the water surface. Glue formed, and a road already led to the cruiser in the distance. After using this trick, Lin Zai fell helplessly on the boat and said weakly, "Hurry up, take me and run now." Nai Yuan was also unambiguous. She jumped onto the gel with Lin Zai on her back, and started running towards the cruiser in the distance. Now these ships have stopped being powered, otherwise, as long as people approach the ship, They will be electrocuted to death on the spot. The tiger sharks were already very hungry. When they were expelled to the side of the fleet, they immediately saw small boats in the water, and some soldiers with good water skills gave up the small boats and were swimming in the water. In the eyes of sharks, it is delicious. Chapter 382. After the tiger sharks swam to the waters in the middle of the fleet, they immediately started biting at the moving objects. First, the soldiers who fell into the water rushed up and bit them, and the blood immediately flowed into the sea. These tiger sharks smelled blood. It suddenly became crazier. Help! Help! The wounded soldiers shouted for help. The pain in their bodies continued to hit, and the despair in their hearts was also deepening, but it was too late for other people to escape. How could they care about other people? So all the people on the boat were rowing hard. There were also soldiers who couldn't help hating tiger sharks, took out their guns and fired into the water. At the beginning, the effect was not bad. The bullets hit several tiger sharks and killed one unlucky tiger shark. But the tiger shark then dived into the depths of the water. The effective killing range of the bullet in the water is only 3 or 4 meters. When the tiger shark dives, the bullet loses the possibility of killing at this time. People can only continue rowing, but how can such a ferocious tiger shark let go of the fat in its mouth, and immediately rush up again, continuing to bite the soldiers in the water? The number of swimming soldiers is always too small. So a tiger shark aimed at the inflatable boat, and began to bite the boat after rushing up. Once the boat leaked, the soldiers would still fall into the water. There was a massacre on the surface of the water, and the tiger sharks were eating people wantonly, but people had nothing to do. The great white shark in the distance did not approach the fleet, but instead used its ability to sweep away people or objects on the deck with plastic. On the cruiser, there was Gong Changfa who could break up the plastic, but there was no such ability on the rest of the ships. In this regard, people can do nothing but hide in the cabin and avoid the plastic arms on the deck. Seeing this scene, Sun Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He aimed at the exposed dorsal fin of the great white shark, and a ball of flames emerged in front of him. It was a crimson flame, and the temperature of the surrounding air rose instantly when the great white shark passed by the side of the cruiser. Sun Yan instantly threw out the big fireball gathered in front of him. He had already predicted the position of the great white shark. At this moment, the fireball hit the great white shark instantly. The dorsal fin was scorched in an instant after being attacked so fiercely. The great white shark immediately felt severe pain in its back, and instinctively dived its body into the water, using the seawater to extinguish the flames on its dorsal fin. Under the attack of the flames, he was probably burned to death, but the giant sea beast was still too big, and the injury on the dorsal fin was not enough to kill the great white shark. On the contrary, it aroused the great white shark's viciousness. The great white shark's attack became more and more fierce at this time, controlling the arm made of plastic to beat the warship continuously. Although it is only plastic, it does not have much power when it hits a ship made of steel, but these plastics can be used at any time. There are too many plastics in the sea. If the plastic arm loses a little, it can be replenished immediately. Many ships have been beaten in this way, and the outer walls have also been dented. Blessings never come, but misfortunes never come singly. There are tiger sharks biting people in the water, and there are great white sharks on the surface of the water that use their abilities to continuously attack ships. At this time, the big turtle can't stand the loneliness, and can't turn on the high voltage when all the ships are receiving soldiers. Electricity, with its heavy body swimming, began to hit the ship. Boom! The sound of the great white shark beating and the impact of the sea turtle came one after another. There was no choice but to let the fighter jets launch and bomb the sea turtles with their shells exposed. Although this attack was futile, there was no other choice now. Use shells if so, at least it can procrastinate for a while. When the fighter jets started attacking the turtles, the attack rhythm of the turtles did slow down, but neither bullets nor missiles could cause substantial damage to the turtles. Na Yuang was running quickly with Lin Zai on her back at this time. Fortunately, Lin Zai's ability can create passages in the sea, which at least allows people to gain a foothold in the sea. The tiger shark wanted to bite the 2 people running on the gel, but it was blocked by the gel. The road formed by the gel was more than 30 meters wide and more than 10 meters thick, but the tiger shark was only 8 in size, 9 meters long. Still unable to tear the gel, but the tiger shark also has its own way, and that is to jump out of the water. The tiger shark jumped out of the water in the distance, and pounced straight at Na Yuang, who was running. Seeing this situation, Na Yuang didn't dare to underestimate it, and hurriedly dodged the tiger shark. The moment he dodged the tiger shark, He supported Linzai's waist with his left hand, and his right hand swelled instantly, and his tight muscles directly the clothes were torn apart, and then an uppercut was punched hard. Boom! Na Yuang punched the tiger shark in the abdomen with a powerful punch, which directly pierced the tiger shark's belly, and sent the tiger shark flying high. At the same time, Na Yuang's feet were inserted into the gel with a poof. The force was mutual. The tiger shark was sent flying, and Na Yuang was obviously affected by the reaction force. The gel was still not real. The road, unable to bear the huge force, immediately sank. Hurry up, we must go to the boat immediately, otherwise, we will be in danger. Linzai said weakly. No. Na Yuang pulled out her legs that were stuck in the gel and continued to run. However, at this moment, Na Yuang suddenly felt that her feet were empty and her whole body fell into the water. She couldn't help asking, Linzai, why did all the gels you made melt? Can you be more reliable? When Na Yuang realized that she couldn't step on the entity, she immediately realized that in this situation, the gel under her feet might have melted, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Linzai's face changed at this time, and he said quickly, hurry up, this is a squid coming up. Lin Zai knows best what her abilities look like. Although it is a soft gel, it is impossible to melt it in such a short period of time. Therefore, there is only one explanation for the disappearance of the gel under her feet, and that is melted by the acidic water used by the squid. When Na Yuang heard this answer, she was immediately dumbfounded. The squid had been hiding under the water before, and its attack method was just to use acid to corrode the ship. But now, the squid is going to come up. Could it be that they want to eat people? Before she had time to think about it, Na Yuang hurriedly paddled with Linzai on her back. Both of them were wearing life jackets, so they wouldn't sink into the water, so they could swim just by paddling. While Na Yuang was swimming vigorously, a tiger shark found someone falling into the water here, and the speed was very fast. Fast speed means it is very fresh, so it immediately swam over with its tail. Seeing this scene, Na Yuang immediately felt the pressure. She thought that with the help of Linzai's supernatural ability, there should be no problem in escaping, but now it seems that things are not what she imagined. The muscles can't exert strength at all. Even it is difficult to deal with the tiger shark. If the big squid also appears, it will really be over. Seeing that the tiger shark was getting closer and closer to her, Na Yuang didn't care about credit anymore. She grabbed Linzai with her backhand and threw it out. The direction of the throw was not the cruiser's side, but the tiger shark's direction. It seemed that Na Yuang he felt that the moving speed was still too slow with a burden on him, so he simply threw Linzai out, and he could delay himself. As for Linzai, he didn't need to worry about it. I will burn incense for you every year from now on. Go with peace of mind. Na Yuang couldn't care less about anything in order to survive. Although he felt a little guilty, after comforting himself, he immediately felt at ease. Na Yuang's way of thinking is very simple. I have already offered incense to you, then I don't owe you anything. Anyway, the speed of the two of us can't hide from the tiger shark, so it's better to save energy and let me survive. After Linzai was thrown out, she fell onto the sea on her back, and it was impossible for her to sink while wearing a life jacket, so she floated on the water. Na Yuang, you bastard. After Linzai was betrayed, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart, and the tiger shark had already approached, and Linzai couldn't help closing his eyes. Linzai regretted it very much at this moment. Why did she give up the hope of survival to her companions? Even if you are a companion, you can't just believe it casually. At this moment, you are the weakest, and you don't have any strength in your whole body, so you can only let others slaughter you. When the tiger shark saw Linzai on the surface of the water, it didn't show mercy. It opened its mouth and bit it. Its hundreds of teeth are extremely sharp. Once it bites, it will bite off 2 caddies of fat. However, at this moment, Linzai heard the sound of water. Suddenly, swoosh, a black shadow came out of the water and caught a tiger shark directly. Linzai didn't wait for the severe pain she imagined, so she couldn't help opening her eyes, but just after she opened her eyes, she was stunned. It turned out that at some point, a squid had appeared on the water surface, and its huge tentacles grabbed it. The tiger shark that swam over was immediately sent underwater. Immediately afterwards, a bright red stream appeared on the surface of the water, and the tiger shark was eaten by the squid. The whole body of this squid is purple-red, which is very close to the color of coral. This is also the life-saving ability of tropical animals. After imitating the color, it can reduce the probability of being discovered, and the huge eyes of the squid rolled around for a while. Linzai, who was staring at the water, couldn't stop watching at this moment. Lin Zai was completely hopeless. It seemed that he had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. He was not eaten by the tiger shark, but he still couldn't escape the squid's tentacles in the end. Wow! The squid stretched out a tentacle, entangled Lin Zai, and then dragged it underwater. The mouth of the squid is in the middle of the tentacles, which means it is underwater. Get into the mouth underwater. Lin Zai felt a greasy touch on her body, and felt nauseated for a while, and said in her heart, "My life is over." Lin Zai closed her eyes again. She never thought that she would die in the mouth of a sea beast. If she had known that she would not have gone to sea, if she hadn't chosen to go to sea, then she would not have been able to perish at sea. It's a pity that life cannot be repeated. Chance just when Lin Zai was in despair, a powerful voice appeared. "I'm coming." Immediately, there was a sound of. Lin Zai fell into the water again, but immediately left the water's surface. She quickly opened her eyes to look, but found that she was in midair, and the sea was below her, and one of the squid's tentacles broke off. He was twitching constantly on the surface of the water, and when he looked at himself, he was actually being hugged by a strange man and flying in the sky. With a paraglider on his back, Shen Feng controlled the direction of flight through supernatural powers. Now that the woman in his arms opened her eyes, she said seriously, "You have to thank me. If I hadn't appeared in time, you would have been played with tentacles by a squid. It is a great loss for a beautiful girl like you to be treated like this." Lin Zai couldn't understand the tentacle play that Shen Feng said, but she heard Shen Feng's voice, and instantly remembered, "Isn't this Shen Feng? I saw Shen Feng at the award ceremony in Yanjing before, but at that time Shen Feng was wearing a wolf fur cloak, dressed like a mountain eagle, so Lin Zai's impression stayed here." "Shen Feng? You saved me." Lin Zai suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart at this moment. Back then, Lin Zai also participated in Guang Changfa's plan to flatter Guang Changfa, and Shen Feng was also on the list, but now, he himself but was saved by Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't answer, first flew to the cruiser and landed, put Lin Zai on the ground, and then asked, "Who is in charge here? How is the situation now?" Chapter 383. Shen Feng put down Lin Zai, who was in his arms. The reason why he appeared here was because of the captain's request. He heard that the situation in the Xiangsong Bureau was bad, but the speed of the ship was limited, so it was impossible to arrive in time. Those who can only get rid of those who can fly will come to support first, and the only one who can get rid of is Shen Feng. Although Chang Haoji can fly, his speed is too slow. It is now winter in the northern hemisphere, and the cold wind from Siberia is still blowing southward. This monsoon can blow all the way to the southern Pacific Ocean. Therefore, Shen Feng only needs to take off, and then he doesn't even need to use supernatural powers, and he can go all the way with the wind. Fly to the Xiangsong Bureau. What you need to worry about most in the sea is the sea beasts that may appear in the sea at any time. Apart from sea beasts, Shen Feng is not worried about anything. Even if he encounters a storm, he can protect himself. Can also fly. When Shen Feng came to the battlefield, he immediately saw a puff of black smoke billowing up. Looking carefully, a ship was about to sink. Black and white mist shrouded the ship's surroundings, and the tiger shark, it kept eating people in the water, and there was even a big squid floating in the sea, about to attack a woman. So, without even thinking about it, Shen Feng started to save people. 100 wind blades flew out, cutting off the squid's tentacles on the spot, and then brought Lin Zai to the boat. Shen Feng put Lin Zai on the boat, and then began to ask about the situation. "How is the current situation? The reinforcements will arrive in an hour." A group of people from the Xiangsong Bureau saw Shen Feng appearing here, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, they really hated Shen Feng. This makes the establishment of the Xiangsong Bureau seem like a joke. Everyone knows that the people who caused the collapse of the corpse tide were Shen Feng and the Ability Management Bureau, plus Li Qi from the laboratory at most. As for the Xiangsong Bureau, do not know so. Because of jealousy, the Xiangsong Bureau regarded Shen Feng as an enemy. If Shen Feng had not owned his own territory, they would find a way to drive Shen Feng to the back country. But now, seeing Shen Feng appearing here, it means that other reinforcements will arrive soon. As long as they persist for a while, they will be saved. From this point of view, Shen Feng has brought hope to everyone at this moment. Lin Zai could only nod slightly to Shen Feng, and said, "Shen Feng, thank you." Shen Feng waved his hand, wanting to ask about the specific situation. Guang Changfa came out at this time, without talking nonsense, and started to answer directly. "Shen Feng, I am the captain of the Xiangsung Bureau. The current situation is that 3 sea beasts use their abilities to threaten us. The giant squid is 500 meters long. The ability is to use strong acid to corrode the hull. The turtle has the largest body, but the slowest speed. Control plastic. Control plastic. Shen Feng was a little surprised when he heard this answer. He never thought that there is an ability to control plastic. However, Shen Feng didn't have time to be surprised now. He took out the walkie-talkie and started to contact the fleet, saying directly, "Tell Li Qi to let her mainly investigate the weakness of the squid. Now it seems that the squid is the easiest sea beast to kill. If you have time, investigate the weaknesses of sea turtles and great white sharks." In the Northern Fleet, Li Qi was informed by Shen Feng, and immediately understood his mission, so he immediately walked to the library and said, "Is there a complete collection of marine life? I want to check the information." Chang Jianyi followed Li Qi and asked, "Dr. Li, you are only reading now, is it a temporary cramming?" Li Qi found the Encyclopedia of Marine Life, and then began to watch it. While looking for information on squid, he explained to Chang Jianyi, "Little brother, there is nothing wrong with cramming temporarily. The squid's weakness is the best. If you can't find it, there is no loss, and I believe your brother-in-law has his own reasons for saying this." Li Qi knew that the battle with the sea beast was about to begin. At this moment, he should trust Shen Feng's judgment unconditionally. Since Shen Feng said to investigate the squid's weakness, then investigate it, then I'll check the weaknesses of turtles and sharks too. Chang Jianyi thought for a while, and started to act. The battlefield is the easiest opportunity to learn. Chang Jianyi doesn't like to read at home. He only teaches teachers at home. Only when asked will he be reluctant to read, but now, Chang Jianyi can only actively prepare for the need to use knowledge. When the book is used, there will be little hatred, and it is not difficult to know what is going on. This truth can only be understood after personal experience. After Shen Feng notified Li Qi of the sea beast, he immediately jumped off the boat. When he jumped off, he cast a supernatural power to summon the gust of wind, and flew towards the water with a gust of wind. There are still many soldiers in the water now. More than 100 tiger sharks are still chasing and killing the soldiers in the water. Shen Feng's goal is to rescue all the soldiers in the water. Seeing Shen Feng's ability to come and go freely at this time, Sun Yan couldn't help admiring. "It's really amazing. With such a good ability, you can go wherever you want at any time. You are indeed Feng Shen." After hearing this, Zukai couldn't help coughing softly. Ahem. He knew that what the captain disliked the most was others showing off in front of him, and now, Sun Yan had committed this taboo. Sun Yan came back to his senses, and suddenly remembered that now that the captain is still by his side, he praised the hated guy in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to destroy his own prestige by aggravating others. "Boss, I'm not saying that you are inferior to Shen Feng. What I mean is that everyone has their own strengths. Boss, you must be stronger than Shen Feng." Sun Yan quickly defended his inappropriate words. Just now Gong Changfa's face was very calm at this time, and he said lightly, "I'm not that stingy, don't be too nervous. You are right, everyone has their strengths. Shen Feng may be in the air or on land. He has the advantage of reaching, but his disadvantage is also obvious. In the water battle, Shen Feng's ability will not be very strong. He doesn't even dare to go into the water. Of course, Gong Changfa hates others taking away his limelight, but this does not mean that Gong Changfa is a small-bellied guy. He is the son of a high-ranking official, but his vision is higher than ordinary people. At this moment, he can clearly realize that the gap with Shen Feng can also clearly see Shen Feng's weakness today. There are still more than 30 people alive at sea, and they are basically soldiers resisting the tiger shark attack on the boat. The soldiers hold rifles in their hands. Once a tiger shark approaches, they will shoot immediately, but once the bullets are exhausted, it was his time of death. But fortunately Shen Feng appeared at this time. "Give me your hand." Shen Feng shouted to a soldier on a boat, and the soldier quickly stretched out his hand. Shen Feng grabbed the person and flew up, then threw it to a nearby boat. The paraglider on Shen Feng's back can only bear the weight of 2 people at most, so Shen Feng can only save 1 person at a time. If Shen Feng catches 2 people, he will only be pulled into the water by the huge weight. The paraglider is designed for Shen Feng, so the design can only support Shen Feng's weight, but in a short period of time, it can also take a person for a short flight, and it can barely do it to save people. The squid that surfaced saw that Shen Feng was saving people, and immediately became angry. In its eyes, No matter whether it was the nearby tiger shark or the humans in the water, they could only be its rations. As a result, some humans dared to snatch it. Food, that is to challenge its majesty, so it immediately waved its hand and attacked Shen Feng in the air. Regardless of these, Shen Feng still used the advantage of being able to fly to save people. The people on board and in the water immediately stretched out their hands after seeing Shen Feng diving, waiting to be rescued by Shen Feng. When the squid's tentacles attacked Shen Feng only needed to move his mind, and he could immediately condense thousands of wind blades to cut off the huge tentacles. Puff, puff, one after another wind blade pierced into the squid's body, and the tentacles finally fell into the sea. When they fell, perhaps due to the stimulation of acid, these tentacles were still twitching and twisting constantly. Tiger sharks don't care whether the things in the water are human or not, as long as they can move, they will eat them, so the tentacles that fall into the water immediately become the feed of tiger sharks. The tentacles were eaten. The squid encountered Shen Feng's counterattack, and immediately understood that the human beings flying in the sky are not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, the squid dived into the water again, and released acid towards another frigate, preparing to corrode other ships. After the ships are corroded, the humans on board will still fall into the water now. The battlefield is at sea, and the sea beast is not in a hurry at all. As long as it can win the final victory, the sea beast would rather do it slowly. The tiger shark was attracted by the two crazy twisted tentacles that fell into the water, so it immediately swam to the tentacles and began to bite. Shen Feng took this opportunity to take away the remaining 30 people one by one, and Shen Feng's behavior also won the favor of all soldiers. Fengshen. Fengshen. The soldiers on the boat were shouting Shen Feng's nickname. Obviously Shen Feng's nickname was Strong Grass in the Wind, but it was not as simple as Fengshen. For a while, everyone looked at Shen Feng with admiration. This kind of fiery eyes does not exist when looking at other supernatural beings. The reason why Shen Feng is admired by many soldiers is also very simple, that is, Shen Feng's consistent approach has aroused the favor of everyone. In this summer, Shen Feng took people to Jinxiang for disaster relief, and beheaded the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. His prestige has already climbed to a very high level, and at this moment, Shen Feng personally rescued the people in the water, and the longing mood of the soldiers present couldn't be further increased. Shen Feng listened to the titles of Fengshen reverberating in the air, and felt a little proud in his heart, but this kind of pride could not be expressed, because at this time, some soldiers discovered that the seawater around the frigate had turned sour, which meant that the battle is still going on. If the squid is not resolved, then the threat of the fleet will never be eliminated. Shen Feng landed on the cruiser and put away the paraglider on his back. He knew that if the squid could not be dealt with, the ship would be in danger of sinking at any time, and the only sea beast he had a chance to defeat seemed to be the squid. Sea turtles have a strong self-healing ability, and great white sharks are too fast in the water. No matter how you look at it, squids are the easiest to deal with. Of course, turtles are also the biggest threat. That's why Shen Feng notified Li Qi to investigate the squid's weakness. As long as it is an animal, it will have weaknesses. First kill the squid and solve the threat to the ship, and then the next battle will be possible to win. When Shen Feng was thinking about how to deal with the squid, Lin Zai leaned on the railing on the cruiser and yelled at Na Yuang on board, "You bastard, you clearly agreed to cooperate, but in the end you threw me into the tiger shark. Why don't you die? How can there be a scum like you in the world?" Lin Zai encountered betrayal for the first time, and if Shen Feng hadn't appeared in time to rescue her, she would have been reduced to the squid's breakfast at this time. And Na Yuang had climbed onto the boat slowly, and now Lin Zai saw Na Yuang's face. An impulse to kill immediately emerged in his heart. Although Na Yuang knew that he did something wrong, but now he is unwilling to admit it, and is still trying to defend himself. The situation was critical at the time, and I couldn't take care of so much. I definitely couldn't swim with you on my back. If you are overtaken at any distance, it's better to count as one if you can run. Besides, aren't you still alive and well now? Hearing this, Lin Zai almost exploded with anger. If she was not weak and unable to move, she wished to kill Na Yuang directly. "You wait for me. It is best not to sleep too hard when you sleep at night, otherwise you will die. I can't see the sun the next day." Lin Zai is furious now, but he can't find a way to vent it. After much deliberation, he can only speak harshly. As for whether he will take revenge after regaining his physical strength, that will be discussed at that time. After all, it is forbidden by the headquarters. The able ones are not allowed to kill each other. Chapter 384. Guang Changfa and Sun Yan have been watching the situation in the sea all the time, so they naturally know what happened to Lin Zai. Now Lin Zai is blaming Na Yuang, but Na Yuang is so stubborn that she never admits her mistake. This approach seems understandable, but it is not conducive to the unity of the Xiangsong Bureau. The members of the Xiangsong Bureau are almost all the second-generation officials, so they have no idea of obeying each other. Although Guang Changfa is the captain, he can't order the players at will. This time, Guang Changfa deliberately concealed the risk of going to sea. The increase in income encouraged a group of people to go to sea with him now. Guang Changfa stood up, walked up to Na Yuang, and asked loudly, "You threw your partner into the mouth of the shark just to save your own life. This kind of behavior is tantamount to killing people. You still don't know how to repent. Now I will let you know the consequences of betraying your companions." After finishing speaking, Guang Changfa punched Na Yuang on the chest. Na Yuang wanted to resist, but when Guang Changfa punched her, she immediately knelt on the ground, and then her whole body was in pain, with blood in her mouth and nose flow out. "Ah, Guang Changfa, you dare to hit me? My father has never hit me before. It hurts so much, ah." Na Yuang fell to the ground in an instant, still swearing. With a punch, his face was full of disbelief. Guang Changfa looked at Na Yuang, who fell on the ground, and said lightly, "This is your punishment. In the next 10 days, your muscles will continue to break down. Isn't your ability to strengthen your muscles? Wait for you to recover. After the muscle is broken, it will continue to break, and this pain will continue until you admit your mistake." Zhu Kai couldn't help being a little shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. He didn't expect a boss to have such a cruel side. Could it be that his kindness was just pretending before Zhu Kai? Guang Changfa then called out, "Captain, I'm here." Zhu Kai quickly replied. Zhu Kai doesn't want to be in trouble now. Fortunately, he has never sinned against the captain, and the captain will not do anything to him at this time. Take this guy down and lock him up, and deliver meals on time every day. After 10 days, see his attitude of admitting his mistakes. If his attitude is good, I will let him go. If his attitude is not good, then continue to hurt him. Guang Changfa said calmly. Zhu Kai quickly complied, grabbed Na Yuang's foot and was about to leave, but Na Yuang had no strength to resist, and all the big muscles in her body had been broken, and these muscles were composed of muscle fibers one by one. Now these muscle fibers are being broken one by one, and Na Yuang can only scream. Zhu Kai grabbed Na Yuang's feet and dragged him into the cabin, intending to find an empty room to lock him up, muttering as he walked, "This punch took 20 years of effort, can you resist it?" Na Yuang wanted to try to use supernatural powers to connect the muscles on her body, but it was futile. As soon as the muscle fibers were connected, there was a mysterious force in her body that destroyed the muscle fibers, and the pain would continue keep showing up. Human activities are realized by the contraction of muscles, and once the muscle fibers are broken or atrophied, the person will experience muscle weakness and even be unable to move. Severe muscle weakness is completely impossible to move, even raising hands less than Na Yuang is currently showing severe symptoms. When being dragged by Zhu Kai, his head kept hitting the stairs, but he has no solution. The pain on his head is much more exaggerated than the pain on his body. Shen Feng saw what was happening here, shrugged his shoulders, and pretended he didn't see it. Anyway, this is the matter of the Xiangsong Bureau itself, and it's best for him as an outsider not to meddle in other people's business. Guang Changfa walked slowly to Lin Zai's side, and said softly, "Lin Zai, what do you think of this method? I believe that after 10 days, Na Yuang will realize her mistake." Lin Zai originally thought that revenge would have to be done by himself, but now it seems that Guang Changfa helped him achieve this. As expected of the captain, this time's handling is really fair. "Captain, thank you for avenging me. I will follow you in the future. You are a qualified leader." Lin Zai said sincerely at this time. Her eyes were full of gratitude to Guang Changfa. Guang Changfa smiled. He would not be so kind to help Lin Zai. After all, the members of the Xiangsong Bureau are basically people with backgrounds. If everyone looks up and looks down, it would be too much if they really do everything right. Now that he has completed his plan to build up his prestige, Lin Zai has been taken back, and as soon as he publicizes this matter, the supernatural beings of the Xiangsong Bureau can only obediently obey his prestige, and no one can challenge this prestige. It's a good move to kill chickens and monkeys. Guang Changfa thought silently in his heart. He is also very narcissistic in some special situations. However, at this moment, The great white shark in the distance rushed over, stretched out a huge plastic arm in the water, and slapped it directly at the cruiser. Attack. After witnessing the attack method of the great white shark with his own eyes, Shen Feng also had to believe that there is indeed a supernatural ability to manipulate plastic. Gong Changfa is used to this kind of situation. When he saw the plastic arm falling from the sky and slapping it, he stretched out his hand and pushed it up. After flowing, it flowed into the sea along the gutter, and the attack of the great white shark was immediately resolved by Gong Changfa. Seeing this scene in the sky, Shen Feng couldn't help being taken aback, and said in his heart, "No wonder Mu Ying was injured by him. This guy's destructive ability is really too strong. Ordinary people can't be this guy's opponent at all. If you are against this guy, if the guys start fighting, be sure to avoid getting close." When Mu Ying hid in the small town pretending to be a beggar, she had already explained the reason. She had to hide and recuperate after being injured by Gong Changfa. Now that Shen Feng saw Gong Changfa's ability with his own eyes, he had to believe that it was really such a powerful destructive ability is no longer something ordinary people can do. At the same time, the sea turtle in the distance also moved. The huge sea turtle was like a small island, and it rushed straight towards the ship. However, the frigate turned on the high voltage electricity at this time, directly electrifying the sea turtles to keep rolling, and the water surface was turbulent. While flying in the sky, Shen Feng tried to attack the turtle with a wind blade. Most of the turtle's shell was exposed on the sea surface. As long as he attacked, he would definitely hit it. Hundreds of wind blades tentatively started to attack first. The wind blades landed on the back of the turtle, but they heard the sound of jingling. But in an instant, the turtle's shell has been repaired. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. He had never seen such a powerful recovery ability. There had been tank-type zombies with strong recovery ability before, but it was not as strong as the abnormal strength of the sea turtle. Now the three sea beasts have their own means, and are hiding in the sea. Under such circumstances, it is still too difficult to kill the giant sea beasts. Not long after, a message came from a frigate: "The cabin is leaking, pump up the water quickly, and the professionals are going to repair the cabin." Another ship was corroded by octopus acid, and leaks appeared in weak places on the ship. If it continued, this ship would also sink. Fortunately, Shen Feng saw the northern fleet appearing at this time. He was finally relieved, and hurried. The fleet finally arrived at the battlefield in time, and it should be able to take over the battle now. Except for Shen Feng, who saw the fleet, the soldiers on the other ships also saw the fleet's appearance, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The reinforcements finally arrived, and they were finally safe. Now the three giant sea beasts also sensed something was wrong. It seemed that another ship had appeared in the north. Could this be the rescue force of human beings? After the fleet appeared, apart from anything else, more than 50 underwater missiles were launched, all of which were aimed at the squids underwater. When the squid saw this scene, it still used the old method to drill directly to the bottom of the water. As long as it got into the deep sea, the missile would lose its target. And once the squid enters the deep sea, the distance from the sea surface increases, and then there is no need to use its ability to control strong acid to corrode the ship. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the leaky frigate immediately repaired the cabin, and the water pump pumped out all the accumulated water in the cabin. When the squid reappeared, the fleet fired underwater missiles again, forcing the squid to dive into the deep sea. Obviously, Shen Feng's fleet had already studied the tactics of sea beasts, and the squid was the biggest threat, so all the underwater missiles were saved. It is enough to aim at the squid and launch it. It does not need to cause damage. It is enough to force the squid away from the ship. When the great white shark saw a fleet appear, it immediately shook its tail fin and rushed towards the fleet that had just appeared. While rushing, it condensed the plastic particles in the water. The plastic formed a barrier, which could resist attacks and be used as a weapon to strike fleet. When Guo Pinming saw this scene, he immediately took action, and brought a lot of iron ingots on the cruiser. The iron ingots weighing dozens of tons occupied a large space in the cabin, but these iron ingots were brought. That is valuable. Guo Pinming used his ability to turn all the iron ingots in the warehouse into liquid, and then attach to the cruiser's shell, enhancing the cruiser's defense. Boom! The great white shark hit hard on the shell of the cruiser. The plastic shattered in an instant, and the great white shark took advantage of the opportunity to bite it. Squeak! After the great white shark bit the shell, it made a sharp sound that made people's teeth sore, but then its teeth broke. The big ship made of steel, especially under the blessing of Guo Pinming's ability now, the shell of the cruiser is extremely strong. It cannot be something that can be bitten through casually. The great white shark broke a mouthful of teeth, and at this time, the fleet also launched underwater missiles. Seeing that the situation was not good, the great white shark needed to avoid being hit by the missiles, so it had to use the word Z to avoid the missiles' attack. Stay away from the fleet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the cruiser took 5 frigates to protect the damaged fleet. The damaged fleet had already consumed all the ammunition, while the fleet that just appeared still had enough ammunition, and learned a lot about sea beasts from the battlefield. Information. It took a long time to prepare, and even related tactics have been formulated. Now that it appears, it will immediately take over the battlefield. Miss Lee, do you have a way to deal with these 3 giant sea beasts? If there is no way, we can only consider a temporary retreat. In the library, a staff officer was asking Li Qi for his opinion, and Li Qi was already in the I have been sitting in the library for an hour, of which half an hour is spent reading, and another half hour is spent thinking quietly. When Li Qi heard the staff's question, he frowned and said, "The ocean is the world of sea beasts. It must be very difficult to kill sea beasts in the ocean, but it is not impossible. The role of missiles is not great. So, the method I recommend is to use poison. Use poison." The staff officer was stunned when he heard such an answer. As the only scientific researcher in the fleet today, Li Qi's words are still very important, but using poison as a means is easy to say, but it is not the same thing in practice, especially at sea. Poison go, Miss Lee, at sea, there is no poison on the fleet. The method you mentioned will not work now. The staff officer said helplessly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, The heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. In the sea, it is not so easy to kill giant sea beasts. If it is on land, the problem is undoubtedly very simple. An artillery battalion can solve all the sea beasts in front of such shells. The hills will be flattened, let alone sea beasts. So what if the recovery ability is strong, and it will consume all energy? But in the ocean, it is too simple for sea beasts to avoid missiles, just like squids. As long as they drill into the deep sea, there will be no problem. Therefore, Li Qi also proposed his own method, which is to use poison, especially highly poisonous. Although the means are disgraceful, as long as it is useful, the way to kill sea beasts is good idea. Regarding this method, no one can say that it is not good, but the disadvantage still exists. That is, there is no poison on board, so it becomes difficult to use poison at this time. Li Qi was also very helpless, and said, "Let us, the supernatural beings, discuss it first. Perhaps, the cooperation between the supernatural beings can have good results." Afterwards, Li Qi quickly contacted Shen Feng and asked Shen Feng to come back, and everyone had a meeting to discuss countermeasures. After Shen Feng landed, he quickly came to the library, which had become the office of the supernatural beings, and the soldiers could not object, but waited, aiming at the way squids corrode the hull. The fleet's method is very simple, that is to use missiles to expel them, and this is definitely not the way to go, because the number of missiles carried by warships is limited. Therefore, once the missiles are exhausted, everyone will still face the squid's acid attack. After Shen Feng sat down, he put the paraglider aside, stretched his arms, leaned on the seat and said, "If it is on land, my combat effectiveness is not to brag, it is better than those here. Everyone must be strong, but now at sea, my combat power is not worth mentioning. The next battle is mainly for you to find a way." Qiling thought for a while, and said seriously, "To tell you the truth, my ability is to use nitrogen gas, and liquid nitrogen can also be used in it. It is also fine to directly freeze seawater. Why don't I use my ability to turn the hull of the ship into 4 corners? The wick is frozen, and by then, the acid will not be able to corrode the hull. Isn't that alright?" Qiling felt that his method was very good. As long as the surroundings of the hull were frozen, the acid would not be able to exert its corrosive effect. Everyone present nodded, thinking that this idea was very good, but Li Qi shook his head. "Are you all fools? Can you agree to such a bad suggestion?" Li Qi said, displeased. "Once the surrounding seawater is frozen, the propellers on the ship will also be frozen. The lower muzzle is also blocked by ice. How can the fleet move? Do you want to spend time with sea beasts?" Qiling retracted his head and stopped talking. Yu Hangai looked at Fang Qinghao at the side, poked him, and said, You are a supernatural being who uses water, and the sea is your home field. Say something. Everyone's eyes focused on Fang Qinghao in an instant. Fang Qinghao also had to stand up, and said helplessly, I can use seawater to dispel the strong acid around the hull, but I am so small. The squid is so big, I can't compete with a squid in physical strength, right? 100 is not enough for me to consume squid. Fang Qinghao knew his level. He could use the current to wash away the acid water around the hull, but he could do it once or twice, but he could barely do it 10 times or 8 times. He kept fighting with the squid if it is consumed. This is completely unbearable. Li Qi frowned, and said in a low voice, since this diving squid is difficult to deal with, can we let it leave the water? As long as it leaves the water, there is a chance to kill it. Fang Qinghao thought carefully for a while, and then said, if the squid is very close to the water surface, I can indeed use the supernatural power to directly throw the squid out of the water, but, at my level, I can barely do it once. If I can't attack successfully this time, then I won't be able to throw the squid out of the water for the second time. This is the best news Li Qi has heard so far. Fang Qinghao really has a way to get the squid out of the water. However, this needs to lure the squid to near the water surface to activate. The conditions are relatively harsh, and there is only one chance. If the squid cannot be killed, there will be no second chance. Who can lure the squid to the surface? Who can kill the squid? Li Qi continued to ask everyone present stop talking, because no one could do this. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said, why don't we cooperate with the Shyangtsung Bureau to see if they have any way to lure the squid? If it is to kill the squid, I believe many people will. It can be done. The hard part is luring the squid to the surface, isn't it? As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the group of people from the Ability Management Bureau immediately turned black. They were calculated by the group of people from the Shyangtsung Bureau in Yanjing before, and now they need to cooperate with this group of people. Forget the past grievances. People are not grass. How can you be ruthless? How can the previous hatred just be forgotten? I don't want to get involved in this matter. I don't have any grievances with those people. You decide for yourself. K. Yiming said first. K. Yiming has been stationed in the Three Gorges for a long time, and usually performs special tasks. Although he is affiliated with the Ability Administration Bureau, he has not been under conspiracy, and Qin Qi's sometimes attitude. He also didn't regard K. Yiming as one of his own, so K. Yiming looked indifferent. Qin Qi's face was ugly, but he could only nod his head in agreement, and said, now is not the time to throw temper tantrums. The most important thing at present is to complete the task. Let's put aside the past grievances for now. Let's talk about the sea beast problem once we've solved it. Qin Qi still has an attitude of condescension, and Fang Qinghao and Yu Henggai are familiar with her thoughts, so they can only nod slightly at the moment, as they agree with Shen Feng's suggestion. Without further ado, Shen Feng picked up the paraglider and left, flew to Gong Changfa's side, and asked directly, is there anyone in your Shyangtsung Bureau who can lure squid? As long as they can lure squid to the surface of the water, then Fang Qinghao will be able to throw the squid out of the water, and then we will seize this opportunity to kill the squid. Everything is ready, and we only owe Dongfeng. When Gong Changfa heard this idea, he also thought it was a good idea, but after thinking about it, he couldn't think of anyone who could lure the squid to the surface. It seemed that there was no such person in the Shyangtsung Bureau at this time. Sun Yan said to Gong Changfa in a low voice, Captain, have you forgotten Zhou Jiuxiang? His supernatural power seems to have a chance. Gong Changfa himself hadn't figured out who in the Shyangtsung Bureau had such ability, but after Sun Yan reminded him, he immediately remembered that there was indeed such a person in the Shyangtsung Bureau, so he quickly said, we have a man named Zhou Jiuxiang in Shyangtsung Bureau. His ability is very ordinary, and he doesn't even have any combat ability. It is the ability to synthesize various hormones. At most it is the ability to synthesize adrenaline or something like that. I don't know if it can work. Shen Feng had no choice but to say, I'll take the person there first. As for whether it can be done, let's discuss it. By the way, you should also prepare. Once the squid is thrown out of the water, when the time comes waiting for everyone to work together. Gong Changfa nodded, and then told Zhou Jiuxiang's location. Shen Feng found someone. It was a young man with a haggard face, as if he had a kidney deficiency. When Shen Feng brought him back to the library, Li Qi thought about it and said, squid likes astaxanthin very much? It seems to have antioxidant effect. Can you synthesize it, Zhou? Jiuxiang was stunned when he heard this question, and asked, what is astaxanthin? What is its structure, Zhou? Jiuxiang is a liberal arts student, but he has the ability to synthesize hormones. This is the most painful thing in the world. A liberal arts student has to learn the structure of various chemical substances reluctantly. Li Qi found a book and showed Zhou Jiuxiang the structure of astaxanthin. Zhou Jiuxiang still didn't understand it, and said, "Is there any astaxanthin for me? Maybe I can get along after eating it, come out." Just by looking at the structural formula, Zhou Jiuxiang can't synthesize it, so the most direct way is to eat some astaxanthin and put it in his mouth. In this way, the ability may also play a role. Yu Hengyi said dissatisfiedly. Where can we find astaxanthin for you? If there is astaxanthin, we will throw it into the sea directly. Why are we looking for you, Li? Qi thought for a while, and said, there seems to be salmon in the kitchen, and there is astaxanthin in it. Bring one here, let him eat it raw, and see the result. If it doesn't work, let's go back and rest for a few days. It is still too difficult to deal with such a large sea beast without taking poison to go to sea. Immediately, someone brought the salmon over, and the chef thoughtfully cut the salmon into fillets. Zhou Jiuxiang looked up and asked, "Is there any soy sauce and vinegar? Do you think you are eating breakfast now?" Feng Qinghao couldn't stand it any longer. "If I gave you soy sauce and vinegar, would you fucking be able to taste it?" Zhou Jiuxiang had no choice but to hold the fish fillet and put it in his mouth. Now he can't pay attention to the taste. Although the meat of salmon is delicious, you can't just eat meat. After eating the salmon, Zhou Jiuxiang suddenly had a strange feeling, and said, "I probably know what astaxanthin looks like, and I can barely synthesize it. What should I do next? What to do?" Hearing this answer, Li Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that there is still a chance to kill the squid, and the plan can go ahead. Tie the rope to your body, and then you follow Chang Jianyi. Later, you release astaxanthin into the water to lure the squid. When the squid comes to the surface, Chang Jianyi will pull you up. Li Qi said calmly. As soon as Zhou Jiuxiang heard about this plan, he immediately wanted to object. Did he exist as a bait? Why would you let yourself do such a dangerous thing? Ever since, Zhou Jiuxiang shook his head immediately. Those who didn't know it thought it was the reincarnation of the electric fan, and it didn't feel tiring to keep shaking his head. K. Yiming didn't bother to talk nonsense. He took out the rope and walked forward, saying, "If you want to achieve great things, you have to do things that ordinary people can't do. Now the opportunity to become famous is in front of you, and you can't help it. Got you." While talking, K. Yiming tied up Zhou Jiuxiang with 5 flowers. Yu Hengyi and Hao Xiaohu also came up to help, and did not give Zhou Jiuxiang a chance to resist at all. Poor Zhou Jiuxiang was confused and brought to the library by Shen Feng to discuss a decision, and then he was tied up as a bait. He wanted to resist opponents who were not other supernatural beings, so he could only cry incessantly, begged, but it was obviously useless. The rope has been soaked in water and it is very strong. Even if it is thrown into the water, it will not swell. K. Yiming also made a dead knot and trapped Zhou Jiuxiang. The rope will get tighter, please. Tie it looser, it hurts me too much. Zhou Jiuxiang saw that he could not escape the fate as the bait, so he could only accept his fate, but the rope was really too tight. K. Yiming gave a rare compliment. How can the tiger not be tied tightly? Then, the other end of the rope was handed over to Chang Jianyi, and Shen Feng said to Chang Jianyi, "The heavy responsibility of fishing squid will be entrusted to you. Do you have a confidence?" Chang Jianyi nodded, seriousness written on his face, and said, "I will definitely complete the task." When Zhou Jiuxiang saw that his life had been handed over to a child, all thoughts were lost, and he shouted, "This is murder. I want to go home. I want to go home." Chang Jianyi didn't care about this. After bringing Zhou Jiuxiang to the deck, he summoned the clouds, threw Zhou Jiuxiang on top of the clouds, and then flew to the surrounding sea area with him. Chang Jianyi anyway, he is also a second-level supernatural user, and his strength is still fine. Although he is a child, his strength is not much worse than ordinary superhumans. Chapter 386 Killing the Squid Eye. After Chang Jianyi took Zhou Jiuxiang away, Li Qi also began to assign tasks to everyone. As the only scientific researcher present, her IQ was the highest among all present, so she became the commander without hesitation, even though she only commanded 10 people, but it is enough. Feng Qinghao, when the squid is lured to the surface, you are responsible for throwing it up. Li Qi said to Feng Qinghao, "Don't worry, I will leave this matter to me, and I will definitely be able to do it well. Feng Qinghao said confidently. Li Qiyi then looked at K Yiming and said, K Yiming, after the squid comes out of the water, you will be in charge of the first wave of attacks. Try to cause burns, preferably burn all the squid's arms and legs. There is a problem with that. K Yiming nodded. There is no problem with the action, but I don't understand, why burn the squid's arms and legs? Li Qiyi explained, squid basically rely on their arms and legs to eat. As long as all the arms and legs of the squid are burned, then even if the squid runs away, it will not be able to recover in a short time, and it cannot cause us trouble. It's to guard against what happens after the squid escapes. Li Qiyi's first level goal is very simple, not to kill the squid, but to maim it as much as possible. After the maiming, the sea beast will inevitably not be able to recover from its injuries in a short time, which can buy enough time for the fleet. Understood? You continue. After K Yiming understood the reason, he immediately had no objection afterwards. Li Qiyi looked at Shen Feng and said, later, you look for an opportunity in the sky, and the second wave of attack will be handed over to you, attacking the squid's head. Understand? Shen Feng nodded, and said, it's absolutely no problem. The squid has such a big head, and I can definitely hide it. At that time, I will fly out with 3,000 wind blades. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to kill the squid. Shen Feng is very confident, because the squid is extremely huge. Once out of the water, the part exposed to the water is more than 500 meters long, and the huge head of the squid is also very conspicuous. If such a big target cannot be hit, then really blind. As soon as Li Qiyi heard this, he didn't know that something was wrong, so he took out the Encyclopedia of Marine Life, pointed to the structure of the squid and said, do you know why the squid is divided into cephalopods? That's because the squid's arms and legs grow on the head. On the top, the swollen part above is the torso of the squid, and the head of the squid is between the eyes. That is, it is below. Only then did Shen Feng realize that he had regarded the squid's torso as its head. If Li Qiyi hadn't explained, he would have foolishly aimed at the swollen torso when attacking. Who would have thought that the squid grew upside down? Li Qiyi, if you hadn't explained it, I really didn't know this little knowledge. Fortunately, you are here, you are my virtuous. Shen Feng scratched his head embarrassedly, and was about to praise Li Qiyi, but suddenly thinking about it, it seems that a good wife cannot be used here afterwards. Shen Feng hurriedly changed his words, you are truly my virtuous military advisor, your mission assignment is very good, I'm still a good teacher, are you so thoughtless when you praise others? Li Qiyi was obviously dissatisfied with Shen Feng's compliment method, and rolled his eyes, feeling like he was too lazy to pay attention to Shen Feng afterwards. Li Qiyi looked at the remaining people and said, your abilities are not suitable for fighting at sea, so you should play support, okay? Others don't have the means of long-range attacks. As for you Hengai, the influence range of the ability is too large. Once the gravity field is used, it may accidentally injure his teammates. Therefore, you Hengai must not do anything at this time. After the task assignment was over, everyone appeared on the deck, and on another cruiser not far away, Changfa also found 5 or 6 attack-type superpowers. It seems that he also attaches great importance to this battle and has become famous. Just today, Zhu Kai, take a camera and be ready to shoot my heroic appearance at any time, understand? Changfa said to Zhu Kai, who was beside him, and Zhu Kai was holding a camera in his hand, ready to shoot at any time. Changfa knows that humans have never killed sea beasts before, and no matter where in the world, the first person to accomplish something will be remembered. The so-called first person to eat a crab represents courage. A person who eats crabs, basically no one will care. Just like Shen Feng was the first fourth-order power user, Changfa now wants to become the first power user on Earth to kill a giant sea beast. Changfa believed in his own strength. He knew that as long as he could touch the sea beast, he could cause damage. Within 100 meters, the body of the sea beast would be completely destroyed. Sun Yan was also taking a deep breath at this time. He was also a 5th-level supernatural being, the same level as K Yiming, and also a supernatural being who used flames. He made up his mind that his current performance could not be worse than K Yiming's. Chang Haoji took Zhou Jiuxiang, who was tied up to the nearby sea, more than 20 meters away from the sea, surrounded by 2 cruisers, and the main combat power was here. This was the first time Chang Haoji did such a show of his face, and there is no danger, and he is still an indispensable person, and he can't help but feel proud. Mr. Zhou Are you going down by yourself? Or shall I send you down? Chang Haoji said to Zhou Jiuxiang from above the clouds. At this time, Zhou Jiuxiang was tied up so tightly that the rope was almost strangled into his flesh. He couldn't move at all except his feet could move. At this moment, he said speechlessly, "Look at me now, I can move by myself." "The one who went down? Of course you sent me down." Chang Haoji nodded, and then commanded, "In this case, Mr. Zhou, you first turn your back to me, stand by the edge of the cloud, squat down a little bit, squat down a little bit." Zhou Jiuxiang didn't understand what this young man was going to do, so he had to follow suit. But when he squatted down, Chang Haoji kicked over. Boom! Zhou Jiuxiang was caught off guard, and was directly kicked under the clouds. Plop! Zhou Jiuxiang fell into the water directly. His body almost fell apart. Falling into the water from such a high position, most people would have broken bones long ago, and fortunately Zhou Jiuxiang is a supernatural person. His physical fitness has been strengthened, otherwise when he fell into the water, the whole person is going to faint. In Zhou Jiuxiang's understanding, if he was sent into the water, he would grab the rope from above the clouds and send him down bit by bit. But he never expected that such a noble supernatural being would be treated so roughly. "I was kicked off with one foot, and after falling into the water, the pain in my body, you brat, after I get on the boat, I'll never end with you." Zhou Jiuxian couldn't help but said after he surfaced. Chang Haoji looked innocent, and said, "Isn't it for the sake of speeding up? You are not satisfied with this, you are really a picky guy." While talking, Chang Haoji lifted the rope up so that Zhou Jiuxiang's body would not be submerged in seawater. Zhou Jiuxiang is no longer in the mood to make trouble. Now at this time, it is better to complete the task earlier and withdraw earlier. If a tiger, shark or something swims over who is interested in him, it will be over. You must know that there are still people in the surrounding sea. Dozens of tiger sharks roam around afterwards. Zhou Jiuxiang began to release his staxanthin. As long as it is a chemical ingredient that Zhou Jiuxiang has eaten, Zhou Jiuxiang can actually synthesize it, and the synthesis requires physical strength. Therefore, Zhou Jiuxiang will consume his own energy when he uses his supernatural power. Because of the appearance of a kidney deficiency, with such a power, it is impossible to look good. Zhou Jiuxiang thought silently in his heart, "Actually, the squid might not come to me. It is said in the book that squid like a staxanthin, but not all squid like it." Zhou Jiuxiang releases a staxanthin from the pores, although a staxanthin is diluted by seawater, but for squid, this is the most attractive delicacy. The squid deep in the sea smells the astaxanthin in the water, and immediately floated up towards the sea surface, regardless of the boat at the moment. In short, eat something you like first. Chang Haoji could see clearly from the sky. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared on the originally gray-blue sea, and this black shadow was still getting clearer and clearer. Seeing this, Chang Haoji grabbed the rope and began to drag it hard. Zhou Jiuxiang felt the most vividly. He saw a huge black shadow appearing under his body. The moment this black shadow appeared, the seawater around him turned black. Knowing that it was due to the refraction of light, but he was still very scared. "Boy! Up there, hurry up, the squid is coming!" Zhou Jiuxiang shouted hastily. The current situation is a veritable life hanging by a thread. Zhou Jiuxiang wished he could use his hands and feet to climb up, but he couldn't do it. His whole body was tied up. Kei Yiming was obviously worried that Zhou Jiuxiang would escape, so he was tied very tightly. Zhou Jiuxiang was completely tied up. There was no way to break free from the rope, so he could only hope that Chang Haoji in the sky would be faster. At this time Chang Haoji complained while pulling the rope, and shouted down, "You are a big man in your 20s, and you can't bear such a little shock. How dare you call him a supernatural person? I'm already working hard." "Pulled, stop talking nonsense, it's not you who is hanging now, of course you don't worry, but it's me who will be eaten." Zhou Jiuxiang shouted desperately. Now Zhou Jiuxiang is hanging in mid-air by the rope. He can't go up, he can't go down, and the black shadow on the water surface has become clearer and clearer. If he is caught by a squid, he will only appear in front of everyone tomorrow, but at that time, Zhou Jiuxiang will appear as excrement. Chang Haoji didn't say much anymore. Although his life was not in danger, how could he not complete the task assigned to him by his brother-in-law? This is a good opportunity to make a name for himself. So, Chang Haoji pulled the rope vigorously, preparing to pull Zhou Jiuxiang up. However, at this moment, there was an exclamation from below the clouds. and Chang Haoji felt a strange force pulling him down. Chang Haoji staggered on the cloud and was almost dragged down. This force was so powerful that Chang Haoji felt that he was in a tug-of-war with a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the opponent a little bit. Wow! The squid's swollen torso was exposed on the water, followed by the head, with big eyes on both sides, and many arms and legs immediately below the head, one of which was directly wrapped around the bound body. Zhou Xiang can't move now, and the tentacle suction cup has grabbed him, and is still pulling down hard. Help! Save me quickly! Zhou Xiang couldn't care less about face, and shouted loudly, just to get help. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Feng had already taken off by the wind, using the power of the wind to move in the sky, saw that Zhou Xiang was now entangled, and even Chang Haoji was about to be dragged below, and quickly summoned hundreds of wind blades to attack and entangle him. Zhou Xiang's arms and legs were cut off in an instant. At that time, a huge monster 200 meters high appeared on the water. Chang Haoji didn't think how strong the sea beast was before, but at this moment, Chang Haoji found that the light around him was blocked. Looking at a huge squid, the squid's huge eyes are still staring at him. My God! Chang Haoji couldn't care less about pulling Zhou Xiang under the clouds now, and controlled the clouds to float to the boat, while Zhou Xiang was still hanging under the clouds. For Chang Haoji, he has never seen such a huge animal, and he can't see its head at a glance. The part above the water has brought him great pressure, and there are actually more parts underwater. Chang Haoji, the fear in my heart instantly filled my heart, and now I just want to escape, but in the process of fleeing for his life, Zhou Xiang suffered a lot. He was floating in the air, his body was shaking constantly, and his bile was about to be shaken evenly. It was captured by the camera in Zukai's hand on the cruiser. Li Qi said to Fang Qinghao, "Now, the squid has reached the surface of the water, so you should also use your ability, Fang." Qinghao looked serious, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "No problem, I'll make a move right away, just watch it." Immediately, Fang Qinghao squatted down slightly, stood still with his teeth gritted, and firmly supported the fence with both hands. The moment he cast the supernatural power, the waves in the sea suddenly surged, and the huge waves even caused the ship to shake greatly. Too much wind, but the waves can surge up to 10 meters high. Chapter 387, Killing the Squid. When the squid smelled the smell of a staxanthin, they immediately followed the smell and swam to the surface of the sea. Even if they got a mutation, for the squid, the food they like to eat has not changed. It is said that astaxanthin is very important for squid. It has the effect of delaying aging, such a powerful effect. It is naturally very attractive to squid. The squid appeared on the surface of the sea, but found that the target was actually a person, and was also suspended in the air. Even if it was suspended in the air, this person seemed to be exuding an attractive fragrance. The squid wanted to grab the food, but then one of its arms and legs was cut off, and the squid felt the pain immediately. Then, the sea around it kept churning, and the current under it also changed. It seemed that the current also changed. Get out of order. Although the squid has no brains, it doesn't mean it is stupid. Seeing this situation, it immediately understood that it was being seduced, so it didn't care about continuing to eat, and was about to dive into the water immediately. Hiding in the sea is the safest way. However, at this time, the sea water suddenly changed dramatically. The undercurrents in the sea continued to change, preventing the squid from sinking. Moreover, these undercurrents tended to converge, and the squid kept beating on the water surface, setting off waves. The surrounding seawater was stirred wide, but the squid still couldn't dive. Seeing that the situation was not good, the squid immediately began to display its supernatural powers, and the hydrogen ions in the surrounding seawater immediately gathered, and directly gathered into acid water, so that no one else could get close. Fang Qinghao's preparations were finally completed. There were enough currents in the ocean. It was impossible for one current to push the squid's heavy body, but the gathering of thousands of currents was an unstoppable force. "Come out!" Fang Qinghao shouted. Many water currents under the water pushed together, and the squid, which was as heavy as a hill, was finally pushed. Finally, the 500-meter-long squid was thrown out of the water, and the throwing distance was not high, that is, a height of about 10 meters. For such a huge body of a squid, such a height is equivalent to just leaving the water. Fang Qinghao fell to the ground. Zhang Kui hurriedly took him aside to rest, and Kei Yiming also shot. "The flying dragon is in the sky!" Kei Yiming yelled, and a 3-meter-thick fire dragon flew out in front of him. The fire dragon opened its teeth and claws, entangled the squid and began to burn at the same time. Sun Yan, who was not far away, also made a move. He is also a flame user. When the squid first appeared on the water surface, he began to gather fireballs in front of him. When the squid finally left the water surface, there was a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters in front of him, and the temperature of the surrounding air was constantly rising. Ordinary soldiers couldn't stand the high temperature, and they all stayed away. Go. Sun Yan didn't bother to name his supernatural moves. Anyway, the application methods of supernatural abilities are similar, and it all depends on proficiency. If you choose a name, you have to call it out to be powerful, but if you don't call it out, it will be powerful. Names are meaningless. Sun Yan threw a huge fireball and attacked the swollen part above the squid. In Sun Yan's eyes, this place must be the squid's key point. The fireball and the fire dragon arrived in front of the squid almost at the same time, and at this time the squid was on the surface of the water, leaving the seawater it depended on for survival. Naturally, the squid was not strong enough to avoid such an attack. Boom! The fireball directly attacked the squid's body, and the hot flame scorched half of the squid's body, and immediately a dozen tentacles of the squid waved in the air, which was obviously very painful. It can talk but not roar, otherwise, the squid is about to scream. But then, the fire dragon controlled by Cai Yiming also appeared. Under Li Qi's guidance, the giant fire dragon wrapped around the squid's tentacles and began to burn crazily. The tentacles, which were still dancing wildly, stopped in an instant. They moved, and the parts entangled by the fire dragon couldn't stand the blazing heat, and they all fell into the sea one after another. When the fire dragon burned these arms and legs, the fiery high temperature directly denatured the protein, and the air was filled with the smell of charcoal grilled squid, which was still very appetizing. But then the temperature of the fire dragon increased instantly, and the whole fire dragon also became. When it became brighter, it directly burned the squid's arms and legs. In the end, the squid was unable to swing its arms and legs, and finally the burned arms and legs fell into the water. Seizing the rare opportunity, Shen Feng swooped down from the sky in an instant, holding a long sword in his hand. Tens of thousands of wind blades gathered behind him. Densely packed wind blades fell from the sky, and aimed directly at the squid's eyes. Between its eyes is the part of the head. Here is the key point. The squid was just thrown out of the water. Before he had time to react, he was attacked instantly. The hot fireball roasted a large piece of his torso, but the most terrible thing was that all his arms and legs were entangled and burned by a fire dragon, and finally all were blown off. Even the reproductive organs were blown off. That's right, the squid's reproductive organs are the arms and legs, and they are very long. After degeneration, the arms and legs without suckers are. From this point of view, squid is really an animal with JJ on its face. Cai Yiming doesn't care about these. They all look like tentacles. Whether you have suckers or not, they are all burned. At this moment, Shen Feng descended from the sky with tens of thousands of wind blades behind him. The squid finally sensed the fatal threat. Although it couldn't see the transparent wind blades, its instinct told itself that the danger came from this tiny human being in the sky at the moment. The squid can't care about these anymore, and the ancestral life-saving method is displayed. In the mouth under the head, the lock is opened, and a stream of seawater is sprayed out immediately. The squid's way of advancing is very simple. With a device, the water flow is instantly pressed out, and the reaction force of the water spray is used to make oneself move in the opposite direction in the face of danger. The squid's instincts began to react, and the ancestral escape method was displayed, and it moved a distance of more than 10 meters in the air in an instant. Shen Feng is falling from the sky, and he didn't expect such a situation to happen. Although in the air, the reaction force of the sprayed water is not very good, and it only moves a distance of more than 10 meters, but the distance of more than 10 meters has already made the wind. The attack angle of the blade deviated. Countless wind blades fell down, directly cutting off the skin and flesh of the squid's head. The squid was not an animal with strong defense force. It's a pity that only a small part of the wind blades hit the squid successfully, but most of the wind blades fell into the water. Tens of thousands of wind blades fell, and only 2,000 wind blades hit the squid. 8,000 wind blades were so simple when it fell into the water, it had no effect except to hit bursts of water splashes. The moment Shen Feng fell, he aimed at the dodging squid and threw the steel longsword in his hand. Chi! The longsword pierced the squid's eyes fiercely, causing the squid's left eye to lose sight. It's a pity that Shen Feng's attack has ended so far. When he was about to fall into the water, he controlled a strong wind and returned to the cruiser with the help of a paraglider. Shen Feng's face was ugly. He didn't expect to make a good plan. Everyone completed it very well, but he lost a chain. The fatal blow was handed over to himself, and he couldn't make it. It was at this time that the squid finally fell into the water. With a plop, its huge body made a big splash in the water, but obviously, the squid was not dead yet, because at this time, the squid began to store water in its body. Look, that's not how sea beasts are killed. I'll show you how to do it. At this moment, an excited voice came from a distance, and it turned out that it was Chang Gong who made the move beside Gong Changfa. There was a strong man standing behind him at this time, and then he pushed out with both hands. The strong wind condensed and pushed Gong Changfa's body, and he flew up directly, or this can't be called flying. Instead, he was pushed into the air, and the strong wind made Gong Changfa's body temporarily overcome gravity, so people had the illusion that Gong Changfa was flying. How can I make the stone fly? The answer is simple, that is speed. With speed, even a rock can take off. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was a little surprised. It's another supernatural person who uses wind, but the way I use it is different. Now, Shen Feng has seen two winds using abilities other than himself. One of them is using Zhong next to Wang Aoi, and the other is a member of the Xiangsong Bureau who pushed Gong Changfa to glide in the air at this time. Li Qi watched the battle at sea intently. At this time, Shen Feng had returned, and the plan failed in the end. However, unexpectedly, Gong Changfa also took the opportunity to make a move at this time. However, after seeing Gong Changfa's actions, Li Qi secretly said, "It's a pity." It turned out that after Gong Changfa flew to the squid on the water surface, his whole body gathered all his strength, his muscles swelled, he clenched his fists, and started attacking the squid below him. Bang! Bang! Every time Gong Changfa's fist hits the squid, it will cause huge damage. If we talk about destructive power, Gong Changfa will never be modest, because he knows that his attack is powerful enough. Every time Gong Changfa punches, a chaotic stream of particles will appear in the squid's body. These streams of particles are crazily destroyed in the squid's body. With one punch, the range of dozens of meters will be necrotic, cells will rupture, and nerves will collapse. The receptors are all destroyed. However, in Li Qi's eyes, this kind of attack is powerful, but he didn't find the right position, because Chang Gong found that what was attacking madly was not the squid's vitals, but the swollen part above the squid, that is, the torso. If Gong Changfa was attacking the squid's head, it only took one punch to destroy the squid's nerve center, but he hit the squid's torso indiscriminately. Even if it could cause huge injuries, as long as the squid's nervous system is fine, he won't die in a short time, and maybe he can recover again. The accident occurred at this time. When Gong Changfa was beating violently, the squid had already accumulated a stream of water in its body. At this time, the lock was opened, and the water flowed out instantly. With the help of the reaction force, the squid immediately floated a certain distance on the water's surface. Gong Changfa, finally falling into the water, can no longer catch up with the squid. It was rare for the squid to escape, so he immediately opened the ink sac and sprayed out the ink in the body. The water surface was suddenly dark, and everyone could no longer see the exact location of the squid. At this moment, Shen Feng backed away suddenly. While backing away, he took off the paraglider from his body and handed it to Hao Xiaohua, who was on the side. Everyone didn't understand what Shen Feng was going to do. Could it be that they couldn't accept the squid's escape, so they wanted to escape? However, Shen Feng said to Li Qi, "Find out the location of the squid immediately. I still have a trick." Li Qi nodded quickly, and then contacted the commander on the cruiser to provide sonar. After finding the location of the squid, he immediately reported it to Shen Feng. At this time, the squid was still near the surface of the water. Guessing that the squid has not yet dived into the water, there are several reasons for this. The first is that the squid is too injured to dive, and the other is that the squid needs to store water to sink into the water. Shen Feng didn't care about these. After figuring out the final position of the squid, he suddenly started running on the cruiser. His speed soared instantly, and the moment he left the cruiser, Shen Feng's speed broke through the sound barrier. Boom! The people on board were all shaken by the huge air wave, and as Shen Feng broke through the sound barrier, the sound of a sonic boom also appeared, and at this time Shen Feng had disappeared. Where is the person? Where did the person go? Yu Henggai found that Shen Feng had suddenly disappeared from his eyes, and was immediately surprised. What happened? How could such a good person just disappear out of thin air? Li Qi thought of something, and quickly said, "Look at the sea." Li Qi was shocked. He never thought that human beings could reach the speed of sound with their bodies. Can the body really bear such a fast speed? Boom! A huge water column suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, as if a shell had been shot into the water, but then, a new situation appeared on the surface of the sea. A huge body struggled violently in the water, and the surrounding black water also unable to conceal such a huge body. It turned out to be a squid struggling violently. Chapter 388 Killing the Squid I. Everyone huddled beside the boat and looked at the scene in the sea. They could only see a huge figure rolling over and over in the sea. The squid had lost all its arms and legs, and could no longer hunt prey. Now, there was a huge figure on the squid's torso big hole. In this big hole, there is still blood coming out continuously, and the sea surface is also dyed red. Seeing this scene, everyone thought of the scene where Shen Feng had just disappeared suddenly, and suddenly had unbelievable guesses. Could it be that Shen Feng rushed into the body of the sea beast? After 5 minutes, the squid in the sea had no more strength to struggle, and finally died. The hilly body floated in the sea, and the ink slowly dispersed. When everyone on the boat saw this scene, they were immediately astonished. They thought that the plan to kill the squid had failed, but at this moment, things suddenly turned around. When the squid was about to escape, it was finally killed. At this time, a big hole was suddenly opened in the squid's torso, and a bloody figure emerged from the squid's body. Upon closer inspection, it was Shen Feng who had disappeared. When Shen Feng appeared, the surrounding soldiers were all ebullient. From their point of view, Shen Feng was sure to win with one blow and killed the sea beast, so they all started cheering, Fengshen! Fengshen! Listening to the waves of cheers around him, Shen Feng stood on the squid's corpse with a smile on his face, and accidentally showed his face again. It seems that once the fame is in front of you, you can't hide it afterwards. Shen Feng walked to the surface of the water and washed the dirt off his body with seawater. At the same time, Shen Feng also conveniently put a piece of red crystal in his pocket. This was something Shen Feng found in the body of the squid, although he didn't know what it was for. Yes, but Shen Feng felt that this must be a good thing. Generally speaking, only the meat of a mutant beast is valuable, but if it is a beast king, there will be extraterrestrial elements in its head. Shen Feng thinks that he may have found the extraterrestrial elements in the body of the sea beast, so good things, you must bring them with you. As for others asking, just answer that you don't know. When Shen Feng left the cruiser, his whole body had actually reached the speed of darkness. If he hit the squid so straight, he would be choked up. Therefore, during the flight, Shen Feng was all over his body. At the same time, Shen Feng cast the Wind King barrier. With a thick barrier in front of him, Shen Feng avoided the violent impact, and finally entered the squid's body. The inside of the squid's body had actually been completely destroyed by Gong Changfa. After Shen Feng entered the squid's torso, he immediately cast Eye of the Hurricane. It was even more messy. Whether it was internal organs, muscles, or nerves, they were all shredded by the strong wind. To put it bluntly, the squid's body was full of paste. After being so severely injured, the squid still had one breath left, but Shen Feng immediately drilled into the squid's head, destroyed its nervous system, and found a red crystal by the way. At this time, no matter how powerful it is life force, when the nerve center is destroyed, it is no longer possible to survive. Shen Feng, give me a hand, I'm going to sink. While Shen Feng was washing his body, someone suddenly shouted. Shen Feng just remembered that Gong Changfa also fell into the water before. Looking carefully, Gong Changfa's whole body was pitch black. When he fell into the water before, he was sprayed out by a mouthful of ink from a squid. His ancestral home became Africa on the spot. Look at the color of his skin, simply came out of the Sahara Desert. Walking on the water, Shen Feng approached Gong Changfa slowly, but did not stretch out his hand. He could see that Gong Changfa was still thumping in the water at this time, and he would not fall into the water for a short time. I want you to give me a hand, but you don't want to help me? Guru. Gong Changfa is from the north, and he has never learned how to swim. Point ashore. Shen Feng said, I will touch you when I save you. I am worried that you will attack me, Guru. Gong Changfa drank 2 mouthfuls of the salty seawater, struggled to get out of the seawater, and then asked, I have no grievances with you, why would I sneak attack you, Guru? Shen Feng thought about it for a while. He didn't have much enmity with the Xiangsung Bureau. Although he helped Mu Aing kill a guy who committed crimes, he covered it up very well. There was no evidence to prove that he did it himself. Gong Changfa didn't say anything. The reason for doing it yourself, not to mention that there are many people around staring at it. Shen Feng grabbed Gong Changfa's arm in the water and pulled him out of the water, but Gong Changfa's weight was on his body, causing his feet to sink, and the seawater under his feet was pressed into a spherical depression. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng also knew that it was impossible for him to walk on water to bear the weight of 2 people immediately. Shen Feng threw Gong Changfa out forcefully. The warship was too far away, so Gong Changfa was thrown onto the squid's body. Gong Changfa was thrown onto the corpse, and he finally had a place to stay. Before he could say any words of thanks, he knelt on the squid and began to vomit. He felt that during the time he fell into the water, the seawater in his stomach had already it is the amount of 2 barrels of mineral water at this moment. The squid had already died, and the other 2 sea beasts noticed it instantly. It seemed that the electromagnetic wave disappeared. There was only one explanation for this, that is, the squid was killed. The communication between sea beasts is exactly the same as the communication between corpse kings. They all rely on the extraterrestrial elements in their bodies to generate special electromagnetic waves to communicate. Because of this, the corpse kings on land can feel that there is an existence in the sea. Even scarier monsters. Li Qi's plan only took 5 minutes from start to finish. During this time, the other 2 sea beasts were still preparing for the next attack. As a result, at this time, the big squid had been killed. This kind of change is very fast. One of the 3 sea beasts has died, and the remaining 2 sea beasts have lost the desire to attack. After the sea turtle found out that its companion was dead, it immediately started diving, and then swam towards the distance by paddling the current. The great white shark also wanted to leave, but before it left, it had a mind and used its supernatural power to wrap everything in plastic. The propeller gradually moved away from this sea area. Sea beasts also have IQs. The huge body is here. With such a huge body, the nervous system is naturally more developed. When the humans on the fleet found that they might kill themselves, they immediately began to flee. This is engraved in the genes, the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The sonar on the ship detected the departure of the sea beast, and finally felt relieved. Now it seems that the fleet is safe, and the battle that lasted for 2 days is finally over. At this time immediately, everyone began to think, why did the sea beast escape at this time? After much deliberation, there is only one explanation, that is, the supernatural beings joined forces to kill the squid, so the other 2 giant sea beasts were frightened, and then they were scared away. It seems that if the fleet encounters attacks from sea beasts in the future, the cooperation of these supernatural beings will be indispensable. The commander said to himself, the war at sea is finally over. A warship sailed to the squid, ready to salvage the squid's body. This is the first sea beast killed in the world. It must be salvaged for research. No matter how uneven it is, it can still provide extra meals for the soldiers. Well, the soldiers have suffered heavy losses these days, and being able to eat the sea beasts can be regarded as a solution to the hatred in their hearts. Many people on the boat stood up to watch Shen Feng. Standing on the water, Shen Feng could still hear Feng Shen being called in his ears. Hearing the cheers of so many people, Shen Feng also I feel very enjoyable. I have done so much, isn't it a matter of course to be admired by others? As for Gong Changfa at this time, looking at Shen Feng who was standing on the surface of the water accepting everyone's cheers, the jealousy in his heart surged again, and he said in his heart, obviously everyone killed the squid, but in the end the credit is only on Shen Feng. What's the matter? What Gong Changfa hates the most is being robbed of his own things. Obviously the squid will be killed by him, but now Shen Feng suddenly ran out to pick up a bargain. It is really disgusting. Shen Feng and Gong Changfa returned to the ship. At this time, Li Qi was still advising the commander, although the crisis of sea beasts has been solved now, it will be hard to say in the future. If there are bigger sea beasts, then the power of the supernatural beings will be destroyed. The effect will be weakened infinitely, so I still recommend using poison, especially highly toxic drugs. It would be even better if it has nerve poison. The commander felt very embarrassed when he heard this suggestion, and said, now we are at sea, where can we find so much poison? If we delay the time to go to God's domain, it would be bad if other forces salvaged the meteorite first. Li Qi shrugged. She was only responsible for making ideas, not for the specific implementation. Since the commander had no choice, then she didn't need to bother herself. When Shen Feng came ashore, Chang Jianyi suddenly ran over from a distance, and said while running, brother-in-law, help me. Shen Feng stood in front of Chang Jianyi, and there was a man chasing behind Chang Jianyi at this time. Zhou Jiuxiang chased and shouted, you brat, if I don't fix you, don't run away if you have the guts. Chang Jianyi hid behind Shen Feng, and said, obviously I brought you safely to the boat, But you are still chasing after him. What a dog bites Lu Dongbin, Zhou. Jiuxiang was still relentless, and said, you still have the nerve to say, you kicked me first before, and then you still shook me in the air, and all of my embarrassment was photographed. You still have the nerve to say, if you don't take revenge, swear not human, Zhou. Jiuxiang made a fool of himself in public and was seen by many people. This incident is likely to become a joke for his whole life, so now Zhou Jiuxiang wants to save face as much as possible, and his chosen goal is Chang Jianyi. Shen Feng looked at Zhou Jiuxiang with an unkind expression, and said coldly, you can say it again, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Someone actually bullied him. Shen Feng is not happy at the moment. Chang Jianyi is still a child, and he didn't really hurt him, but the other party is still pressing on him. This is too much, he just forgot who took him from the sea. Shen Feng looked at Zhou Jiuxiang coldly at this time, and at this time, Guo Pinming and Qi Lingshan also walked over. Guo Pinming didn't say anything, but the iron block in his hand was constantly changing shapes, sometimes turning into the sharp dagger, sometimes took the shape of an iron rod, and then turned into a plate. Qi Lingshan was holding a paper cup, and there was still a lot of white mist floating on the top of the paper cup. Suddenly, the water in the cup was accidentally spilled, and it was sprinkled on Zhou Jiuxiang's shoes impartially. Zhou Jiuxiang's shoes immediately froze, and he felt a biting cold at this time. I'm sorry, I haven't become a supernatural user for a long time, so I'm not proficient in manipulation, and I often spill liquid nitrogen. I didn't mean it. Qi Lingshan said with a smile, shaking the paper cup while laughing. The cup instead of water, it's liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen often exists as a freezing material, such as when preserving organs and the like. People who are frostbitten by liquid nitrogen cannot recover for life. Hearing this, Zhou Jiuxiang looked at the surrounding situation again, and found that he was surrounded by 3 supernatural powers, and the supernatural powers of these 3 people were all offensive types, among which Qi Lingshan's words were still a naked threat. Really, let's start. I am not an opponent. What do you want to do? I am a member of the Xiangsong Bureau, and I am directly under the jurisdiction of the military. If you dare to touch me, you will not be able to go around. Zhou Jiuxiang hurriedly scolded the 3 people around him, but in fact, Zhou Jiuxiang started when I got worried. I seemed to be impulsive. Shen Feng smiled and said, how could we attack you? It's just that we didn't hear what you said just now, and I want you to repeat it again. Zhou Jiuxiang was not a fool, so naturally he didn't dare to say I won't be a human being if I don't take revenge at this time, but if I let him let this matter go, I still wouldn't like it. Ever since, Zhou Jiuxiang crossed his hands in front of his chest and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Although the sky was still cloudy, his appearance was more of an attitude. Subconsciously, what can you do with me? Shen Feng also found it funny when he saw the other party's attitude. He said that he was tough but not tough to the end. If he was not tough, he didn't apologize now. He looked like a rascal. Such a person is really the chosen one. A supernatural being, old. Guo, throw him into the water. Shen Feng smiled helplessly and said to Guo Pinming. Guo Pinming nodded, grabbed Zhou Jiuxiang's collar and threw it out, and immediately threw Zhou Jiuxiang into the sea. Zhou Jiuxiang was cursing, but he could only swim to his own cruiser. If he continued to entangle with Shen Feng, he would definitely eat him. Bigger loss at this time. Shen Feng touched Chang Jianyi's shoulder and said, in the future, you have to become stronger. I can solve one trouble for you, but you have to solve more troubles by yourself in the future. Chang Jianyi nodded and said, I know, but that guy is too petty, so I kicked him, and he took revenge. Shen Feng shrugged and said, not everyone has a good temper, and this guy may not hold grudges too much. He just feels unwilling to make a fool of himself in public, so he wants to beat you up and let others see his strength. Wait for you. If you are strong enough, others will not dare to trouble you. Chapter 389 Reaching God in number 039, S domain. The fleet's propellers were all covered in plastic, and if they wanted to sail, they couldn't do it in a short time, so the fleet could only take advantage of the situation to rest at sea, and wait until the plastic on the propellers was removed. Then the fleet would set off again after the squid is salvaged. It is divided and stored in ice curry noodles. The parts that can't fit are sent to the kitchen. The dinner is squid meat. Braised and stir-fried squid meat is the most popular, but the soldiers are eating it. When I was eating squid meat, I cried while eating. 2 ships fell, and dozens of comrades in arms died. This cannot but make people sad, eh? Have a few good friends who were eaten by tiger sharks. I feel really uncomfortable. It's the same for me. They were still alive in the morning, but they couldn't see them at noon. What should I do if I encounter sea beasts again? I heard that the only way to deal with sea beasts is to use poison, but there is no such weapon on board, aren't there still supernatural beings around? They will deal with sea beasts. Forget it. The supernatural beings are no longer mortals like us, so we can't count on them to come to our rescue every time, especially after arriving in the God's domain. All the supernatural beings will enter the God's domain, and there will be no supernatural beings stationed on the ship already. During dinner, the soldiers were constantly discussing. Thinking of the 2 days of fierce battles, almost everyone felt heavy. It was true that the sea beasts were too powerful for warships to deal with, but they didn't know how to deal with them in the vast sea. Will he encounter sea beasts? When the time comes, sea beasts will attack humans again. Will he be able to resist it? Guangchangfa, Zukai, and Sun Yan are sitting in a separate room for dinner. The three are the core personnel of the Xiangsong Bureau. A privilege to be alone in a room. Gong Changfa was eating in silence. The food on the table was similar to that outside. Of course, as long as the three of them opened their mouths, the kitchen could cook a few more dishes, but Zukai was still watching the video during the day with a camera, and said while watching, as long as we throw the sea beast out of the water, our winning rate is still very high, but unfortunately, we don't have any monsters who can use water flow in the Xiangsong Bureau. There are no supernatural beings who can fly. Hurry up and eat. What's so good about these videos? Guang Changfa was a little displeased at this time. The sea beast didn't die directly in his hands, but Zukai was still watching the video, so it's possible that Shen Feng had to go beyond its Sonic's attack method. Zukai quickly put down the camera and said seriously, "Captain, don't be so narrow-minded. This time the sea beast was killed by all of us together, and the video can prove it. So, just release this video. You're famous." Zu Kai is very open about this matter. Anyway, the sea beast has been killed, and the captain also directly participated in the operation. The world's first giant sea beast was killed by humans. Of course, such a long-faced thing needs to be written in a big way. But the captain seemed displeased. Guang Changfa frowned and thought for a while, but said nothing, and continued to eat. In fact, Guang Changfa still hoped that the squid would be killed by himself, but it was a pity that he only found out afterwards that all his fierce attacks had finally hit the squid's torso. The first person to kill the sea beast becomes himself. Thinking of this incident, Guang Changfa felt uncomfortable for a while. Although his attack power was so powerful, but such a powerful destructive power hit the squid's torso hard, and did not kill the sea beast. In the end, he could only watch helplessly. The distance between the title of the first person to kill a sea beast and himself is getting farther and farther. Damn. It's obvious that the credit is already in front of my eyes, but I didn't seize the opportunity. What a pity. Guang Changfa can only share the reputation of killing sea beasts with others, and the real killer is the ultimate killer. What is noticed, as for the participants, is often not noticed by others. The fleet is about to set sail. Everyone, please get ready. Suddenly, the radio on the ship rang. Soldiers dived under the boat and shoveled off all the plastic on the propeller. Then, the propeller turned again and the fleet continued south. Shen Feng quietly approached Li Qi and said, "So what, do you have time tonight? I have something I want to consult." Li Qi didn't expect that Shen Feng would find him, and he suddenly became suspicious. Didn't Shen Feng always care about his wife at home? Why do you want to talk to me alone at this time? Could it be Shen Feng wants to cheat? Tonight, I don't have time, but if you invite me sincerely, I can only reluctantly agree. Li Qi said indifferently. Shen Feng said hastily, "Then we'll see you on the deck tonight. By the way, don't bring any strange people with you." The implication is that Shen Feng hopes to get along with Li Qi, and Li Qi couldn't help being a little excited when he said this. Could it be that Shen Feng finally discovered my charm, so he's ready to pursue me? But he already has a wife? Li Qi suddenly began to think wildly. After dinner, it was dusk. The storm at sea had passed, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sunset glow could be seen on the boat. A group of people stood by the boat to fish, and many hooks were tied to a fishing line. Lucky if it is good, the hook can hook fish near the water surface. It's a pity that in most cases, the fish hook can only hook things like leather shoes in the water. The fish's body is slippery, so there is no way that can be hooked easily. The fleet was delayed for 2 precious days, and the commander was worried that other fleets would take the lead. After all, especially the North American fleet, the situation in the Pacific Ocean must be clearer on the North American side, and the distance is also very close. North America is very likely arrived in the South Pacific in a short time. Fortunately, news came from the headquarters at this time. Except for our fleet, the rest of the fleets were all attacked by sea beasts. It seems that sea beasts have a deep hatred for humans. Whenever they see ships, they will think no one knows how many giant sea beasts there are in the ocean, so your progress is still the fastest so far. The commander felt relieved when he heard the news from the headquarters. It seems that the sudden encounter with sea beasts at sea was not a problem on his own side. Apart from his own fleet, the other fleets were also troubled by the sea beasts at night. Li Qiyi went out quietly, and Qin Kui was already asleep at this time. In this way, no one could know the conversation between him and Shen Feng. However, when Li Qiyi came to the deck, Shen Feng had already prepared 2 seats next to the lights on the deck, and there was a square table next to it, with drinks and fruits on the table. It seemed that Shen Feng had been waiting for it for a long time. I have prepared so many things, what do you want to say? Li Qiyi sat down happily, and saw that Shen Feng had already prepared tables, chairs and fruits, and was next to the lights. The atmosphere was really good. Shen Feng must have ulterior motives in preparing so many. Shen Feng hurriedly said, "Please sit down, please sit down. The reason why I came to you was because of one thing. In fact, during the day, I found a crystal from the body of the squid. It was red. Please help me take a look." "What is it?" He said that. Shen Feng took out the red crystals on his body at this moment. The translucent crystals were as big as pigeon eggs, shaped like irregular polyhedrons, and shone under the light. When Li Qiyi saw this thing, he immediately felt itchy. Holding the red crystal in his hand, he asked excitedly, "Are you going to give me such a beautiful gemstone?" Girls all love beauty, and sparkling things attract the attention of others the most, so after Li Qiyi saw the crystals that appeared in front of her eyes, she immediately fell in love with them. "If this is a gem, it would be great to make it into a necklace." Shen Feng quickly said, "I got this thing with great difficulty. I just want you to analyze the ingredients. Don't keep it for yourself, cut, cheapskate." Li Qiyi frowned, his face a little displeased. Afterwards, Li Qiyi looked at the blood-red translucent crystal, thought carefully, but couldn't think of any information. No one had ever killed a sea beast before, and naturally no one had obtained this crystal. Where is Li Qiyi now? In the absence of data, it is impossible to accurately analyze this crystal. Give me a few days, and I will investigate slowly. During this time, I will keep this gem for safekeeping," Li Qiyi said. Shen Feng couldn't object, but could only agree with Li Qiyi's decision. Anyway, he couldn't investigate the information of this crystal, so it was better to leave it to professionals. Today's fleet has reached the south of the equator, that is, the boundary of the southern hemisphere, but it has not yet left the tropics, so the weather is hot. Fortunately, there are no mosquitoes on the sea, and the sea breeze is blowing under the night, which is still very pleasant. Seeing that Shen Feng was silent now, Li Qiyi asked, "Is there nothing else for you?" Shen Feng nodded and said, "It's nothing, I just want to know what this crystal is useful for." Li Qiyi was very dissatisfied when he heard this, and said in a dispirited manner, "I am a beauty with both talents and looks. I know a thing or two about astronomy, geography, and opera martial arts. You came to me to ask about this stone, isn't it too good to use?" Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly asked, "By the way, I still have a question." Li Qiyi is finally happy to see that Shen Feng is enlightened now. "So that's right, the rare night, the soft moonlight in the sky, and the many stars in the sky. We should take advantage of this time to talk about Fengao, talk about its ideal life, if possible, talk about relationship issues." However, Shen Feng asked, "Today I saw the great white shark displaying its supernatural powers, that is, manipulating plastic. Obviously, there is no plastic in the sea, but in a blink of an eye, there are huge plastic arms forming in the sea. There are so many. How is plastic formed? In Shen Feng's view, plastics can only be made artificially, so as long as no plastic is found, the great white shark's ability is equivalent to useless." Shen Feng suddenly felt strange. Li Qiyi found that she still had too high expectations of Shen Feng. If Shen Feng really had such a high EQ, she wouldn't have such an indifferent attitude towards herself. Afterwards, Li Qiyi explained lightly, "In fact, before the end of the world, ocean pollution was already very serious. The plastics dissolved in the water are all particles, and there are many of these particles in the sea. There are even plastic particles in the bodies of fish and shrimp. Microparticles. There are plastic particles in the human body, and these plastic particles can be manipulated plastics as long as they are aggregated. Shen Feng was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect that the ocean pollution is so serious that there are even plastic particles in the human body. In this way, there are countless plastic wastes in the ocean. The sea has been seriously polluted. In this way, the trouble is caused by humans themselves. Shen Feng couldn't help feeling helpless when he learned the truth of the matter. If humans hadn't thrown so much plastic waste into the sea, the great white shark wouldn't have such a powerful ability. Shen Feng and Li Qi chatted one after another, and the time passed unknowingly. A week later, the Chinese fleet arrived in the southwest Pacific Basin, where the sea was still deep, without any large islands, and the surrounding sea was boundless. However, the fleet anchored outside the god's domain, and the water depth was measured to be more than 2,000 meters. And it is impossible for the fleet to continue to advance here, and the next road needs to be advanced by the supernatural beings. Everyone, God's domain is ahead. In the God's domain, the electromagnetic waves are disordered, signals cannot be transmitted, and sophisticated instruments cannot be used. In the future, please ask for blessings. The commander said to a group of supernatural beings. The members of the Xiangxun Bureau gathered together to discuss the next actions, while the Ability Management Bureau and Shen Feng discussed the actions together. Obviously, the two parties did not want to cooperate to enter the God's domain. Chapter 390 The Sea of Silence. The Xiangxun Bureau, headed by Gong Changfa, said directly, "Two people, row the inflatable boat to enter the God's domain, and give priority to finding a foothold. Next, I will send 2 signal flares to each person. The red signal flare means that you are in danger, and the green signal flare means you have found it. Get a foothold, everyone." In the Xiangxun Bureau had no objection, so they set off in teams one after another, and Na Yuan was still locked in the cruiser. In 3 days, he would be able to escape, and the violent particle flow in his body would be gone. Consumed clean. In order to take care of Lin Zai, Guang Changfa offered to share a boat with Lin Zai, and Sun Yan and Zhu Kai. The Xiangxun Bureau set off first, in groups of 2, and there were exactly 16 groups. On the side of the Ability Management Bureau, they negotiated to set off on a motorboat. Chang Haoji and Shen Feng can still fly, and the pressure on the ship is relatively small. The main consideration is how to salvage the meteorites on the bottom of the sea. I suggest that we set off in 2 small boats. Although the electronic equipment in God's domain cannot be used, the power of the small boats is a gasoline engine, so it should not be disturbed. If 2 boats set off together, even if one sinks, and there is another ship as a foothold. Qin Kui said to the crowd. Everyone had no objection. The gasoline boat on the warship was placed in the water, the cable was untied, and then they were divided into 2 groups to set off. The method of grouping was also very simple. The people from the Ability Management Bureau were on the side, and Li Qi followed Shen Feng. With 4 people on one side, the 2 boats set off with the necessary living supplies. After a group of people entered God's domain, they took out their mobile phones to see that they had automatically shut down, and then took out the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie was completely unable to contact the outside world. It seemed that there was an invisible barrier blocking the signal. Chang Haoji took out a compass from his body, and the compass was also spinning wildly, which means that the magnetic field in the current sea area is also chaotic. A group of people headed towards the central area of God's domain. Within a radius of 30 kilometers centered on the meteorite, they were all God's domain. This is a place that ordinary people and evolutionaries cannot approach. It will be called the domain of the gods, and the supernatural beings are also regarded as gods by ordinary people. After all, flying into the sky and escaping the earth is omnipotent, so this chaotic land is called a domain of the gods in foreign countries. God's domain has other names, such as the land of demons, the silent sea, the resting place of gods, and the end of the world. However, no matter what the name is, it represents all human beings' worries about this area. After all, the reason for the doomsday is because of the fall of meteorites. No one knows whether human beings will perish because of this, which will bring a series of disasters. The meteorite is naturally an ominous thing. The gasoline dinghy can go at sea, but the instrument panel is useless, the engine is working, and the rest of the electronic equipment is all disabled while driving. Suddenly, a green flare rose in the distance, which indicated that the Xiangxun Bureau had found a foothold. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. The luck of these guys is so good that they found a foothold so quickly. Could it be that they have European blood? It's a matter of luck. We are also looking for the sea area. I heard that many ships have been washed up here. We connect these ships together with ropes, and that is a place to live temporarily. Li Qi said lightly said, aren't you afraid that others will set these boats on fire? You still need to know about Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? Shen Feng said with a smile. Li Qi is not worried at all. This is on the sea, there is water everywhere, and as long as Feng Qinghao uses his supernatural powers, no matter how big the fire is, he can put out it. You still worry too much? You should think more about it. How can we do it? Get the meteorite, and don't forget that you came to see for the meteorite fragments. Shen Feng has no way to salvage the meteorite. He feels that the only thing he can do here is to let Guo Pinming go into the sea fully armed. After finding the meteorite, he will be tied with an iron chain, and then connected to the cruiser with a 30-meter-long iron chain. Unfortunately, such an idea is too naive at this time. Yu Henggai stood on the bow of the small boat in the distance, looked around with binoculars, and found a big ship, so he quickly picked up the flag and waved it. After the treatment, immediately notify the companion. The method is the semaphore. Guo Pinming was sailing the boat, and after seeing the semaphore of the boat ahead, he immediately sailed closer. When they got to the side of the big boat, everyone realized that it was a ferry with various English letters on it. It seems that this is a big ship with bad luck from abroad. I don't know why it entered the god's domain, and then drifted on the sea. K. Yiming analyzed. Guo Pinming had a little sense and said, the propeller of this ship seems to be broken, and it was destroyed from the outside. It may have been blown here by the storm. There are stairs next to the ferry. Everyone tied the boat to the stairs, and then climbed up one by one. When they arrived on the boat, they found that there were skeletons everywhere on the deck, and there was a rotten smell. Everyone couldn't stand such a violent smell. They threw the corpses into the water one after another. The main reason was that the smell was too smelly. It was summer in the southern hemisphere, so the corpses could not be preserved, and the sea was too humid. Once a corpse appeared, it would immediately rot. Li Qi found a clean place on the deck, found a box from his backpack, put it on the ground, and told everyone around him, you all stare at this box, don't touch it, no matter what any changes in this box, you all have to tell me quickly. It's just a box, why do you care so much? If you're worried, wouldn't it be good to keep it with you at any time? Feng Qinghao asked puzzledly. Since this box is very important, why did it have to be placed on the ground? At this time, Li Qi said mysteriously, you don't understand this. It is useless to carry it on your body. Only by putting it on the ground and observing slowly can you figure out its usefulness. This is related to whether you can go smoothly in the future. Take the meteorite away, so, you should also pay attention to it, everyone. Did it quite understand what Li Qi said? It's just a box, can it hold a meteorite? However, everyone did not object. Isn't it just a box? If you want to put it on the ground, just put it on the ground. As for what effect it will have, you will only know later. After entering the cabin, everyone found that there were still many corpses in the cabin. It could be seen that there were many people on board, most of whom took ships to seek refuge in safe areas. Now that the end is coming, there are still safe places in the world. Stay, especially in sparsely populated places, such as the Sahara Desert, or within the Arctic ice cap. The safest places are Antarctica and Greenland. As long as you bring enough food and hide in this barren place, basically all will not be in danger. After everyone walked into the cabin, looking at the dilapidated decorations in the cabin, they couldn't help feeling disgusted. The whole ship was filled with a rotten smell. Perhaps this ship was once a magnificent place, but it was drifting on the sea. After a long time, he finally entered the realm of the gods, and no one survived in the end. There are many dead bodies in the halls and rooms on the ship, wearing various clothes. Some are waiters, some are chefs, and more are successful people in suits and ties. Beside these successful people, there are many female corpses in backless suits. As for whether these female corpses were the female companions of successful people or rich young ladies, it is not known. There are too many dead bodies on board, and the weather in the southern hemisphere is too hot, so the water vapor on the ship is sufficient for the breeding of many bacteria. In order to avoid getting sick on board, Li Qi suggested, everyone, work hard and throw all the bodies into the water. It's scary and disturbing to be left on the boat. Everyone agreed, and immediately started cleaning the ferry with gloves on. Chang Haoji also wanted to help, but Shen Feng said at this time, You go fishing on the deck, so as not to scare you, Chang. Heoji was very reluctant about this, and said, "It's not that I haven't seen a corpse. I'm not the same as I was a year ago." A year ago, Chang Heoji was terrified after seeing zombies, but now, when Chang Heoji saw zombies again, he didn't feel too much fluctuation in his heart. However, Chang Heoji couldn't disobey Shen Feng's wishes, so he could only reluctantly go to the deck, find out the fishing rod and prepare to fish. What Chang Heoji didn't know was that fishing was impossible to succeed, and this was just the reason why Shen Feng asked him to leave the cabin, because there were no ordinary animals in God's domain. If you want to fish, unless the sea is dry and the rocks are rotten, otherwise, it is impossible to catch fish in God's domain. Shen Feng entered a room, and found that it was a luxurious bedroom, and there were 2 male corpses and 4 female corpses on the bed. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help but marvel. Foreigners are so powerful, so open. Gotta go. Shen Feng couldn't control these. He grabbed the corpses in the cabin and walked to the boat, intending to throw them all away. Suddenly, Li Qi found a map in the captain's room, and the route was drawn on the map. The content on the map showed that the ship was an Australian ship, and was going to North America to avoid the doomsday disaster. Moreover, there were many people on board of Gold. Li Qi continued to search and found the logbook. It is rare to see the captain's handwritten logbook these days. We encountered a storm today, but the route is still correct. As long as we continue to move forward, we can reach North America. No, there are monsters in the water, and the propeller is damaged. We can't control the navigation of the ship, so we can only apply for rescue. This is written on the last page of the logbook. Li Qi speculated that most of the people on this boat were attacked by giant sea beasts, and they ended up like this. But then again, why didn't the sea monster just sink the ship a bit? But just destroy the propeller and stop? Or, did the sea beast actually just want the ship to enter the realm of the gods? There is too little information to speculate on the situation. It would be great if there was a recording. Li Qi said to himself. However, at this moment, a terrified voice came from the deck. "Come quickly, something is wrong, there is a situation." When everyone in the cabin heard the shouts, their faces changed. It seemed that Chang Heoji was the only one on the deck. If something happened to him, it would be a big disaster. Shen Feng's reaction was the fastest, and he directly cast a company like the wind. The speed directly exceeded the speed of sound, leaving a huge sonic boom on the spot, and in an instant, he rushed to the deck. But at this time, Chang Heoji was holding the fishing rod while showing a frightened expression. Shen Feng looked around, but saw nothing. The sea area was extremely quiet. "Xiaoji, where's the enemy? Tell me quickly, is it underwater?" Shen Feng looked around nervously. Could it be that there are also enemies appearing in God's domain? Chang Heoji asked suspiciously. "The enemy? What enemy?" At the same time, other people also came to the deck one after another, and they all became vigilant. They had no experience in entering the God's domain before, and now they are especially careful. Once there is danger, they will never go back. Fang Qinghao first asked, "What happened?" "What happened, Chang?" Heoji didn't expect his call to attract so many people, so he quickly explained, "Look, the box on the ground has moved, and it's still moving now." "Did it really say it? This box is very important. Now this box seems to be broken, so I called you over." Everyone quickly looked at the box on the deck, only to find that the box was vibrating, humming. At this time, the frequency of this vibration was very high, and the box was also moving slightly. At this time, several people showed knowing smiles. Unexpectedly, everyone brought food, clothes and necessities with them when they entered the domain of the gods, but Li Qi, a serious person, actually held a vibrating. It turns out that she also has an unknown side. Chapter 391 The Shrunken Meteorite. Li Qi was looking for materials in the captain's cabin, so she didn't rush to the deck in time. When she arrived, she found that many people around her showed the same expressions as before, and the faces of these people, the smile is very strange. In the end, Shen Feng coughed twice, and said to Li Qi, "Then what? Your private box has moved, you should deal with it quickly." Li Qi also saw the vibrating box at this time, and was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He held the box and said, "My experiment was successful. It seems that there is indeed a substance that can isolate the electromagnetic waves of meteorites. The next plan is to salvage meteorites. It's going to be a lot smoother." When everyone heard this, they immediately became puzzled. "Experiment? What experiment?" Li Ki explained, "Don't look at the simple box in my hand, but there is knowledge inside. The box is customized by me. The outer layer is solid wood, the inner layer is lead plate, and the innermost layer is graphite. With a mobile phone in it, the lid of the box is also embedded in the design, leaving almost no gaps. It turns out that the box is a mobile phone." Shen Feng suddenly realized, it seemed that he had misunderstood. Li Qi frowned and asked, "Otherwise what do you think it is?" Shen Feng smiled, but didn't answer. Yu Henggai asked, very puzzled, "Doctor, you have spent so much effort, is it just to find a way to bring the mobile phone into God's domain? Is this layout too small?" "It's because your layout is small," Li Qi said unceremoniously. "You only saw me bring my mobile phone into the God's domain, so let me ask you, why are all electronic devices unavailable in the God's domain? But my mobile phone, but can it vibrate on time, then? Didn't you just say that? This box of yours isolates electromagnetic waves." Yu Henggai said as a matter of course. Li Qi nodded, and said, "Since the box can isolate electromagnetic waves, where should the salvaged meteorite be placed? Can it be pulled back with a 30-kilometer iron chain? Can't it be done? It's very difficult. So, first of all, find a way to isolate electromagnetic waves, so that they can be brought back to Yanjing smoothly, understand?" It was only then that Yu Henggai realized that Li Qi had such deep considerations. According to her intention, she wanted to build a huge box to hold meteorites. After the meteorite is installed, the domain of the gods will disappear, and then ordinary people will be able to find a way to get close to the meteorite. Li Qi thought for a while and said, "At this moment, the most important thing is actually to find the location of the meteorite. After we find the location of the meteorite, we will try to salvage it and contact Yanjing to let them quickly customize the container. Be quicker, and before others come here, we will salvage and transport the meteorite first, so as to save the follow-up scramble. At present, the Chinese fleet is the first to come to God's domain, so there are advantages that others do not have in salvaging meteorites. Others are still on the way. Both the Xiangsung Bureau and the Ability Administration have entered God's domain. If salvaging, wait until other fleets appear, then the advantage of the Physical Fitness Administration will be lost. Since this is the case, then I have to act faster, try to find the meteorite as soon as possible, and then start salvaging." Qin Kui also nodded seriously. The time advantage must not be wasted in vain. Only holding the meteorite in your hand is the most reassuring practice. 2 minutes later, the vibration of the box ended. Li Qi put the meteorite on the deck again, and everyone continued to clean the ferry. K. Yiming found many crates in the ship's warehouse curry. These crates look very strong. When he opened them, he found that the boxes were full of gold bars. Each gold bar weighed 200 grams. There are more than 20 crates piled up. So much gold, if you do any calculations, it is already more than 1 ton. Damn, what a rich man. No wonder you can still take a ship in the apocalypse. Rich people are different. K. Yiming looked at the gold bars in his hand, and quickly grabbed a few and stuffed them into his backpack. However, K. Yiming thought for a while calmly, then took out the gold bars from the backpack and put them back into the box. "I'm really confused. How can I do such a thing? I'm really out of my mind," K. Yiming said angrily while talking. K. Yiming left with a big box in his arms. What's the use of just taking a few gold bars? At most, he could buy a few tons of grain, but now, if he wanted to take more, he was timid, not like a man. "When I return to the Three Gorges, I will find a way to improve my life, build a manor for my wife, find dozens of servants, and live a corrupt life." K. Yiming smiled and thought in his heart all the corpses on the ferry were eventually thrown into the sea. These corpses drifted away along the current, and the environment on board was much cleaner. Qin Kui said to everyone, "The ship is still drifting. If you want to stop the ship, you have to drop anchor first. Besides, there is a lack of drinking water on board, so we have to save the drinking water we bring. Use, as for washing feet and face, it is better to use seawater, and finally, it is to communicate with the outside world. The boat must not be lost, otherwise, we will be in trouble if we want to go out." At this time, Feng Qinghao said slowly, "I can go into the water with an oxygen tank to look for meteorites. The water pressure has no effect on me, but the light underwater is a big problem. There is no light in the deep sea, so I can't see the specific situation on the bottom of the sea." Li Qi frowned and thought about it, but also felt very helpless. The meteorite is located on the bottom of the sea. The water depth here is at least 3,000 meters. Ordinary people can't dive into such a deep place. Only Fang Qinghao can go down, but if Fang Qinghao goes down, but can't see clearly, didn't it mean that there are a lot of luminous jellyfish in the sea? Why don't you use the light of these jellyfish to go into the water? As long as you can find meteorites, it's easy to catch a few jellyfish. Shen Feng also made a suggestion at this time. In this case, it's better to find fluorescent fuel. The jellyfish's ability to glow does not depend on fluorescent substances, but there may not be such things on the fleet. Li Qi said helplessly. Hao Xiaohu quickly said, I think there are a lot of fluorescent substances on the fleet. Have you forgotten the fluorescent sticks? When the fighter jets on the ship landed at night, the guides were directing with fluorescent sticks. Let's leave God's domain and go to the fleet. Find what you need. K. Yiming thought for a while and said, I'll go. I've left this matter to me, and now it's time for me to show myself. I'll personally sail the boat to find the light sticks, and I'll bring the diving suit and so on. And the urgently needed electromagnetic wave isolation container. I remember very clearly. Let me go. Why? Are you so active? This is not your usual style. Shen Feng felt very strange when he saw K. Yiming volunteering, but he didn't expect K. Yiming to volunteer to do such troublesome things. K. Yiming quickly defended himself, saying, I have always been very active. This is for the sake of the country and our own interests. Of course I have worked hard to complete the task. Give me this opportunity to perform. Okay, I won't rob you. You go and come back quickly. 3 things must be done. Fluorescent sticks, electromagnetic wave isolating containers, diving suits and oxygen cylinders, all of which are indispensable. Qin Kui saw K. Yiming volunteered and did not refuse, so he gave K. Yiming the task of leaving God's domain to contact the fleet. K. Yiming was overjoyed, and immediately started preparations. With a heavy backpack on his back, he boarded the boat quickly, and then sailed towards the distance. After sitting on the boat, K. Yiming thought elatedly, I have 200 caddies of gold now, and I will work a few more times in the future and save a little more property. Isn't it possible to build a manor? In K. Yiming's backpack, everything was heavy with gold. He didn't announce the news that he had discovered the gold, so he was going to eat alone, and took the gold to the room to hide in batches. Bring the gold back with you. After K. Yiming found the fleet, he boarded the ship immediately, and said directly to the soldiers, hurry up and prepare some diving suits and enough oxygen cylinders. I'll go back to my room first, and I will contact Yanjing later. Headquarters is going to prepare some things to send over. You guys hurry up and do it. By the way, light sticks, prepare enough light sticks. The soldiers hurriedly prepared the needed supplies, and at the same time, some people contacted their superiors to prepare for the next contact with Yanjing. K. Yiming took advantage of the situation and returned to his room, opened the closet, threw the clothes on the bed, put the gold bars in the backpack neatly, and finally locked the closet. A man is not rich without windfall, and a horse is not fat without night grass. It is God's blessing that I have such a good opportunity, and now I can be regarded as a wealthy party. K. Yiming thought happily. In the apocalypse, gold and silver are the hard currency. Of course, the hardest currency is food, but gold and silver are definitely worth a lot. The so-called golden prosperity in troubled times means that in troubled times, the value of gold and silver is the highest. Yes, at present, major countries in the world use gold and silver as a means of transaction, and can also directly purchase food and other items. The fleet gathered all the fluorescent sticks they carried and handed them over to K. Yiming. There were a total of 500 sticks, and then sent the diving suit and oxygen cylinders to the gasoline boat. Then K. Yiming contacted Yanjing's headquarters and said after getting the necessary supplies, he sailed back to God's domain again. After Fang Qinghao got the equipment, he also started to act. He first put on the diving suit, carried the oxygen cylinder on his back, and then jumped into the water. The limit of human diving is only 500 meters, and if he dives further, he will reach the limit. But Fang Qinghao doesn't have such worries. He himself is a person with the ability to control the water flow, and he hardly feels the water pressure underwater, so he is perfectly competent for the diving task. Fang Qinghao grabbed the fluorescent stick and went into the water. There was no light at all in the deep sea, and there are generally only 2 things on the bottom of the deep sea, that is, shells and mollusks. Besides, even whales cannot survive for a long time. Staying in the deep sea, the huge water pressure is unbearable for these fish. A few thousand meters underwater, the powerful water pressure squeezed over If it was an ordinary person, they would have been crushed by such pressure and fractured, even breaking their internal organs. The bottom of the sea is pitch black, with no sunlight at all, so it is impossible for aquatic plants and seaweed to grow. Instead, it has become a world of anaerobic organisms. Feng Qinghao searched underwater for 5 days and found many stones on the bottom of the sea, but none of them were meteorites. It is said that meteorites will produce violent friction when passing through the atmosphere, so the surface will become liquid, and after solidification, irregular bubble-like depressions will appear. However, what Feng Qinghao found was not meteorites, but ordinary rocks. While Feng Qinghao was searching hard, it was snowing on the bottom of the sea. Sheets of white snowflakes fell from the surface of the water to the bottom of the sea, looking almost dreamlike. The reason why it snows on the bottom of the sea is caused by plankton in the sea. After the plankton in the deep sea floated up, they saw the long-lost light, but died soon, and the corpses of these plankton formed white snowflakes. The surface of the water slowly falls to the bottom of the sea. Such a scene is rare, but it was met by Feng Qinghao. It was also at this time that Feng Qinghao found the extraterrestrial meteorite. With the help of the brightness of the fluorescent stick, Feng Qinghao saw the black stone lying quietly on the bottom of the water. This stone was covered with bubble-like depressions, which felt lumpy to the touch. Moreover, it was 10 meters in diameter and had already been covered by the seabed. Snowflakes cover part of it, didn't you say that a meteorite has a diameter of 20 meters? Why did the one I found only have a diameter of 10 meters? Feng Qinghao was a little puzzled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. You Dare to Eat Alone. Feng Qinghao found a meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters. The description was exactly the same as Li Qi's description. It was a stone with many irregular depressions on the surface, and it was not the same as the surrounding terrain at all. Therefore, Feng Qinghao felt that there was a reason to tell Li Qi about it. As for whether it was a real meteorite, it was up to Li Qi to judge. It's a pity that there is no camera, otherwise, I would have been able to take pictures. Feng Qinghao thought silently in his heart. Afterwards, Feng Qinghao immediately floated up, and after reaching the surface of the water, he took off his mask and headed towards the direction of the ferry. In his memory after getting on the boat, Feng Qinghao couldn't help but said loudly, "Guess what I found? You must never have imagined that I was at the bottom of the sea, and I found it, ahem." Suddenly, Feng Qinghao's narration was interrupted by a rush of coughing, and Jiang Kui kept winking at Feng Qinghao. Obviously, now is not the time to say these words. Feng Qinghao closed his mouth, looked in the direction of Jiang Kui's wink, and found that there was a large table on the deck. Looking at Gong Changfa and Sun Yan from the Xiangsong Bureau, Feng Qinghao didn't expect that an outsider would appear at this time, so he could only shut up. However, it was obvious that Gong Changfa had heard Feng Qinghao's excited words, so he quickly asked, "Did you find the meteorite? Where is the meteorite at?" This time, Feng Qinghao's mind turned quickly, and he quickly changed his words. "I mean, I saw snowflakes on the bottom of the sea. Think about it, it's summer now, but it turns out that snowflakes can still be seen in the sea. Isn't it amazing? You guys say, when?" Sun Yan heard such an answer, he was disappointed for a while, and said, "I thought you found a meteorite? You should read more books. Have you read Doraemon? Doraemon said in it, the snowflakes on the seabed, it's the dead body of plankton, you know." Feng Qinghao showed a look of sudden realization, and quickly said, thank you. I thought I had seen a spectacle, but it turned out to be the case. Forgive my low education, and forgive me for being a little guy who hasn't finished my undergraduate degree." Soon, Yan shrugged, picked up a glass of water on the table and began to drink. In this hot weather, it is still necessary to keep hydrated. Is there really no trace of the meteorite? Captain Qin, I have shared such important information with you, you can't keep everything from me, can you? Guang Changfa didn't believe it easily at this time. He still suspected that Feng Qinghao had discovered the meteorite. Qin Qi quickly said, "Don't worry, we are all fellow villagers when we are away from home. How could we hide information from you? Thank you for telling us this information. If we find the meteorite, we will definitely contact you." "Absolutely not. We'll do things like eating alone." Guang Changfa received Qin Qi's assurance at this time, finally nodded his head in faith, and then said, "By the way, if the ship under your feet is taken away, you might as well live with us. We found a missing warship there. It's still quite roomy." After thanking him, Guang Changfei picked up the water glass, drank it down, and then left the ferry. After the two had gone far away, Feng Qinghao asked, "What are these people from the Xiangsong Bureau looking for us? Are they so kind? They plotted against us in Yanjing before, and now we haven't caused trouble for them. I came to seek cooperation," Qin Qi said lightly. "This matter is actually because the Xiangsong Bureau does not have the ability to dive, and all kinds of detection equipment have failed in God's domain. They are unable to find meteorites, so they come to us for cooperation. We were also informed of other information, which we agreed to share." Feng Qinghao continued to ask, "Then what news did they tell us?" "There are also supernatural beings from other countries coming to see, and there are many of them. They are all guys who came to salvage meteorites. There are about 150 of them." Qin Qi said slowly, "So many? That's more than 10 times the number of people on our side." Feng Qinghao was shocked at the time. He didn't know anything about this group of supernatural beings when they didn't show up, but once they did show up, there were actually 150 people. There are too many supernatural beings, and I am completely unable to resist. "What are you afraid of? These supernatural beings are not a group, at least they belong to 4 factions, and they are still fighting with each other. We only need to face 30 or 40 supernatural beings. You are too nervous." Shen Feng quickly said that although there are many people with supernatural powers, it doesn't mean that all of them are enemies. "By the way, what did you want to say just now? Did you find the location of the meteorite?" Yu Henggai asked suddenly. Feng Qinghao looked around, and after making sure that there was no one else, he said, "That's right, I found the trace of the meteorite, which is located to the southwest of our ship, about 5 kilometers away." Hearing this news, everyone was very excited, and said quickly, "Great, finding the location of the meteorite is the best news. Let's go to occupy this location." Shen Feng said hastily, "Look at me next. I will use the strong wind to blow the ship over there. Guo Pinming, go and put the anchor away." Shen Feng didn't expect that the plan to salvage the meteorite would go so smoothly. He found the location of the meteorite so quickly, and then he just needed to discuss the means of salvage. Excited, Shen Feng was about to blow the ship towards Feng Qinghao said, "Direction forward, the east wind is mighty." Shen Feng cast a supernatural power, and a gust of wind blew, directly blowing the ferry to the southwest. In the process of advancing, Feng Qinghao continued to describe, "But the previous data showed that the meteorite has a diameter of 20 meters, but in my opinion, it is only 10 meters in diameter. Could it be that the data display is wrong?" Li Qi thought for a while and said, "I didn't expect this, but if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. Only when the meteorite is partially dissolved, and these elements are combined with a virus, can we have a chance to obtain supernatural powers. However, the degree of dissolution seems to be too great, and I don't know if the remaining part will continue to dissolve. It's hard to say. The reason why the supernatural beings on land obtain supernatural powers is all because of the existence of extraterrestrial elements in their bodies. These elements are simply combined with the zombie virus, but it is not clear why the zombie virus contains extraterrestrial elements. But since Feng Qinghao saw the shrinkage of the meteorite, it means that the extraterrestrial elements were dissolved in the sea, which is why the zombie virus can multiply rapidly." Li Qi hid in a cool corner and began to think silently. It is reasonable to say that meteorites will not melt easily. When they pass through the atmosphere, they will burn violently, and most of what remains are metal components. But after more than a year time has passed, and almost 9/10 of the meteorite will be melted, how could this happen? Could it be that this meteorite will completely melt in a year's time? While Li Qi was thinking patiently, Yu Henggai pointed to the front and shouted, "Look, the location of the meteorite is occupied. It's the people from the Xiangsong Bureau." Everyone quickly walked to the side to check, but found that there were more than a dozen supernatural beings occupying the area detected by Feng Qinghao on the water. These people were rowing inflatable boats, talking and laughing on the sea. These inflatable boats are all connected together by ropes. The people in front give way. "We have to pass through this sea area." Yu Henggai shouted hastily. This group of supernatural beings are all members of the Xiangsong Bureau, but at this time they said, "Why should we make way? This is our territory now, so do it if you have the ability." Feng. King Hao lost his temper as soon as he heard this, and said to Qin Qa, "Captain, give me a knife, I'll go and tie all the boats of these people for him, and see if they are still so arrogant." It was the sea area I found, but they took the first step to occupy it. Yiming was more straightforward, and said, "Don't talk stupid things, how slow is the speed of piercing their boats, watch me pass by. My flying dragon is used in the sky, and even the sea beasts will be severely injured. These people you're looking for death, you dare to connect the boats together, you obviously haven't read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I'm going to set fire to Chibi right now." Qin Qa calmly analyzed at this time, "Don't do anything, these people probably don't know the location of the meteorite, they just came here by chance, we don't need to drive them away, anyway, it's only a few hundred meters away, it's not important." Qin Qa doesn't want to turn against the people from the Xiangsong Bureau. Now God's domain is full of supernatural beings. Once turned against, it will only hurt both sides and let others take advantage of it. So, don't worry about these people. After a while, they should just got to go. Therefore, everyone endured and did not explode on the spot. They were going to find a way to salvage the group after they left, but a whole day passed, and the 7 boats of the Xiangsong Bureau were still floating on the water. Sandbags were hung on both sides of the inflatable boats, which could serve as anchors and would not be easily pushed away by the current at dusk. Feng King Hao finally couldn't bear it any longer, and said, "How can we salvage meteorites with these people occupying the key sea area? Do we want to share the credit with these people? Let me drive them all away with a boundless sea trick. Let's go. I really thought I wouldn't dare to do it." Salvage of meteorites is not something that can be done casually. If there are others watching, the salvage operation will inevitably be discovered, so Feng King Hao can't help but take action, ready to drive away these annoying flies, and then start salvaging meteorites. After Feng King Hao cast his ability, a huge wave rolled in, gradually forming a 10-meter-high wave. Such a high wave, let alone an inflatable boat, even a fishing boat would have to be pushed away. When the big wave appeared, 7 small boats, the boat was immediately thrown up, and then pushed tens of meters away, and Feng King Hao's ability has not yet ended, and now he is at sea, where his ability is strongest. How could there be only one wave? After the 10-meter wave, there were 6 waves coming one after another, and one wave was stronger than the other, and the last wave was even 20 meters high. Crash! 7 waves pushed the boat forward one after another. The 14 people were constantly bumping on the swaying boat. Many people were knocked off the boat by the waves. Fortunately, they were wearing life jackets. Life, HMPH, do you know how powerful it is now? This move is called 3 folding waves of the Dragon Gate. Feng King Hao said proudly after driving away the annoying flies. 11 people got together and began to discuss the plan to salvage the meteorite. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared in the distance. Before, no one noticed the black spot in the distance. It was only when he approached that he discovered that there was actually a person hiding here. At the same time, an angry voice came, "Isn't it too dishonest for you to want to eat alone?" Everyone stopped discussing and looked in the direction of the sound, only to find that it was a person on a small boat talking. The small boat was still far away before, and everyone didn't pay attention to it. They thought it was something like wood on the sea. But now, the inflatable boat approached the ferry, and everyone could see clearly that the person on board was Gong Changfa. Everyone did not expect that Gong Changfa had been hiding in the dark all this time, and now they were shocked when they saw him appear. Feng King Hao's face was gloomy, and he whispered to everyone, "I'll take care of this matter, just say that I broke the rules and did it. Don't reveal the location of the meteorite." Afterwards, Feng King Hao stood at the bow of the boat and roared loudly, saying, "These people wandered around us, which angered my uncle, so I beat them up. Guang Changfa, if you want revenge, come to me and say I don't understand what you eat alone." Guang Changfa slowly rowed the inflatable boat, and when he got close, the members of the Xiangsong Bureau in the water were also complaining, "Boss, you have to decide for us. We have been searching for the whereabouts of meteorites in the sea here, but we were thrown into the water. This is a violation of the headquarters regulations prohibiting private fighting, and it should be severely punished." Chapter 393. What a shameless ability. Guang Changfa heard his subordinate's complaints, and saw Feng King Hao's face of refusing to admit it at the bow, and immediately sneered, "Do you think I'm such an easy-to-deceive person?" After finishing speaking, Guang Changfa pointed at Feng King Hao at the bow of the boat and said, "I knew you had found the location of the meteorite a long time ago. Do you still want to pretend now? Let me tell you, I arranged these people here, because I know that under this body of water is where the meteorite is. Everyone on the ferry was stunned. It was Feng Qinghao who found out the news at noon. Only the people on the boat knew about it, and no one had ever left the ferry. So how did Gong Changfa get the news? Did he quietly put monitors on the boat? Shen Feng thought for a while and said in a low voice, "This matter is very strange. Only we know the whereabouts of the meteorite. Unless others go into the water themselves, they don't know the exact location of the meteorite at all. Maybe it's someone from the Xiangsong Bureau. Good job personally." At this moment, a large ship was slowly approaching in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a huge warship. Compared with a small ferry, the size of the warship was almost twice the size of the ferry. Sensing the familiar supernatural ability, Shen Feng quickly took out his binoculars to look at the warship, only to find that a young man was using a strong wind to blow the warship. It cannot be used at all, and it is impossible for the warship to start. It's him again? He can also blow the boat. It seems that he is at least a fourth-order supernatural being. Shen Feng looked at the strange man on the boat and said silently in his heart, in the domain of the gods, electronic equipment is basically unusable, and it is all caused by the influence of turbulent electromagnetic waves. However, there is nothing unusual about the ability in the domain of the gods, and it can still be used. It burns oil, but many of the switches use electricity. Therefore, if you want to drive the boat, you can no longer rely on the engine. You can only use the ability to push the boat. Gong Changfa then boarded the ferry and said to Qin Qa, "To tell you the truth, I know everything about the conversations between you during this time. You may suspect that I have installed bugs around you, but, it's not like this, as." He said that. Gong Changfa pointed to the warship in the distance. Standing on one side of the warship was a sickly young man wearing glasses. There is nothing outstanding, and generally no one will pay attention to him, do you know? There is a kind of ability to manipulate sound. How does sound appear? Vibration. So, as long as you can detect distant sound waves, you can hear distant conversations. Discussions and private words between you. I heard everything, including the vows between Yu Hangai and you, as well as the conversation between Shen Feng and Dr. Li Qi under the moon. There are even other voices from the ship. Gong Changfa said lightly. Although the tone of what Gong Changfa said was very light, the content he said was shocking enough. It seemed that if this ability really existed, then the content of his discussion had already been heard during this period of time. The sick young man on the warship is called Su Hui. His ability is very simple, that is, manipulating sound waves, but it has no effect in attacking. It can only be used for eavesdropping. As long as it is within 10 kilometers, after using the ability, you can start eavesdropping at this time. Everyone present was stunned. They opened their mouths and didn't know what to say. If Gong Changfa said that all his conversations these days had been controlled by the Xiangsong Bureau, he didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the Xiangsong Bureau. The existence of this kind of character. When Qin Qa heard Gong Changfa's words, he couldn't quibble immediately. If the love conversation with Yu Hangai was also heard, then all the actions that everyone discussed to find the meteorite before were also heard. No wonder the sea area where the meteorite is located has been occupied. It turned out that it was overheard by the supernatural beings. Chang Haoji was the most excited at this time, walked to Shen Feng's side, and said, "Brother-in-law, you are too hard-working. My sister is still giving birth to you, but you are messing around outside. No wonder I'm seeing that your relationship is not normal." It turns out to be true. Shen Feng quickly defended, "We are talking about serious things. Don't think too much. I have always been loyal to love. Is it really serious?" Gong Changfa sneered and said, "If it's really serious, why do you hide from everyone? Why don't you report it after you get the spoils? Instead, you quietly take it for yourself." Shen Feng couldn't explain it at this time. Indeed, after he found the red crystal in the squid's body, he quietly concealed it. He thought that no one else knew about it except himself and Li Qi, but now it seems that his side all things have been mastered by the Xiangsong Bureau. Speaking so much, what do you want to do? Li Qi didn't want to get entangled in this topic, so he directly questioned Gong Changfa. Gong Changfa pointed at his feet, and said in a deep voice, "I think it's very simple, that is, don't try to eat alone. The credit for salvaging the meteorite must be a part of our Xiangsong Bureau. I admit that you all have unique skills, but such a big credit, you can't eat it. The God's domain is full of supernatural beings right now. If you want to make a fortune silently, you can't do it. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood what Gong Changfa meant. It turned out that he was here to share the spoils. Feng Qinghao found the meteorite. The Xiangxun Bureau had overheard the top secret information, so they wanted to share the credit. Will turn their faces. Qin Qi looked at Shen Feng and asked, "What do you mean? Let's cooperate first. The most important thing is to salvage the meteorite." Shen Feng is also very helpless at this time. There are only two options in front of him. One is to cooperate, and the other is to turn against each other, and if the current situation turns against each other, it will not be easy to move forward. Confessed face to face for Shen Feng. He doesn't care about credit or anything, he only cares about whether a meteorite fragment can be obtained. Credit is what people in the system need. He doesn't need credit to decorate the facade. What he needs is something more affordable. K. Yiming had an opinion at this time, and said directly, "This is too unreasonable, Guangchangfa. The people from the Xiangxun Bureau are not capable of finding the location of the meteorite, nor did they provide help when we were looking for the meteorite, but relying on obtaining information by eavesdropping on other people's conversations, and wanting to share the credit for salvaging the meteorite equally with us. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Guang Changfa saw that someone objected, and then said calmly, "These days, K. Yiming, you often take your backpack to contact the outside world when you have nothing to do. What is in the backpack? Do you need me to explain?" When K. Yiming heard the threat, he was also a little scared at this time. He still had hundreds of caddies of gold in the wardrobe above the cruiser. It would be bad if it was said, "Ahem, let's talk, I won't participate in the conversation for the time being." K. Yiming decisively chose to withdraw and leave, but failed to be a hero. Next, Guang Changfa looked at the remaining supernatural users, and said, "We have been monitoring all of your conversations, so we have heard what you have done. If you cooperate, I won't say anything about these things, but if you don't want to cooperate, either fight, whoever wins will occupy the sea area, or let me go out and tell what you did. What do you think?" Now, the situation has turned into a blatant threat, but Shen Feng, K. Yiming and others really have a chance to be caught. At this time, they can only hold their noses and agree with this cooperation. Okay, let's cooperate. When it comes to salvaging meteorites, everything else is trivial, and now a large number of supernatural beings have entered the domain of God. We are all fellow villagers, and the most important thing is to work together. Shen Feng said quickly. The rest of the crowd didn't object either, and they just pinched their noses and agreed. Afterwards, the warship came slowly, and the two ships were tied together with iron chains. Although there was a difference in size, they became more stable after being tied together. Suddenly, Shen Feng found a shadow flying by on the boat, and quickly looked towards the sky. Except for the supernatural beings, no animals could survive in the god's domain. There shouldn't be any birds passing by in the sky at this time. Shen Feng looked up, only to find that there was a person flying in the sky. This person had bat-like wings on his back, and he was flapping his wings to fly. "Look at the sky, someone is coming." Shen Feng quickly said to the surrounding people. The people from the Xiangxun Bureau also looked up at this time, and the people on the two boats looked towards the sky together, and immediately found a figure in the sky. It turned out to be a man with long blonde hair. Considering the beard on his face, foreigners like to grow beards very much, so it is difficult to guess someone's age just by looking at their appearance. Zukai came out with a book at this time, and explained to everyone, "This is a supernatural being in North America, called Stephen Reiner. The nickname is easier to remember, it is called Bat. His supernatural power is behind him. His bat wings, like Zhangju, can fly, and at the same time, he can also use ultrasonic waves to detect the location." Zhu Kai attaches great importance to the control of information. Before setting off, he has already made a plan. What should he do if he sees other supernatural beings in God's domain? Statistics, distinguishing according to the type of ability, printing out all the information. As long as it is an ability user who has posted news on the internet, all of them are sorted out. The book in his hand has covered at least 80% of the ability users, those who can. This Birdman has been flying in the sky, isn't he here to spy on us? Do you want to shoot him down? Jiang Kui couldn't help but said at this moment while talking. Jiang Kui took out a sniper rifle from his body. Although electronic equipment cannot be used, the gun uses the kinetic energy generated by the explosion of gunpowder to work and will not be affected. Therefore, Jiang Kui took it with him. A sniper rifle was used as a weapon. Shoot it down. Guang Changfa stood on the warship and said, "We can't let others spy on us anytime and anywhere, it will easily lead to information leakage." You still have the face to say such things, it's really unexpected. Shen Feng couldn't help but sneer. Obviously the one who likes to spy on others the most is Guang Changfa, but at this moment, Guang Changfa doesn't allow others to spy on him. It's quite a kind of only Huangzhou officials set fire, which means that people are not allowed to light lamps. Guang Changfa explained, "In combat, information is the most important. Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win 100 battles. Information is very important. At this moment, we would rather argue with others than let others spy on us at will." Shen Feng has a deep feeling about being in the sky. Looking down from the sky, no matter what the situation is, it has a panoramic view. Next, he has to find a way to salvage, and has to beware of other people's prying eyes. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Kui immediately aimed his sniper rifle upwards. In the quadruple mirror, he could clearly see the guy flying in the sky. "How? I won't lose my enemy. I'm here to lighten you up and go to the banquet. Don't open the wall. I don't mean any harm." Stephen in the sky immediately explained, speaking in broken Chinese, but everyone still can understand what he said. Shen Feng hurriedly stopped Zhang Kui's follow-up actions, and said, "Let him come down and explain clearly, what kind of banquet is it?" Then, the bat in the sky slowly descended to the top of the warship and asked, "Excuse me, who is the leader?" When Guang Changfa saw the other party landed on his boat, he stood up without hesitation and said, "I am." "Do you have anything to say, Bat?" quickly said, "Dear Chinese supernatural beings, I am from North America. At present, our general is planning to hold a banquet in the Sea of Tranquility, inviting supernatural beings from all over the world to discuss how to divide the meteorite. This matter is very traditional Chinese medicine, please. You all go to participate, everyone should be peaceful and not fight." A smile appeared on Guang Changfa's face immediately, and he said, "So that's it. We will definitely go to the banquet at that time. As for the time and place of the banquet, please let me know." Chapter 394. After Guang Changfa received a bat from North America, they chatted for a while, during which Shen Feng and Qin Hui also listened silently on the other boat. Holding a banquet, as expected of a North American person, they have to have a party when they have nothing to do. After the bat informed everyone of the news, it immediately flew away to the distance, probably to inform people in other places. "Everyone, is there a meeting?" Guang Changfa asked everyone on the ferry, lying on the railing of the warship. Shen Feng and Qin Hui nodded, and said, "Of course there is a meeting. The guys in North America really hate it. They haven't succeeded in salvaging the meteorite yet, and now they are thinking about how to carve up the meteorite. It's fantastic." The people on the ferry immediately came to the warship. The deck was very spacious, and everyone sat on the floor, preparing for a meeting on the Xiangsong Bureau side. Guang Changfa sat in the middle with Zhu Kai and Sun Yan, facing Qin Hui and Shen Feng. There is a small circle of 5 people, and a larger circle outside. After everyone sits down, the camp is also obvious. There are 32 people from the Xiangsong Bureau, and 11 people from Shen Feng. A total of 43 people with supernatural powers. Before the meeting, you must first prevent others from eavesdropping. Yunlays, go and make a noise. Guang Changfa ordered calmly. A man stood up immediately, and there was a large copper ingot on the deck, which looked inconspicuous, and people who didn't know thought this large copper ingot was used to hold down the ship. But this is Yunlays' housekeeping skill. His ability is to manipulate the copper element. At this time, when he cast the ability, the huge copper ingots immediately turned into liquid, and then turned into copper bells one by one. Yunlays put on all the copper bells and arranged them around. After shaking the copper chain in his hand, the bells rang one by one. Such a noisy sound would be noisy even at the scene, but for those who can listen to it from a distance, for humans, it is even more torture. Su Hui couldn't help covering his ears. Although he couldn't completely isolate the sound waves, it could make him feel better. Seeing this ability, Shen Feng said to Guo Pinming behind him, "Old Guo, this guy's ability is very similar to yours. They are all controlling metal, but yours is controlling iron. His ability it's controlling copper." Guo Pinming also nodded, and said, "This ability is rare, but the combat effectiveness can also be guaranteed." At this time, the meeting finally started, and Guang Changfa said directly, "Although I agreed to attend the banquet just now, it doesn't mean that I agreed to divide the meteorite. The group of people from North America came late, but they are afraid that others will seize the opportunity. So I want to invite others to the banquet, to create the illusion that the meteorite belongs to everyone. What do you think about this matter, Feng? King Hao said directly. Of course I reject their idea of division. This is the location I found out. I walked underwater for 5 days and threw away 15 light sticks. After such hard work, the credit has been distributed to you our half, and now others want to share half of the meteorite. I will not agree, soon. Yan also said at this time, of course we don't agree. Anyone who finds an ownerless thing will own it. There is no owner in this sea area. Why should others divide it at will? According to what I said, at the banquet we should reject the suggestions of these people and directly declare that whoever finds it belongs to him. These two people first expressed their opinions. The meaning is very simple. We have to decide on the meteorite. The entire meteorite is ours, and if others want it, that is wishful thinking. This is also the voice of most people present. Who would want too much of such an important thing? Things that can cultivate many supernatural beings, of course, must be brought back. As for other countries and forces that want meteorites, then go ahead and dream. However, at this moment, Shen Feng said, I think we might as well agree with these people's suggestions at the banquet. What do you think? I said this suggestion is not very good. Zukai said coldly, you, Shen Feng, can only get one meteorite fragment, so it doesn't matter how many meteorites the country can get, right? You can sell this kind of behavior of national interests. You can be called a traitor. Others also showed contemptuous expressions towards Shen Feng, but they didn't expect Shen Feng to be willing to give up the meteorite that was about to be obtained. How could such a person become the master of Yazhao? Before Shen Feng patiently explained the reason, Guang Changfa also spoke at this time, and said to everyone with a serious face, actually, I also agree with what Shen Feng said, and I agree with the ideas of the North American group when I attended the banquet. Listen to me. This is not about selling out benefits, but about keeping a low profile. At this time, Guang Changfa agreed with Shen Feng's suggestion, and others couldn't figure it out. Does this matter itself have any meaning? Guang Changfa explained unhurriedly, listen to me, everyone, now we have discovered the location of the meteorite, but no one else has. If we refuse at the banquet, others will suspect whether we know the trace of the meteorite, so that disrupt our plan to salvage the meteorite. But as long as we agree, they will not suspect us. When we salvage the meteorite and leave, it will be considered a success. The agreement, you don't have to admit it at all, Guang Changfa explained his reasons, and Shen Feng quickly added, that's what I meant. It shouldn't attract attention now, and the meteorite should be salvaged quietly. As for the banquet, we can just attend normally. Qin He had a lot of worries about this. He frowned and said, however, once we make a promise and then go back on it, don't we give others a handle? It's not a good reputation to sign a contract and not implement it. Before Guang Changfa could speak, Lin Zai started to mock at this moment. She said directly, I said Captain Qin, have you been brainwashed by the so-called spirit of contract? Standing in front of national interests is of course the best choice. The choice is the right one. What kind of credit are you talking about at this time? Strength is the greatest credit. The rest of the people also supported what Guang Changfa and Shen Feng said, pretending to cooperate on the surface, but secretly they must make a fortune in silence. Only in this way can they bring back the greatest benefits to the country. Everyone discussed the code of conduct for this time, and the next step was to discuss who would go to the banquet. Lin Zai volunteered and said, I'm going. I haven't seen what a supernatural being from other countries looks like yet. I have seen a lot of foreigners, but I have never seen a foreign supernatural being. Guang Changfa nodded and said, I'll take Lin Zai to participate. How about you, Qin? Qi turned his head, looked at Yu Henggai who looked expectant, and said with a smile, then I'll take Xiaoi with me. Shen Feng turned around and looked at the people behind him, and said, Qi Lingshan, come with me. As soon as this remark came out, Li Qi immediately became unhappy, and said, others bring the opposite sex to the banquet. What are you doing with Qi Lingshan? It's not appropriate. Shen Feng shrugged and explained, Qi Lingshan is a returnee. He lived abroad for many years before. He can speak English and can translate for me. I can speak English, and I can also be a translator. Li Qi said quickly. Regardless of these, Shen Feng still rejected Li Qi's self-recommendation. Just now, Chang Jianyi had misunderstood the relationship between the two parties. If he also brought Li Qi to the banquet, Chang Jianyi would file a complaint after returning home. After the plan is set, the meeting is over, and everyone's thoughts are unanimous to the outside world. No matter what conflicts there were between the Xiangsong Bureau and the Ability Management Bureau before, it was an internal problem, but now the outside world is facing threat. The meteorite may be divided up by other forces. Everyone will stop this from happening immediately. This incident was also vividly described in ancient times. It was called Brother Yan Yuqiang, and he was insulted from outside. No matter how much the brothers quarreled, even if it was physical, they would still work together to resist when others wanted to rob their own property. Gong Changfa said to Zhu Kai and Sun Yan, "When I'm not around, you should protect the ship. No one else is allowed to approach, and you are not allowed to reveal important information casually. If anyone dares to sneak into the ship, they will be killed." Shen Feng simply said to Guo Pinming, "You too, Feng. King Hao, now at sea, your ability is the most powerful, so the task of protecting our ship is entrusted to you. Remember, the ferry is our foothold now. No matter what happens, we must not let the ship suffer. Attack." Qin Kui said to Fang King Hao seriously. Shen Feng turned his head at this time and said to Chang Jianyi, "You too." The meeting ended here, and seeing that it was getting late, the 6 people attending the banquet were all ready to set off. After a brief dressing up, the 6 people set off in a gasoline boat, heading for the address left by Stephen after nightfall. The sea is dark, and the lighting method on the boat is also very primitive, that is, candles. If you are lucky enough to find a kerosene lamp, the light will be even better. However, after the boat drove for a certain distance, they found a very bright place in front of them. When they got close, everyone was surprised to find that there was an open-air fish raft with lights and festoons on the sea. The shelf of the sea rises and falls with the sea, and this place is very much like the fish rafts where fishermen live by the sea. The most interesting thing is the light bulbs connected to the ship. These light bulbs are very bright. Although they flicker from time to time, there is no doubt that they are powered by electricity. After the 6 people approached here, Guang Changfa pointed to a red-haired man in the corner, and said, "Did you see that man's ability is to use electric current, and the lights on this boat are probably made by this guy? This ability is very convenient." Seeing this scene, Qin Kui couldn't help but said, "It's a pity that Jin Zizhou is never here, otherwise, Jin Zizhou could also light a lamp on the boat. Maybe he can do more." At this time, someone came over in a formal dress with a red bow tie on his chest. Obviously this was the waiter at the banquet. He said in standard Mandarin, "Welcome, thank you to the distinguished guests from China. If you are a guest, please come with me. The banquet will officially start soon, and I will take you to the home court." Shen Feng tied the boat to the wooden stakes. After walking on the raft, he found that most of the rafts under his feet were made of bamboo. Generally, there are not so many bamboos on the sea. That is to say, this big raft, in fact, it was prepared a long time ago. It is very likely that bamboo was brought over from North America, and then the supernatural beings made pork chops from the bamboo, and then entered the domain of God. What a big fanfare! Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Soon, the waiter led the 6 people to the very center of the fish raft. There was a large laminate here, and walking on it was like walking on flat ground, and the water from the fish raft would not splash your shoes. There are a lot of one-legged tables standing on the floor. There are red wine and cakes on the tables, and the surrounding atmosphere is also very suitable. If it is not the time and place, I am afraid that anyone who comes here will feel that they are attending a normal banquet. At the main venue of the banquet, people with supernatural powers gathered in 2s and 3s to talk together. Shen Feng roughly calculated that there were more than 40 people with superhuman abilities on the North American side, and many of them should be only 1st and 2nd level superhumans. North America doesn't have enough ways to obtain evolutionary bases, so there are very few supernatural beings above the 4th level. At the very center of the banquet, a young man in military uniform was talking with a goblet, and he kept clinking glasses with the people around him while talking. Chapter 395. I agree with everything you said. When Qi Lingshan saw the young man in military uniform surrounded in the center, his face showed surprise, and he couldn't help but said, "Why is it him?" Shen Feng heard Qi Lingshan's words, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know this person? He is very powerful." Guang Changfa and Qin Kui also began to listen carefully. They also cared about the protagonist of this banquet, and they seemed to know that this guy is the core figure among the supernatural beings in North America. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many supernatural powers. Those who circled him. Qi Lingshan explained in a low voice, I don't know if this guy is powerful or not, but the family behind him is very powerful. Does the Corindon family know? He was often published in newspapers before the end of the day. It can be said that he is a member of the Corindon family. The heirs, the giants of North America, whether it is wealth, status, or even power, they are all existences who want what they want. Qi Lingshan had been living abroad before, so he knew a lot of things that others didn't know. Now he immediately said what he knew, and immediately made everyone vigilant. The division of regions in the world is done according to the territory of the country. Therefore, many people only know the country, but they know very little about other things. In fact, there are many families with a long history in the world who have mastered a huge amount of money. The wealth, whether it is fame or power, is within easy reach for the people in these families. The history of these families can be traced back to 400 years ago. At that time, it was the era of European global colonization, so some bold and careful guys stood out from this era and accumulated wealth that could not be spent by dozens of generations. After that, these families have gradually retreated behind the scenes and controlled the politics and military. On the surface, the government is controlling the country, but in fact, it is these behind-the-scenes families that are influencing politics. It can be said that even if the country is destroyed, these big families will not be affected, and can continue to be maintained. Shen Feng heard the news from Qi Lingshan, and immediately refreshed his 3 views. It turns out that such wealthy families really exist in the world, and they thought they were all fabricated by Zhuang. It seems that there is no equality. Reincarnation is an art. As long as you can be reincarnated into a wealthy family, you will be free from worries and do whatever you want for the rest of your life. At this moment, the young man in military uniform also spotted Gong Changfa and the others here, so he immediately bid farewell to the people around him, and walked towards this side with red wine in his hand. Hello, my name is Tom. My current military rank is Lieutenant General, but I believe I can continue to rise in the future. You can call me by my first name. Tom stretched out his hand to shake hands with everyone, and wrote all over his face. Be humble and act polite. Gong Changfa stretched out his hand to shake each other's hands, and said, Gong Changfa, the captain of the supernatural beings of the Xiangsung Bureau, Qin Qi also shook hands afterwards. Qin Qi. He is currently the captain of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Shen Feng was also about to introduce himself when shaking hands, but at this moment Tom spoke up and said, I know you, Shen Feng. I often see you on TV, and I heard that you are the world's first fourth-order superhuman, and also helped Yanjing win the victory, defeating more than 100 million corpses. It's amazing. Shen Feng was also very happy when he heard this. He didn't expect that his reputation had already spread to North America. Both Gong Changfa and Qin Qi needed to introduce themselves, and now he didn't even need to open his mouth. Others would already recognize him. This is celebrity. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shen Feng said with a smile. Tom opened a bottle of red wine on the table at this time, poured a third of the goblets for everyone, and then handed everyone a glass. Thank God, let us meet at sea, this rare opportunity, let's have a drink. Shen Feng was in a bit of a dilemma at this time. His alcohol capacity was still too low. He would have poured a cup, although it was wine, but maybe this kind of wine had more stamina. Ding! Before Shen Feng could react, Tom held the wine glass and touched it. The 2 glasses collided together, making a crisp sound. The sound was pleasant, but Shen Feng became embarrassed, and now it seemed that he would not drink if he didn't drink. Save-faced thinking of this, Shen Feng could only bite the bullet and take a sip. The red wine tasted mellow, and there was a faint aftertaste after drinking it. This wine is still very good. Then Tom started to talk about the business. He said seriously, the meteorite fell into the earth. It must be God's instruction. God led us human beings and all creatures to accept the test of the end. Because there are too many evils in the world, God needs to purify this world. Do you agree? Everyone looked at each other and nodded. To be honest, Tom used God as an excuse, and it was difficult for everyone to refute it. After all, foreigners like to talk about God in everything, and even thank God before eating. If I refute it now, it is equivalent to disrespecting others. Faith, now I can only nod in agreement. Seeing that everyone agrees with his views, Tom immediately became happy, and quickly said, so, God is omnipotent, God knows everything, and can create everything. In order to cope with the test God gave us this time, it is necessary to bring the meteorite back. Of course, Everyone has a share in the gift of God. After the banquet starts, we will discuss the plan to divide the meteorite. Will you agree? It's finally here. Hearing this, everyone felt amused in their hearts. Didn't they just want to snatch the meteorite? If you insist on adding a layer of rationality to your behavior, saying that meteorites are a gift from God, you are just looking for legitimacy. This is to engage in service industries and build iconic buildings. Gong Changfa cleared his throat and said seriously, of course, we absolutely support this plan. Since the meteorite landed in the sea, everyone on the earth will have a share. I suggest, according to the number of supernatural beings in God's domain dividing meteorites, our China will account for a quarter. It must be. It's very appropriate, so it's settled. After the banquet starts, you must support my plan. Tom smiled when he heard Gong Changfa's answer. He never thought that things would go so smoothly. As long as he can presiding over the meeting to divide the meteorite, isn't that a disguised claim that we have the ownership of the meteorite in North America? After all, we presided over the division of the meteorite, so there must be my North American part in this meteorite. Tom was overjoyed when he found out that he was supported by the supernatural beings in China. He thought he was late and was weak in salvaging the meteorite, but now it seems that as long as he has enough strength, the meteorite is still can be divided. This group of people are so easy to talk, it must be because their culture is too weak. Talking about a state of etiquette is a compromise. Tom thought silently in his heart while drinking. In Tom's eyes, the group of Chinese supernatural beings in front of him entered the realm of the gods early, faster than everyone else, but at this moment, they would rather share the meteorite with others. Isn't this the way of a fool? Question mark. At this moment, some supernatural beings from Europe got on the fishing raft. Tom quickly said, everyone, please enjoy the food as you like. I'm going to meet the supernatural beings from Europe and discuss the division of meteorites. Let's say goodbye. Shen Feng watched this person leave slowly, then put down the wine glass in his hand, and said in a low voice, is this guy too naive? He really believes what we say, is he out of his mind? Guang Changfa replied in a low voice, this group of people doesn't even have a history. They don't know the truth in our art of war. He is still a member of a big family. It's probably why they can negotiate successfully at the negotiating table. Unfortunately, this world there is a rule of operation in the world, and he just doesn't understand it. Next, the handsome Lieutenant General Tom told the European supernatural beings what he said before. After hearing this, the European supernatural beings had no reason to object. Hope, after all, there are too many supernatural beings who came to God's domain this time. All the countries in Europe gathered together to gather more than 30 supernatural beings, but even the supernatural beings from one other country can't compare superior. The number of people with supernatural powers is related to the level of technology and the number of people. Europe is basically a state of small countries with few people, and the population base is not large enough. Naturally, the number of people with supernatural powers is not large, especially at this time. Only people with supernatural powers visitors can enter the Sea of Silence. Other than that, there is absolutely no other way to enter. However, European countries, that is, each country has a population of several million, and the fleet can be pulled out to take a look. Anyway, the warship looks okay, but the number of supernatural beings is not enough. In the end, the supernatural powers of all European countries, more than 30 capable ones, gathered together on the fleet, crossed the Turkish Strait, and entered the domain of the gods. After sailing across the ocean, the headed European superhuman is a German with a mustache and a little bald head. He doesn't look like a young man at all. He seems to be in his 40s, maybe because of his age, so all the supernatural beings regard this guy who looks like an uncle as their leader. Of course, these supernatural beings may also be afraid of the strength of Germany. After all, World War I and World War II frightened these people. And now they still choose to act with Big Brother. Gong Changfa pointed to the mustache in the distance and said, look at this guy, he looks about 40 years old, but in fact he is only 20, younger than Shen Feng and you, so if a guy can become a leader at a young age, he must have his ability. Then, what exactly is his ability? Shen Feng continued to ask. Hearing this question, Gong Changfa quickly said, don't underestimate this guy, his supernatural ability is vibration. It is said that when he used his supernatural ability in Europe, it directly caused an earthquake, directly shaking a city into ruins. Killed a million zombies, so this guy is very strong. Hearing the news, Shen Feng couldn't help but look at this European mustache with admiration. He didn't expect there to be such a terrifying ability in the world, which could directly cause an earthquake. With Such a powerful ability, it's no wonder that these people all listen to him. However, since we are in the sea now, the impact of the earthquake should not be too great. Qin Kui also participated in the discussion. Guang Changfa added, speaking of which, it is said that he has become so old now, which is also related to the use of supernatural powers. Excessive use of supernatural powers will cause aging. Although his supernatural powers are very powerful, he will age a lot after using them once. Although it is powerful, it is still in exchange for life, so that's the case. I thought he was just using his powers casually. Since there are restrictions, there is no need to worry all the time. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the enemy is not completely unable to deal with it, then everything is fine. And the conversation between Tom and Mustache was still going on at this time, only to hear Andor from Germany say, "Lieutenant General Tom, I agree with all the points you said, and I agree with the plan you said for dividing meteorites. I will definitely support you when the time comes." Hearing this, Lieutenant General Tom immediately showed an extremely proud expression on his face. Now Europe and China have agreed with his point of view. I heard that Assam from India and Du and Maozi from Siberia have already dispatched fleets. However, 3 of the 5 forces have already supported their plan, so this time their actions must be able to bring the meteorite back to the country. Although no one has any news about the meteorite yet, Lieutenant General Tom believes that as long as the matter is settled first, then whoever finds the meteorite will have to share it with himself. I'm such a genius, I can always think of these different strategies. Tom was silently proud in his heart. Chapter 396. Why Dawn in number 039, you face yourself with drowning. There is a breeze blowing from the sea, which has taken away a lot of the summer heat. The northern hemisphere has entered winter at this time, and northern Asia has even been covered with ice and snow for 2 months. In the southern hemisphere, it is still hot summer. In theory, as long as you go to the northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere in a specific season, you can never encounter winter in your life. Tom waited on the boat for a long time, originally thinking of waiting until the supernatural beings from the Goose Country appeared, but after waiting for a long time, seeing that the banquet was about to start, neither Indu nor the supernatural beings from the Goose Country appeared here. It seems that this group of people completely ignored their invitation to the banquet, so there will be problems in the following discussions. Faced with the emergence of this situation, Tom couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. General, there are still 2 factions who haven't shown up. Should our banquet be postponed? Stephen first walked to Tom's side and began to ask. After all, the banquet this time was to discuss the division of meteorites. The characters in the show did not appear, so it would be a bit too casual to start a formal topic like this. No, the banquet must be started on time. As for the appearance of people from these 2 forces, just ignore them. Now we add the supernatural beings in North America, Europe, and China, and the number of supernatural beings has exceeded 100 people. There are only about 70 people with supernatural powers from the remaining 2 forces. Even if we turn our backs, 100 people versus 70 people, I have the advantage. Lieutenant General Tom immediately expressed his opinion, since my side is the majority, so why bother with those few people? When the banquet was about to begin, someone walked over with a table and placed it in the center of the banquet. Shen Feng saw the scene and knew that the banquet was about to begin, but he didn't notice the remaining 2 powers. He couldn't help but wonder, did the 2 powers not plan to participate in the banquet? Everyone, the banquet is about to begin. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, let me first explain the main content of this banquet, which is related to the meteorite that fell into the sea a year ago. Now everyone knows that human beings, the supernatural powers on the body come from elements outside the solar system, and this element is only found on meteorites. What we have to do now is very simple, that is to determine the ownership of the meteorite, and to be able to resolve this dispute peacefully. No matter who it is a great thing. Lieutenant General Tom said, standing on the table in English. Shen Feng's English is not good at all, so he can't understand what this young master is saying. Fortunately, Shen Feng brought Qi Lingshan with him. Qi Lingshan was very familiar with English, so he acted as an interpreter and began to translate to Shen Feng all kinds of words that Tom said. Most of the people at the banquet were supernatural beings from North America. Among them, supernatural beings who were not good at fighting became waiters and kept adding pastries and drinks to the people at the venue. Therefore, after Tom started to speak, someone took the lead. Immediately applause. It seemed that all of them took General Tom's words as a guideline for their actions. Under God's blessing, We came to the Sea of Silence to look for the meteorite that God bestowed on us, and the meteorite belongs to everyone we attended. In the future, we will definitely have more supernatural beings who can end the world. The power of doomsday. Whether it is a sea beast or a zombie, we will all trample under our feet. Tom continued happily. The applause at the banquet broke out again, everyone cheered, and some people were whistling. Those who didn't know thought it was a concert. The audience was so crazy, and this only happens during concerts. Tom enjoys this feeling very much. No matter where he is the absolute protagonist. He is used to hearing other people's applause. However, at this time, a female voice came from not far away. If you are in North America now, I will not object to anything you say, but now, you better shut your mouth. It was a sentence in Russian, and Shen didn't understand it. He spread his hands to show that he was helpless. He could only understand English and Chinese, and it was impossible for him to understand other languages. Fortunately, Lindsay had learned Russian before, and now she acts as a Russian translator. Someone objected, and the Russians appeared. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look, and found a group of people walking on the fishing raft. Not many people, only a dozen or so. 6 of them had fair skin, and the remaining 7 had darker skin. You can tell from the appearance that these are people from Goose Kingdom and Yindu people. It turns out that these 2 groups of people have united in private among them. The leader turned out to be a woman. She had blonde hair, fair skin, and red eyes. The dissenting words just now were spoken by her. Tom saw the people from the remaining 2 factions finally appear, but they didn't come to discuss the division of meteorites, but seemed to be looking for trouble. At this moment, Tom's mood was immediately ruined. Do you have any opinions on our decision to divide meteorites? Now I can tell you very clearly that our North American, European, and Chinese superhumans have all decided that the division of meteorites must be carried out. You want to stop? If so, let's see your own strength first, Tom said coldly. Shen Feng was still watching a good show, but Gong Changfei introduced in a low voice, and he said directly, "This woman is a supernatural being from the Goose Kingdom. Don't look at her soft and weak appearance, but her supernatural power is very violent. It is said to control white phosphorus. As long as she fights, she can make the white phosphorus burn violently, resulting in an explosion. As long as she is injured by the explosion, the injury will be polluted by various white phosphorus compounds, and it is difficult to recover. Moreover, it can cause damage to people injured by the explosion. Poisoning effect." Hearing this introduction, Shen Feng couldn't help but pay attention. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could directly control the explosion. It is said that the ignition point of white phosphorus is about 40 degrees, and the current temperature in the southern hemisphere is so high. It is impossible to defend against, and perhaps not many people can resist it. Then, what's her name? Yu Henggai asked curiously. Gong Changfei replied, "She seems to be called Silkanova. In short, she has killed many zombies before, including the Corpse King. She is a strong opponent." At this time, Silkanova and Tom had already started arguing, and they were all working hard on the matter of competing for the meteorite. "Why do you divide the ownership before you find the meteorite? What qualifications do you have?" "I acted according to God's instructions, and what I did was to represent God in justice." God gave me a dream last night. He said that the meteorite belongs to us, and no one else can get it. So, God is on my side. HMPH, you are just a heretic. God's orthodoxy is in our North America. You are all disloyal bastards, and you are not entitled to God's permission. North America? You don't even have history, so you're ashamed to say God's permission. Let me tell you, we will definitely get the meteorite. India is also standing behind me. Let's compare and see who can find the meteorite first. Are you trying to fight us? The number of supernatural beings and fleets on our side is many times greater than yours. If we really fight, we don't know who will win. Don't take a pee and take a picture of yourself to see if you have the right to be the person who controls the meteorite." The quarrel between the 2 sides began to escalate continuously, and the meaning of the 2 sides was also very simple. Tom wanted everyone to divide the ownership of the meteorite. As for Goose Country, they had other opinions. In terms of good or bad relations, you can give some meteorite fragments to the forces with good relations. The 2 people in the quarrel are from the elite class and can understand multiple languages. Tom is a child of a big family, and Silkanova is the successor of an oligarch, so they can understand what others are saying. Although people can't understand, but just by looking at the expression, You can guess what the other party is talking about. At the end of Lin Zai's translation, she was suddenly a little embarrassed, because the two people who were arguing in the field were already swearing at each other, and she couldn't translate all these national swearing, so she could only use a little more classical Chinese to describe it. The woman said, "Why don't you see yourself in the face of drowning, and see if you are so obsessed?" The man said, "My mother, it was my negligence that I didn't see you in the brothel before." The woman said again, "I saw you in the rabbit's nest, and the two big men behind you are working hard." The man said, "How dare you offend me like this? You must know that under the wrath of thunder, there is a way for you to survive." Lin Zai tried hard to put this. The quarrel between the two was translated, "Whoever said that foreigners would not insult, these insults are still very sharp." Shen Feng looked like he was enjoying the show, and then he felt a little thirsty, so he took a sip of red wine. In the end, the talks between the two sides collapsed, and the banquet broke up unhappy. These supernatural beings in Indu also followed the lead of Sir Innova, and the situation immediately became polarized. Tom's North America was one side, and Silka, the goose country where Nova is located, is one side. After the quarrel, Silanova was about to leave, but before leaving, she came to Shen Feng's side and said to Qin Qa, "Captain Qin, please seriously consider cooperating with these people from Europe and North America. It is not a wise choice. Why not cooperate with us? We are all forces in Asia. Cooperation is a matter of course." Qin Qa didn't expect that the supernatural being from Goose Kingdom would find him. Does the other party know his identity? She was a little confused at the moment, and didn't know how to answer for a while. At this time, Guang Changfa was more clever, and quickly said, "Miss, salvaging the meteorite is very important. We also have a mission here. If you have some information about the meteorite, we can indeed cooperate with you." Guang Changfa is obviously using a conspiracy. If you say that you have information about the meteorite, it will soon arouse the hostility of others, but if you say that you have no information, I'm sorry, but you can't afford the price of wooing us. Upon hearing this, Silkanova immediately said without hesitation, "We have already estimated the approximate location of the meteorite. As long as you can cooperate with us, we will give you a third of it." After that, Tom became anxious when he heard this, and immediately said after walking forward, "I heard that Chinese people have always been very honest. Since you have agreed to my conditions, you should not get involved with others." Guang Changfa shrugged and didn't say anything, but the meaning was obvious. Whoever can find the meteorite will help Silkanova. Then left with the others, without any nostalgia for the banquet. Shen Feng also had to infect Guang Changfa's deep scheming, a seemingly simple sentence, but it provoked the relationship between the two parties even more. Tom also immediately made a promise at this time, and said to Guang Changfa, "Mr. Guang Changfa, please think carefully. Cooperating with us is also a 1/3 meteorite, and cooperating with them is also a 1/3 meteorite. It seems nothing the difference, but you have to know that outside the Sea of Silence, there are also our North American and European fleets. I believe you will understand." At this time, Tom was worried that Guang Changfa would have betrayal thoughts, and he began to threaten and lure him. First of all, 1/3 of the meteorites would definitely be released. In addition, he was directly implying the possibility of using force in North America. "Will not say anything related to the fleet." Guang Changfa smiled and said, "General, don't worry, we will seriously consider this matter. At least at this time, we are still on your side. Otherwise, I will not come to the banquet." Shen Feng and Guang Changfa looked at each other, and they both understood what the other was thinking, that is to let North America and Goose Country fight. The more fierce the fight, the more chances they have to make a fortune silently. Sometimes, the communication between smart people can be completed with just a look. Shen Feng and Guang Changfa tacitly understand it. At this time, Lieutenant General Tom was very angry at the banquet tonight because of 2 points. First, his authority had been challenged. Was he pointed at the nose by a woman? Moreover, the opponent also has more than a dozen supernatural beings, and they cannot be taken down in a short time. Another point is that the supernatural beings in China are vacillating, and the cooperation that was clearly agreed before will still be temporarily shaken. If they really take refuge in the arms of the other party, then the plan will fail. Chapter 397 Disappear. Shen Feng drank a glass of red wine at the banquet, and immediately staggered as he walked. Guang Changfa really couldn't stand Shen Feng's embarrassing appearance, so he proposed the idea of returning to the warship. Qin Qa also agreed, and she also listened. "I don't understand the English spoken by others. I can't get important information at this banquet, and I won't go back sooner when leaving. Shen Feng staggered and said as he walked, "Don't look at me staggering now, but I will definitely not fall down. Let me tell you, I am practicing Drunken Fist. Have you seen the movie? Drunken Fist is so famous, you should all know it, right, Qi?" Lingshan had no choice but to support Shen Feng and said, Okay, we know you're not drunk, let's go. Get back to the boat and get a good sleep. Don't drink next time, Qi. Lingshan has also seen people with poor drinking capacity, but he did not expect Shen Feng's drinking capacity to be so poor. After all, he only drank a glass of red wine, which looked like two tails, and he walked staggeringly. The alcohol capacity is really not good. Guang Changfa couldn't help but look at the group of people at the banquet. At this time, the group of people had already started dancing on the boat. I hope you will continue to enjoy it. As for the meteorite, we will accept it with a smile. During this period, the more serious your internal friction is, the happier I will be. Guang Changfa thought silently in his heart. Afterwards, the six sailed to return to the warship, and the one who sailed was Gong Changfa, Earthquake. Gaogang, a school of beautiful mountains and rivers. When the boat came near the warship, there was a loud shout from the boat, which was obviously a signal. Gong Changfa was also exhausted, and responded loudly, "The door faces the sea, and the three rivers flow for thousands of years." The signal was successful, and Gong Changfa and others were about to board the boat. Shen Feng walked at the front, staggering and walking very slowly. He got down and threw Shen Feng and his hand onto the boat. Shen Feng was so dazed that he didn't have time to react, and was thrown onto the deck of the warship by Gong Changfa. Fortunately, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, so he was not injured. Shen Feng was very upset when he was thrown onto the boat. Pointing to Gong Changfa, who climbed up later, he said, "You bastard is taking advantage of others. Wait until I wake up, and see how I deal with you. You can only attack me at this time. You're a drunk. Don't drink it anymore. The wine is not good." Guang Changfa shook his head helplessly. After everyone came to the ship, they suddenly found that something was wrong. All the people staying on the ship sat quietly on the deck without making a sound. Moreover, even the people from the Ability Management Bureau stayed on the side of the warship. It stands to reason that the Ability Management Bureau all live on the ferry, and they won't just come to the warship to drop by if they have nothing to do. Did something happen? Why are you all together? Guang Changfa asked quickly. Zukai stood up from the deck and said, "Boss, we caught a spy, a guy who can invisibility, wanted to inquire about our situation, and was heard by Xiaohu, so we rushed up and caught him. Waiting for you to come back and send it off." When Guang Changfa heard that this kind of thing happened, someone came to spy on the information. Is that okay? Where is the person? What's going on? Guang Changfa asked with a gloomy face. Zukai entered the cabin and grabbed a man from it. This was a fair-skinned man who was tightly tied up with a rope, and his face was full of arrogance. "You yellow-skinned monkeys, why don't you let me go quickly? Believe it or not, I'll go back and tell the general to clean you up." This sentence is spoken in English, but many people in Xiangxun Bureau are well educated and can fully understand English. At this time, many people's faces are not good-looking, and they are called yellow-skinned monkeys, which is already directly insulting Asians. Slap your mouth if you speak impolitely. Guang Changfa said coldly. Gong Changfa's temper is relatively good when dealing with his own people, even if he is dealing with the Yuzhou supernatural powers from the supernatural authority in Shen Feng, but now, he is being ridiculed by a white-skinned foreigner. "Can you bear it?" Su Huai immediately stepped forward, slapped his hands round and began to slap his mouth. Papa, this slap was very loud, and it could still make a clear sound when it was slapped in the spy's face. Although Su Huai's supernatural ability is only eavesdropping, but his physical fitness is a real supernatural person, after the slap on the face, suddenly became more and more enjoyable. Chang Haoji walked up to Shen Feng's side, helped Shen Feng up from the deck and sat down. Smelling the smell of alcohol on Shen Feng's body, he couldn't help complaining, "You didn't drink well, but you kept drinking. It really deserves it." Taking advantage of this time, Zukai also told this story. Not long after Gong Changfa and his party went to the banquet, everyone on board was still having dinner. The dinner was relatively simple. It was a self-heating hot pot. The water can continue to heat up, and you can eat hot meals with the help of heat. At this time, a sneaky supernatural person appeared. It was very late, and the people on the boat were talking on the deck with candles, and there were no fish in the silent sea, so everyone couldn't even fish. Fortunately, there are no mosquitoes at sea, otherwise, no one can stand the hot and mosquito life. The deck was very lively at that time. For Suhui, who was hiding in the corner, this was the most difficult time. His ability is to capture sound waves, thereby producing the effect of eavesdropping. Therefore, the more noisy the environment, the more difficult he is. The more uncomfortable it is, because he will always passively capture the sound waves around him, no matter what others are saying, he can hear it in his ears. Therefore, Suhui's favorite place to stay is actually a soundproof room, where he can sleep beautifully without being disturbed, and does not need to listen to the noise around him all the time. Zoom in while eating, Suhui heard thin footsteps coming from his side. The footsteps were so light that no one noticed them after they landed on the deck, because everyone was eating, and the slightest noise around him was still there will make them care. But Suhui opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the footsteps, but found that there was no one at the place where the sound came from. But he was sure of one thing, that is, he really heard the footsteps. At this moment, Suhui felt his hair stand on end. He didn't expect someone to come to the boat without anyone noticing at this time, so he immediately shouted, "There are assassins, everyone be careful." The 30 people on the warship were all supernatural beings. As soon as they heard that an assassin had appeared, they immediately put down the self-heating hotpot and found all the weapons. Zukai also cast his abilities at this time, and after the violent electric wave was released, everyone entered a bloodthirsty state. Sun Yan also quickly asked, "Where is the assassin?" "It's on our ship. He's invisible, so you can't see him, but I can hear his footsteps, right on the deck," Suhui said calmly. At this time, Feng Qinghao's voice came from the ferry next to him. "What's wrong with you? Do you need help?" Zhu Kai took the time to reply, "There are invisible assassins sneaking into our boat, you should be more careful." When Feng Qinghao heard this answer, he immediately became suspicious. An invisible assassin? Could it be Li Qi? Can't she be invisible? So, Feng Qinghao quickly said, "Don't do anything, it may be Dr. Li, she may just run to your boat for fun." Feng Qinghao was worried that the other party would accidentally injure him. If Li Qi was beaten, it would really flood the Dragon King Temple, and the family would no longer know each other. However, Li Qi suddenly walked out of the cabin and said, "Fart, what am I going to do on their boat? I've been reading in it all the time." After Li Qi appeared, things suddenly became clear. Someone had indeed sneaked into the warship, and he was a supernatural person who could be invisible. Li Qi already had a way to deal with the invisible guy, so he commanded, "Xiangxun Bureau, yes, sprinkle the deck with flour, as long as there are blank footprints, that is where the assassin is." In the end, according to Li Qi's instructions, the Xiangxun Bureau successfully captured the invisible guy. When the whole thing was explained clearly, Chang Gong found out what had happened, and he was a little annoyed immediately, and asked the assassin, "Who asked you to come? Is it Tom? Why did he ask you to come here?" Su Hui slapped the assassin more than 20 times, and the powerful power of the supernatural being was released, immediately hitting the assassin all over the floor looking for teeth. In a physical sense, all the molars in the assassin's mouth were slapped by Su Hui everywhere. The assassin's mouth was covered with blood, and he looked miserable. The assassin didn't answer Gong Changfa's question, but continued to yell, "Kill me if you have the ability. As long as you kill me, the news of the meteorite you concealed will also be exposed. The general will definitely avenge me. Kill me if you have the ability." When Gong Changfa heard this guy's yelling, he immediately became angry, not because of the assassin, but because of the subordinates of the Xiangxun Bureau. "Did you discuss the matter of the meteorite during the meal? Did this guy take it away? Did you hear about the meteorite?" Some people in the Xiangxun Bureau lowered their heads, not daring to look into Gong Changfa's eyes, and this expression was obviously confirming Gong Changfa's guess at this time. Gong Changfa was really furious, pointing at these supernatural beings under his command. He began to curse, "Can you guys have some brains? The news about the meteorite is so important, didn't I tell you to keep it a secret? Keep it a secret? Are you eating? You still say these things from time to time, do you not take what I said in your eyes?" None of the people from the Xiangxun Bureau answered. They also knew that they had done something wrong. The main reason was that no one would have thought that someone would come to the ship to eavesdrop on it under the watchful eyes of everyone. If Suhui hadn't discovered the existence of the assassin in time, I'm afraid the news has been completely leaked by now. At this time, Qin Kui stood up, and she said seriously, Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Let's think about how to keep it completely secret. I think, no matter which side these eavesdropping guys are from, they can't alive. Guang Changfa looked angrily at these supernatural beings under him, shook his head helplessly and sighed. What a bunch of trash, you still need me to wipe your ass. After finishing speaking, Guang Changfa walked up to the assassin, who was still clamoring. If you really kill me, then our general will know the news completely. Before I set off, the general has already said that if I can't go back, then he will acquiesce that you have found the meteorite, so killing me is not a good choice. Now you should cooperate obediently with us. As long as you cooperate, 1/3 of the meteorite will be indispensable to you. Up to now, the assassin is still imagining that he can achieve his goal by putting pressure on the opponent. In his opinion, North America's military strength is the highest in the world, and others can only succumb to himself. However, Guang Changfa said coldly, in this way, the person behind you is Tom? I admit that he is a difficult opponent. On the surface, he invited us to a banquet, but secretly asked you to inquire about the news. It's very deep, but you must read me. The goal I set will definitely be accomplished. After finishing speaking, Guang Changfa slapped the assassin on the head, and the white man immediately fell on the deck, his body twitching uncontrollably. Zhu Kai looked at Guang Changfa's actions at this time, and couldn't help asking, Boss, killing the assassin now, isn't our purpose exposed? You are a little impulsive. Guang Changfa glanced at Zhu Kai, and said lightly, I didn't kill him, I just destroyed part of his brain tissue and turned him into a fool, so he doesn't know anything now. Next, this person is still disappear. Chapter 398 Framed. After Guang Changfa explained what he had done, everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect Guang Changfa to develop his abilities to such an extent. With a light slap, he turned others into fools. With such a terrifying ability, who is his opponent for ordinary supernatural beings? Sun Yan quickly asked, shall we throw this guy into the water and let him fend for himself? Guang Changfa shook his head, looked at Feng Qinghao who was sitting on the deck, and said, Master Water God, it's time for you to go out now. Please throw this assassin on the Goose Kingdom's boat. Remember not to let others see it. When the others heard Guang Changfa say this, they all understood what he was going to do. It turned out that he was planning to frame the assassin and throw the assassin who had become a fool on the boat of other forces. In this way, this matter has nothing to do with him, can continue to instigate hatred among others. Although Shen Feng was drunk, he was still conscious, and quickly said, that's a good idea, let's set up a frame, and by the way, we can notify the European side, so that the European side can intervene. Although the plan was good, Feng Qinghao, who was carrying out this task, disagreed. He leaned on the deck and said lazily, it seems that I am not under your Guang Changfa's management. Qin's big sister didn't even speak, and you still commanded me. I'll just say it, it's impossible. Feng Qinghao was unwilling to cooperate in carrying out this task. Guang Changfa frowned immediately. He did not expect Feng Qinghao to be so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, at this time, Su Huai spoke up, and he said lightly, Feng Qinghao, Mr. Feng, you have the habit of talking in your sleep. Do you need me to remind you? Just 2 days ago, you were dreaming and talking about your sweetheart. The name, it seems to be called you. I can't remember the name clearly, but it seems to be related to someone present. Feng Qinghao's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the things he kept so deeply in his heart would be known by others. He looked at Shen Feng with a guilty conscience, and Shen Feng was still drunk at this time. He didn't think too much, otherwise, Shen Feng, such a smart person, must have guessed the truth of the matter based on a surname. No, I can't let Shen Feng hear about Yuren Shu, otherwise, I will lose all opportunities. Feng Qinghao thought silently in his heart. Feng Qinghao is actually pursuing Yuren Shu, but Yuren Shu's attitude is very firm. Shen Feng is the only one in her heart. However, under Feng Qinghao's long-term pursuit, Yuren Shu's attitude seems to have wavered a lot, especially with Yuren Shu's mother. She saw a young man who was courting his daughter all day long, and she also felt that this was a man worth entrusting for life options, and began to persuade Yuren Shu. However, once Shen Feng heard about Yuren Shu, what would Shen Feng do? Shen Feng will definitely snatch Yuren Shu away. No, this matter must not become a reality. Feng Qinghao is most worried that Shen Feng will take Yuren Shu away, and then he will completely lose his chance. I'm going to do this task, please don't be so serious. I was just joking. Feng Qinghao smiled and said to Su Hui, "Now that the responsibility is in the hands of others, he has to follow the instructions." Gong Changfa took out a piece of paper, wrote a few words in English, then handed it to Feng Qinghao, and said, "Throw this assassin on the ship of the Goose Country first, and then throw this paper to the gathering place in Europe. For this task, we will write off everything." Feng Qinghao became very active at this time. After taking the note, he wrapped it in a plastic bag, then grabbed the demented assassin, jumped into the water, and swam out towards the distance. During the process, no sound came out as soon as he got into the water. Feng Qinghao could immediately propel himself with the water flow. The dark night gave him the best cover. As long as he covered the assassin's mouth, he would not make a sound at all while advancing. Gong Changfa thought about it carefully on the deck, but still felt uneasy. If someone came to explore under the sea area on his side, wouldn't they be able to find the meteorite directly? Thinking of this, Guang Changfa looked at Qin Qiyi and said, "Captain Qin, I heard that your ability uses soil. I hope you can go into the water and bury the meteorite in the ground, and then take it out when the time is right." When Qin Qiyi heard this suggestion, although he didn't directly object, he expressed his dilemma. "I can indeed manipulate the soil, but I can't stand the huge pressure underwater. At present, except for Feng Qinghao who can go to the bottom of the sea, they can't go down." It's not that Qin Qiyi is unwilling to do this, but that she is unable to go into the water. The pressure in the deep sea is very high. Except for submarines that can enter such deep seas, humans are completely unable to dive. On the one hand, there is buoyancy in the human body, and it is impossible to go down after sinking to a certain extent. The reason for the insanity is that he was under tremendous pressure in the sea. After he floated up suddenly, there was a gap between the pressure in his body and the atmospheric pressure, and the eardrum in his ear could easily leak. Gong Changfa thought about it carefully, and said, use copper ingots to make a diving suit to protect Captain Qin from entering the water. In addition, add a chain to the diving suit. Once you find something wrong, pull him up immediately." Qin Qiyi finally agreed after hearing this method, but before going into the water, he told Yu Hengai, saying, "After I go into the water, you must hold on to the chain tightly. My sister's life is in your hands." Yu Hengai quickly said, "Don't worry, I won't let go of the chain. I'll make sure you're fine." Afterwards, Yunlei began to use his supernatural powers, and used the copper ingots on the ship to make a pure copper diving suit. The whole diving suit weighed 80 or 900 kgs, let alone resisting the water pressure of the deep sea. Even a large caliber bullet could carry it. Live and shit. Moreover, Yunlei also removed 2 pieces of bulletproof glass from the warship, embedded them in the diving suit, and then inserted 2 fluorescent sticks into the diving suit, and the lighting method was also available. When Qin Qiyi saw the diving suit prepared for himself, he couldn't help shaking his head helplessly, and said, "Can this also be called a diving suit? This is obviously a diving bell." At this time, the pure copper diving suit was not only heavy, but also completely unable to move. As long as it got into it, it would not be able to move freely. The diving bell is the diving bell, as long as it can be used. Yunlei shrugged. He can only control the copper element, and he is not a person who specializes in designing diving suits. There is no other way. At least the bulletproof glass is embedded on the outside of the diving suit. I believe it can withstand the water pressure. Next, Qin Qiyi got into the diving suit, and Yunlei continued to seal the opening. The 2 men lifted the heavy diving suit and threw it into the water. The copper chain was tightly grasped by Yu Hengai. Click it down. Yu Hengai held the life of his beloved in his hands, so now he didn't dare to be careless. If he accidentally missed the chain and let Qin Qiyi fall into the deep sea, he would never see him again. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help but said to Chang Haoji beside him, "Xiaoji, do you have any coins on you? Throw one into the water quickly, otherwise, you will be cursed if you don't pay the tithe." Chang Haoji looked at his drunken brother-in-law, and didn't want to talk to him at first, but thinking that the matter was important now, he could only look for the coins on his body, but he didn't find the coins. Fortunately, Chang Haoji found that the buttons on his body were gold, which also can be valuable. Ever since, Chang Haoji tore off a button and threw it into the water. What is tithe? Li Qiyi was a little puzzled. She had never heard of such a legend about the curse of the deep sea. Wouldn't it be possible to be cursed if she gave money? Shen Feng replied casually, "Haven't you heard the story of the deep sea titan? Oh, by the way, you don't play games, forget it, you don't even know about it." Chang Heoji didn't expect that his brother-in-law was talking about the content in the game, and suddenly complained, "My pure gold buttons, brother-in-law, you have to pay me. Because of your nonsense, I lost hundreds of caddies of food stamps." Although Chang Heoji is the eldest son of Yazhao, he does not have to worry about food and drink, but his monthly expenses are quite a lot. This pure gold button is enough to exchange for several hundred caddies of food stamps, and there is still a lot of money, which is now thrown into the water. He was a little unhappy, but on Fang King Heo's side, after learning the location of Goose Country and Yindu, he immediately swam close. Under the dark night, there was no light in the water, and seawater was the best means of cover. The supernatural beings in the Goose Kingdom and Indu live on a wooden boat, and it is a sailing boat. When there is wind, they use the power of the wind to sail, and when there is no wind, they rely entirely on the supernatural beings to paddle forward. From this point of view, the driving force of this group of people is the most suitable in God's domain. If there is wind, they can use the wind power. If there is no wind, they can also paddle with their hands on the wooden boat. People are still communicating constantly, and the means of communication between them are also very scarce. The main reason is the language barrier. One side speaks Russian and the other side speaks English. Except for some elites who can understand Russian and English, no one else could understand what the other was saying. The lighting method on board is kerosene lamps, which are much worse than electric lights, but it is good to be able to illuminate at the moment. Not everyone's ability is to control electric current. Fang King Heo could see clearly in the water. The people on the boat were divided into two groups. One group had fair skin. Obviously, they didn't spend much time in the sun in Siberia. On the other side were dark-skinned strong men in their 30s. The skin was darker than the other, obviously because they often bask in the sun in tropical areas. After seeing this scene, Fang King Heo immediately started to act. He threw the white man who was covering his mouth onto the wooden boat, and then used his supernatural ability to accelerate himself with water flow, and flew away from the sea area. Plop! A person was suddenly thrown up from the boat more than 10 meters high, and immediately made a dull sound. Most of the people present were supernatural beings, so they immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Coincidentally, the assassin was thrown to the side of the Hindu supernatural beings. The group of supernatural beings suddenly became nervous when they saw a wet white man suddenly appear on the boat. What's going on? Could it be someone attacked? Catch him and interrogate him. Ask him what he's here for. He's obviously from North America. This is the enemy. Indian supernatural beings immediately started to take action. After arresting the assassin, they had to interrogate him. Only tonight did he turn his face. As a result, someone came to inquire about the news an hour later. Isn't this a coincidence? However, the assassin's brain was destroyed by Gong Changfa, and he turned into a fool. Even the language area of the brain was destroyed. The assassin couldn't say anything except screaming. In the end, the group of supernatural beings couldn't ask anything. Pick him up and see if there is anything on him that can prove his identity. The supernatural beings hurriedly stripped the assassin naked, and finally found the guy's identification in their trouser pockets. It turned out to be the man named Enwaran. Moreover, was indeed from North America. This guy is an enemy, but he seems to be a fool. How should we deal with him? A group of Indian and Hindu superpowers started a discussion. Since they are enemies, there is no need to show mercy. Anyway, we have already fought with North America and Europe tonight. I've turned my face, and now I don't have to worry about the other party at this time. At this moment, a 30-year-old supernatural person touched the white man's skin and said, "It's so white." Hindu is an angry place, especially when it comes to the relationship between men and women. For the old bachelors in Hindu, they are in estrus at any time. Even monitor lizards are nothing but hungry objects in the eyes of these people. And now a fair-skinned man appeared, and suddenly, a group of Indian and Hindu superpowers became excited. Play. Who will come first? I am a humble person. You come first. I will help you hold your hands and feet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. After Fang King Heo threw the assassin on the opponent's boat, he immediately left in the water, but within a few breaths, he was already 500 meters away. Fang King Heo's speed can be said to be the fastest underwater, especially in the ocean among them. People with poor light and poor eyesight could not see his trace at all. That guy must have been caught. I don't know how he will be dealt with next. In short, I'd better send this news to Europe as soon as possible. Feng Qinghao thought silently in his heart. Feng Qinghao was always too cautious, because if he hid underwater and listened for a while longer, he would know that this white assassin had already been treated like a Bengal monitor lizard. There were more than 30 Indian men around him, many of them were old bachelors. It's inhumane. Feng Qinghao rushed to the location of the European supernatural beings. This is a large pancake boat, oval-shaped and paved on the water's surface. After the waves hit, it is easy to soak the boat. This boat is made of wood and foam. Apart from being able to float on the water, there is no advantage at all among them. Andorf the bald mustache sits in the center of the pie boat. He actually doesn't want to be attached to North American forces, but the strength of Europe is too weak. Many of them are attached to North America. He is alone. It is impossible to change this situation, so I have to obey everyone's wishes. However, Andorf still had other thoughts in his mind. Now North America and Goose Country are already at odds. If you want to draw chestnuts out of the fire, you must find a way to make these two fight. Only after the fight, I can find opportunities to gain benefits. It turns out that it's not just Gong Changfa and Shen Feng who have the idea of fighting the fire, but Andorf also has such a plan to let the two relatively large forces take action first and consume their strength. In this way, they will have a chance. As for the forces that are under fire, once they can't help but start fighting, then the plan will be considered a success. At this moment, the sound of water suddenly came from the sea. Wow! Immediately afterwards, a stone was thrown onto the big pancake boat. Click! The stone was still wrapped with a plastic bag, and after it landed on the boat, it immediately made a crisp sound. Natalie used the ability to scan the underwater situation. Andorf reacted quickly, and immediately commanded the ability users under him to act. Natalie is a blonde woman with sunglasses on her face. The ability is very simple, that is, ultrasonic waves can be used no matter in the air or in the water, and can even be detected on the ground. At the moment, Natalie heard Andorf's command, and did not question it. After walking forward in 3 or 2 steps, she reached out and probed into the water. At this time, the ability was used, and after the ultrasonic wave was emitted, it was detected. Immediately, the surrounding sea area, all cases were detected. There is a person underwater who is moving away. The speed is very fast. We can't catch up. Natalie immediately detected the underwater situation after casting the power. The speed was fast, so Feng Qinghao was detected. Where did this guy go? Andorf asked quickly. After knowing that he could not catch up with the other party, Andorf immediately made a judgment. The important thing is to know the direction in which the other party fled. Natalie quickly pointed to the southeast direction and said, "It's this way." Andorf remained silent, but he thought about it in his heart. This should be the direction of the supernatural beings from China. Could it be that people from China were peeping just now? At this time, someone had already picked up the stones on the ground, found a note from the plastic bag, and was shocked after looking at it twice, and said, "My God, how could such a thing happen?" It says, "A North American superhuman was captured by the people of Goose Country, and now he has been brutally murdered." Andorf took the note and looked at it, and immediately figured it out. This is killing people with a knife? Why would a superhuman in North America tell himself when he was killed? It's not like he wants to drag himself into the water. The guy who thought of this method is the one who is cruel and merciless. What should we do? Many European supernatural beings looked at Andorf, hoping that he could make a decision now. Among the people present, he was the most powerful. If an earthquake is caused on the sea surface, it will be a huge tsunami. Those who are at sea will also suffer. Seeing the questioning eyes around him, Andorf put away a note and said, "Take a few people to North America and tell Tom about it." In fact, everyone had just returned from the banquet on the fishing raft. They didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing now, so they had to sail to the fishing raft in North America again. After Tom received the news, he suddenly became uneasy. He obviously sent someone to inquire about the news from China, but how could the person he sent out be caught by the supernatural beings from the Goose Kingdom? Did something happen on the way? Take 10 combat-type supernatural beings, and let's go to the ship of Goose Country. Let's say that some of our soldiers are missing and need to be searched. Tom immediately made a decision, and brought 10 combat-capable superhumans, those who can set off, ready to see clearly. Andorf also followed a trend and set off together. As a person who provided information, it would be unreasonable not to follow him now, and the note he got finally fell into Tom's hands. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. There are supernatural beings with enhanced sense of smell on my side. There is someone else's scent on this note. As long as I want to look for it, I will soon find the mastermind behind it. Tom said coldly, holding the note in his hand. In any case, the person was always sent out from North America. Now that he was captured, if Tom didn't show up, then he, the leader of the supernatural being, would not be able to continue afterwards. More than a dozen people took a gasoline boat and rushed towards the area where the supernatural beings were located. There are people with supernatural powers who use electric currents on board, so they hold a light bulb to illuminate the road ahead, and set off towards the destination. Brightly turning on the electric lights in a dark sea is equivalent to a live target, and you can see the situation here from a long distance. This is indeed the case. When the ship approached the wooden ship of the Goose Country supernatural being, the observers on the mast immediately saw this scene, and then shouted loudly in Russian, "Brothers, there are enemies coming. Offenders, prepare to fight, Yula." Shouts rang out from the boat, and all the Goose Country supernatural beings were ready to fight at the same time. Some supernatural beings also went to the other side of the wooden boat to inform Indu's supernatural beings to prepare to resist the attack. Although they stayed on the same boat together, the two sides were clearly separated. On the side of the stern, Xuanfa basically doesn't have much communication except during meetings, mainly because they can't understand what the other party is saying. After a knock on Indu's room, the cabin door was slightly opened, and a dark brown human face appeared, which could be glimpsed from the corner of the eye. This guy seemed to have nothing on. "There are enemies coming, prepare to meet them." The messenger who sent the order explained the situation in broken English, and the man who opened a crack immediately replied in English full of curry, Okay, we go now." After sending the messengers away, the Indu superhumans in the room immediately began to act. The first thing was to eliminate the traces. The white man who was being tortured by them would be the first to eliminate the mouth, and there was a round in the cabin. After opening the window, you can still see the sea, and the silenced man was thrown out of the window. Plop! The body fell into the water, making a loud noise. This scene happened to be seen by Tom, who rushed over. He saw a white figure thrown out of the window of the wooden boat from a distance, so he immediately cast his power. Coincidentally, Tom's ability is also to control water, and it is precisely because of his ability that the North American fleet was able to get rid of the sea beast's pursuit, and after injuring the sea beast, it came to the Sea of Silence. At that moment, Tom cast his supernatural ability, wrapped the corpse in the water with water flow, and let the water flow bring the corpse back to him. "Fingal, what's the matter with you? Are you still alive?" Tom saw the corpse of his companion, and called out quickly, but the companion couldn't answer him at this time. Tom touched Fingal's body. At this time, his body was still slightly warm, but his breathing had disappeared. This indicated that Fingal had just been killed, and, on Fingal's body, there are many bruises in color, and the condition of his body is simply unsightly. It is obvious that even before he died, he was treated inhumanly. Revenge. "Andorf, you also join us." Tom was furious. Now he saw his companion being killed by the enemy with his own eyes. How could he pretend that he didn't see it with such a deep hatred? "If you don't do it at this time, you really don't have a little manliness." Andorf couldn't help persuading, "Should I calm down first and ask the whole thing clearly?" Although Andorf wanted to see these two forces eventually lose both sides, he did not expect that he would be involved in this chaos in the end. Moreover, there were more than 70 supernatural beings on the other side, and only 13 on his side. "Well, if this really starts a fight, I will also suffer losses. It wasn't your companion who died, of course you don't feel bad. In short, we have excellent soldiers who were killed, and we must take revenge." Tom shouted frantically. After finishing speaking, Tom cast a 20-meter-high wave and slapped it towards the wooden boat. This kind of old-fashioned wooden boat is very fragile, and it is not uncommon for it to sink. Now it is facing a 20-meter-high wave. It was as if a cliff was rolling over, and the people on board suddenly panicked. If the big waves really hit the wooden boat would definitely fall apart, and everyone on board would fall into the water. Fortunately, at this time, a supernatural being from the Goose Country stepped forward. He jumped into the water and cast his supernatural power, Ice Age. Just after the battle of the ability, the entire water surface was frozen, and even the 20-meter-high wave was frozen at this moment. This huge wave, which was raised high, has now become a barrier for the wooden boat. However, the conflicting parties will transform each other under special circumstances. When the huge waves are frozen, the surrounding seawater is also frozen at this time. The entire wooden boat is frozen on the sea surface. If you want to move, it is very difficult. Selenova stood at the bow of the ship and shattered the cliff formed by the huge waves with one punch. After the explosion, ice cubes flew everywhere. She directly asked, "Are you too overbearing in North America?" In order to monopolize the meteorite, unexpectedly took advantage of the Dark Knight to attack us. Isn't this kind of behavior afraid of being ridiculed? Shame? What did you guys do to my companion? His body is still here. He was killed after being humiliated by you. You should be the one to be ridiculed. You can kill him, but you can't insult him. Tom yelled loudly. Companion? What companion? When did we kill your companion? You are framing me. Selenova didn't know about this. She had been thinking about how to find the meteorite. Naturally, he did not admit the crime imposed on him. Tom couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted directly, "Let's go, show them some color." After finishing speaking, Tom took the lead and rushed to the ice. The surrounding sea was frozen by the supernatural power, but it formed a good battlefield. The ice itself is lighter than water, so it can float on the water. Seeing this scene, Andorf immediately understood that since the battle is inevitable, let's add fire to himself. Break me. Andorf rushed to the side of the wooden boat, dodged a fireball from a superhuman, and then punched the wooden boat, followed by violent vibrations. The structure of the wooden boat itself was not very stable. Now that it was shaken by Andorf, it immediately began to fall apart. After the wooden boat was destroyed, the supernatural beings of Goose Kingdom and Yindu became even more angry. The boat itself was the place they needed to stay during this period of time, but they didn't expect it to be broken now. How can this kind of hatred be tolerated? The battle between the two sides started instantly, with supernatural powers flying all over the sky, and then began to see blood. Chapter 400. All departments in Yanjing have been paying attention to the movement of the fleet salvaging meteorites. Although after winter, the whole country has started to organize manpower to hunt mutant beasts to avoid the increase of casualties, the problem of hunting mutant beasts is more important than meteorites. Sex. That's not worth mentioning. It is not unreasonable for Yanjing to attach importance to it. Now that the role of the meteorite has been known, it cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of others, otherwise the balance of power in the world will definitely change. Can first cultivate an army of supernatural beings. Ever since, under the attention of the headquarters, Hainan's fleet set off first, and arrived at God's domain 4 or 5 days earlier than the rest of the forces. Next, the good news continued. The first was Li Ke, a member of the Yanjing Research Institute. Yi found a way to isolate the electromagnetic waves. As long as the electromagnetic waves can be isolated, ordinary people can find a way to get close to the meteorite. Next, Feng Qinghao of the Ability Management Bureau found a meteorite on the bottom of the sea, and the ability users of other forces actually entered the domain of God not long ago. At this time, like it proposed a strategy to bring back the meteorite, the most important of which is to customize a lead plate and a graphite ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It is best to have a two-half structure that can be snapped together. If it is sent to the South Pacific, the meteorite can be officially salvaged, and during this period, the meteorite will be buried underground by Qin Qiu's ability. The headquarters attached great importance to this, and immediately gave orders to start manufacturing the lead plate and graphite container. Making one was not enough, and 3 such containers were made in one go. Both can form a world seamlessly. It is not difficult to make a container for storing meteorites. The difficult thing is how to send the container to the South Pacific. The distance is thousands of miles, and there is no way for ordinary ships to send it there. Let's use a helicopter. The goal is too big. If there is no, it is also difficult for helicopters to fly such a long distance when refueling. The only way is to use large ships. In the end, the headquarters chose to let 6 civilian ships set off, with enough fuel on board, and the rest didn't need to be transported. It only needed to send the container to the fleet, and the fleet outside God's domain could send back the latest news every day. And the method for the fleet to contact people in God's domain is also very simple, that is, let the supernatural beings report to the fleet every day. Ke Yiming was the fastest runner, and he worked tirelessly to report the situation to the fleet of Shen Feng every day. However, every time he left, his backpack was bulging and looked very heavy. If the rucksack was not of good quality, backpacks can't bear the weight of hundreds of kilograms, and Ke Yiming's behavior has already attracted the attention of others. His actions are too obvious. Every time he is carrying a heavy package, anyone can guess the truth of the matter. Shen Feng didn't care when he saw it, he just secretly brought some valuables. He doesn't need any valuables now, the only purpose of his going to sea is to get meteorite fragments. Other than that, nothing else is important, and Guo Pinming and Qilingshan didn't care about the gold and silver jewelry on board at all, because they always wanted to go back to Yazhou, and they mainly used food stamps in Yazhou, and when Shen Feng left Yazhou, he directly saw he made a promise: when I finish the task and come back, I will give you 10 tons of food stamps each, and I will give you a few buildings. You can use them for whatever you want. You can do business if you want to rent them out. You can go out. After receiving Shen Feng's guarantee, Guo Pinming and Qilingshan didn't care too much about gold and silver jewelry, because as long as they can complete the task, they will have everything. On the contrary, a group of people from the Ability Management Bureau felt that their wages were not high enough. After all, they didn't even have enough money to buy evolutionary bases. If they wanted to continue to evolve, they even needed to accept gifts from Chang Jianyi. What they lacked most was money. The container customized by Li Qi was successfully manufactured in just one day. After all, it is only a container, and there are no technical difficulties. The only difficulty is to transport it to the South Pacific Ocean. This is an ocean voyage. It is even difficult to protect oneself. If it encounters a sea beast, it will definitely be a dead end, and it will never see the sun of tomorrow again. On the wharf in Hainan, 6 civilian ships have been parked, and the huge hemisphere was buckled on the deck, and then covered with a rainproof cloth. The 60 soldiers were divided into queues on the ship. For this mission, they all held the belief that they must die. They could die, but the mission must be completed. A commander stood in front of these soldiers and said seriously, "This mission is very dangerous, because there are giant sea beasts in the sea. Even warships can't do anything to these sea beasts, and you are going to take a civilian ship, will not get any support. Once the ship leaks, it means the mission has failed. In this case, if there are people who are willing to quit, I will not blame you. If you want to quit, take a step forward." The soldiers remained motionless, all standing on the pier, their gazes as firm as ever. The commander continued, "Sea beasts like to attack humans very much, but at most you can only bring guns and large caliber howitzers. In this case, once you encounter sea beasts, it will be a dead end. Think about your loved ones. Think about your future." Those who were willing to quit, stand up. Still, no one stood up. They had already regarded death as home, even if there were stormy waves after going out to sea. They must do this. Seeing the resolute expressions of the soldiers at this time, the commander finally showed a gratified expression on his face. However, he didn't know how many people would be able to return after going to sea this time. 6 boats set off. As long as 2 boats can arrive, that is enough. Then, let's go. Use the fastest speed. No matter what route you choose, you must send these containers to the fleet in the South Pacific. The commander issued an order, and then a group of people set off. The Pacific Ocean, especially in Southeast Asia, is really good, and it can still drive in the coastal waters, but as long as it reaches the vicinity of Australia, it can only enter the deep sea area, and the deep sea is recognized as the area with the most giant sea beasts. After the soldiers boarded the ship, they immediately took off their military uniforms skillfully, then disguised themselves as ordinary sailors, and headed south. The 6 ships were divided into 2 directions. 3 ships headed south through the Bashi Channel, and the other 3 ships headed through the Nansha Islands, through the inland sea of the Southeast Asian archipelago, and after passing through Cape York to the Coral Sea. Of these 2 routes, one route is more adventurous, but the fastest. It can reach the South Pacific in half a month, and the other route it is safer, but the speed is very slow, and it will take at least a month to reach the destination. After the soldiers boarded the boat, looking at the cloth container on the boat, they couldn't help joking. It's like a big bowl turned upside down. I don't know what those supernatural beings want these big bowls for. I think that only sea beasts can use such a big bowl. Look, the diameter alone is more than 10 meters. Is there anyone else on Earth who can use such a big bowl besides sea beasts? I think such a big bowl is for dealing with sea beasts. You see, this is a big bowl made of lead. It is said that if you touch it too much, it won't grow. After giving it to sea beasts, don't they let sea beasts touch it every day? In the end, the body length of the sea beast became smaller. Nonsense. I've never heard of animals shrinking in size. No matter how you touch them, they can't get smaller, right? In the end, it was the squad leader who passed by the soldiers and yelled loudly, "Are you allowed to discuss confidential matters casually? It's just nonsense. This mission must be kept secret. Anyone who dares to talk nonsense will be locked up." The soldiers quickly shut up, and then started sailing according to the route the squad leader continued to order. "Pass the word on, don't say where you're going, don't say what you're going to do, and don't pick pineapples and lotus seeds from the locals." The soldiers were very obedient, and they conveyed this order. There were only 10 people on the left and right, and it was still very fast to convey an order. After dawn, Shen Feng had already sobered up. He was also curious about the situation last night, so he immediately deployed the portable paraglider behind his back. After taking off, he began to observe at sea, and finally found that at the area where the supernatural beings in Goose Kingdom were located, the wooden boat has been broken, and a group of people camped on the ice floes, and in the hot summer, the ice floes melt quickly, so, every once in a while, people with supernatural powers are needed to thicken the ice floes, otherwise, the ice floes will be destroyed. Everyone on the block will fall into the water. There are bumps covered with white cloths on the ice floe, bloodstains can be seen vaguely on them. Needless to say, there are corpses under these white cloths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people with supernatural powers were killed last night. Unfortunately, I was drunk last night, so I didn't have the chance to see this scene. After Shen Feng saw the scene below, he couldn't help thinking sigh, if he hadn't been drunk last night, he would have been able to watch a good show. Speaking of which, Shen Feng also felt that Gong Changfa's plan this time was more insidious. Fortunately, he was on his side, and it was someone else who was planning afterwards. Shen Feng went to the gathering place in North America, ready to take a look at the situation, but as soon as he approached, the bat took off immediately, flapping its wings to prevent Shen Feng from approaching, and the tone in his mouth was relatively cold. "Please don't approach casually. If you want to contact me, please come here by boat. This already belongs to our airspace in North America." It's so overbearing. Shen Feng was very upset. If he couldn't cause trouble now, he really wanted to use the wind blade to pierce this so-called bat with 10,000 arrows, and see if he still declared that this is their airspace. Shen Feng could only turn around and leave, but Shen Feng was also guessing that the situation in North America might not be too good. Otherwise, these people were still smiling yesterday, and today they almost wrote "I sold it" on their faces. So well, last night, when these two groups fought, both sides must suffer. However, when Shen Feng returned to the ferry, he found a small boat on the water, approaching the direction of the warship. Looking down from a high position, he could vaguely see someone's head that could reflect light. Now he confirmed the identity of the other party. Is this the Andorf of Europe? The supernatural beings in God's domain are basically young people. Who is not handsome? The man is mighty and majestic, and the woman is also stunning in the world, but there is an alternative among the supernatural beings, that is Andor, who has aged due to excessive use of supernatural powers at a young age, not to mention the vicissitudes of his face, and even bald. Looking down from the top, you can see the reflection of the head. There is no guesswork, it is nothing more than an answer. At the same time, Natalie, who is on the same boat with Andorf, also used ultrasound to discover the person above her head, and quickly reminded quietly, "Andorf, there is someone above us." Andorf looked up and found Shen Feng in the sky, and then said in a low voice, "Don't worry, he won't do anything to us. Remember what I said, and when you get to the gathering place of Chinese supernatural beings, cast ability to detect the bottom of the sea to see if the meteorite is under their ship. I suspect they have traces of the meteorite." Natalie said quickly, "I will definitely do it." Andorf successfully angered the supernatural beings of Goose Kingdom and Indu in the battle last night. The reason is also very simple. He smashed the wooden boat with one punch, and the violent vibration caused the fragile part of the wooden boat to break directly. People have lost their foothold and have been attacked like this. How can these supernatural beings endure now that the battle broke out? The supernatural beings were already extremely powerful. As soon as the battle started, the losses of both sides immediately became tragic. Although the North American side smashed the wooden boat, the number of people was still too small. After the battle broke out, 6 supernatural beings in North America were killed directly, and 2 of them were beaten to death by Silanova with bare hands. In the end, the North American superhumans could only retreat in embarrassment. Andorf thought about it carefully, and found that only Chinese supernatural beings stayed out of the matter, and they were the direct beneficiaries of this conflict. Whoever can benefit from this matter is most likely to be behind the scenes, so there is reason to suspect that Chinese supernatural beings have found the meteorite, and it is necessary to detect this area. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.